Second part is here, guys. Like this video for more parts and updates. Chapter 66. Tauren Tribe. After Su Tian branded the contract for them again, these people would swear to the death and never betray. What's your name? Su Tian looked at the leader of the Tauren and asked. Master, my name is Kata. Kata. Has your tribe forged its own weapons? Su Tian took a look. The Tauren in front of him were almost holding a shield and an iron sword. Kata nodded and replied, Yes, Master. We mine the resources around us and forge them into the weapons and buildings we need. Good. The Tauren civilization developed faster than that of the half-dragon people. Not only will it mine resources, but it will also cast various items it needs. Very good. Since you will submit to me in the future, from now on, you will need to provide resources regularly. You are now part of my island. Therefore, I need to plan the development direction and development process for you. This area will still be under the control of you Tauren in the future. We will help you develop. You need to mine enough resources to turn them in. Also, you need to cast walls around your territory. After the territory here expands, you will be attacked by monsters. With the city wall guarded, these monsters cannot destroy your territory. You can occupy the city walls, and then cast long-range bows and arrows to destroy monsters. Your combat effectiveness is low, and you need to manufacture more weapons for protection. Yes. Owner. Although we are not strong enough, we are really proficient in casting weapons. Our tribe has super powerful weapons, please watch the master. Oh. Su Tian was a little surprised. Kata said this, it should indeed be some super powerful weapon. Take it out and let me see. Yes. Kata turned his head and signaled the Tauren behind him to get it from the tribe. Soon. A fiery red sword appeared in front of everyone. Extraordinary weapon. Su Tian's pupils dilated, a little surprised. The moment the sharp sword appeared, he felt the extraordinary aura emanating from it. Taking the long sword, Su Tian directly felt the strong fire element power on it. Hiss! Su Tian took a breath, a little amazed that this group of Tauren could actually create extraordinary weapons. Kata, is this weapon made by you? Yes, Master. This weapon is extremely powerful and is crafted from mined crimson ore. Scarlet ore? Su Tian frowned slightly, wanting to see the scarlet ore in the other party's mouth. What kind of ore is it that can cast extraordinary weapons? Master, please follow me. Kata reached out and led the way ahead. Su Tian ordered the holy angels to lead the troops back first. Afterwards, he took two extraordinary elves and followed each other into the tribe. Came to a camp, Kata took out a blood-red ore. Master, this is scarlet ore. The moment Su Tian saw the ore, Su Tian's heart was shocked instantly. His eyes lit up, looking at the ore in the opponent's hand in surprise. Where is this scarlet ore? This is the elemental ore of the fire element. Rumor has it that elemental ores will grow on certain floating islands. These elemental ores contain rich elemental power. Not only can it provide people with the power of practicing elements, but it can also be turned into an extraordinary weapon. Did not expect. There are elemental ores in this area. Su Tian was overjoyed, the joy couldn't be restrained on his face. Kata, how many elemental ores do you have here? There are many. Walk 1 kilometer forward here, and there will be a group of mountains. There are many such ores growing in the mountains. Great. Kata, you will specialize in collecting such elemental ores in the future. After the ore is collected, you take 2/3 of it to forge weapons, and the remaining 1/3 is stored in curry. Your clan can distribute the extraordinary weapons that have been cast first. I hope that you can vigorously build such a weapon in the past few days. Kata hesitated. Our tribe has a total of 1,620 residents. The mining of elemental ores is quite difficult, and we can only mine more than 500 pieces a day. Then the process of casting weapons is more complicated. Calculated in this way, we can only create more than 100 extraordinary weapons a day at most. More than 100. Su Tian frowned slightly. If he said this, his army would not be able to equip extraordinary weapons when the floating island assessment came. Unless the extraordinary weapon that was cast, let them use it first. Kata, how is your defense strength here? In our tribe, everyone has a weapon. Although the combat effectiveness is not good, if we all use this extraordinary weapon, our combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. Kata, you start casting extraordinary weapons from today. We will need more than 700 extraordinary weapons by then. For your side, I will compensate you with some repeating crossbows as compensation. Su Tian thought that there was a battle zone in the center of the island. He didn't think about expansion before, so he used those crossbows as a combat zone. But now that it's expanded, the Lianu can't be used even if it's placed inside. Putting these years of continuous crossbows in the Tauran tribe can not only improve their combat effectiveness, but also protect their territory. After the Lianu was upgraded, not only was its power increased a lot, but its firing speed was also greatly accelerated. In 1 second, even I can shoot out 128 iron arrows at the same time. Kata was tempted, and excitedly replied, "Thank you, Master. We will definitely work hard to mine ore to forge weapons." On the Tauran side, in fact, they still rely more on long-range attack weapons. With Lianu, they can reduce casualties. After making some decisions, Su Tian finally settled down with the Tauran. In one day, he placed more than 50 continuous crossbows on the Tauran side, and more than 20 arrow towers were also placed on their side. After testing his power, Kata was shocked all of a sudden. The attack of the continuous crossbow can directly penetrate a boulder. They were greatly moved in their hearts, and wanted to try to understand the structure of the Lianu and forge such a weapon. But Su Tian can't do anything. Because these weapons can only be built with special blueprints. The structures in it are very complicated and mysterious. But from the outside, it is impossible to understand his true mystery. Kata was a little disappointed, and they were very tempted by Lianu. But it can't be cast vigorously. Su Tian said that if they get their special drawings in the future, they must give them to study. Hearing this, Kata ignited the light of hope again. For the rest of the day, the Tauran mined elemental ores and cast them. The Tauran tribe has a large population, so the construction speed will be faster. In one day, they not only produced a lot of elemental ores, but also forged extraordinary weapons. And the surrounding city walls have also begun to be cast. Su Tian took a look. The current floating island is divided into 2 areas. One is the inner zone and the other is the outer zone. The inner area has been surrounded by towering walls. Spreading out from the city wall is the outer area of the island. These outer regions are the territory of a large tribe. Su Tian understood that there must be every tribe in the next area. As long as he subdues them all, he can have 8 tribes as the combat power in the outer region. At that time, every tribe will build a towering city wall to stop the monsters. Layers of fortresses form an impenetrable island. Under such circumstances, ordinary monsters cannot break through their defenses at all. Su Tian is very cheerful, and now his combat power on the island is far ahead of the others. Others are still expanding the first step, and he has already begun to expand the area of the second part. His floating island development has come far to the forefront. Next, he needs to expand all the remaining 6 areas. Then use this as a basis to build a city wall to form an impregnable island. When he came to the island, Su Tian found Leia's development plan for arranging the floating island. In the past 2 days, 2 tribes have been conquered. The population of the island suddenly increased a lot. Su Tian felt that it was time to make some changes. Every tribe has its own civilization. Although they had some changes because of Su Tian's arrival. But the most fundamental thing is that it will never change. Just like the half-dragon people, their civilization is to become a real dragon. Their belief is the real dragon. Although the Tauren are not strong, they are really strong in the development and construction of civilization. They have foundry inventions at their core. Therefore, next, he needs to open a place that can meet the requirements of each tribe. He decided that in the future, each tribe will use the points system to communicate. Points are equivalent to gold coins, and they are a means of circulating goods. The people of each tribe, including the residents on his island, can redeem everything they want through the points they get. There are many ways to earn points. The most common is to work part-time to get fixed points. The more you work, the more points you earn. Then, when all the other areas are fully developed, he can open point exchange stores in every tribe. In the store, they have everything they want. Then they spend points to get what they need. The major tribes can also come and go to get what they need from each other. After listening to Leia, she was satisfied with her decision. However, although there is a direction, it is very difficult to implement it. Because this will involve a lot of engineering. For example, how to accurately record the points owned by each person. Secondly, every tribe, even the inhabitants of the island, needs a lot of things. Opening a point exchange store is definitely a huge project. This requires a huge background to support it. The engineering required here is not as simple as it sounds. Su Tian nodded, this is indeed a huge project. However, once this method is implemented, the island will be completely autonomous. In this method, Su Tian adopted the ancient dynasty method of the previous world. Use the needs of everyone to flog them to strive for development. And with this set of formulations, the entire island is like a kingdom, like a dynasty. Su Tian only needs to practice with peace of mind every day, and everything on the island can develop independently. The two exchanged overnight and decided to carry out this set of measures after the assessment of the floating island was completed. At this stage, there are only two directions on the island, the first is development, and the second is precipitation. Development is the business of each tribe, and precipitation is to prepare for the opening of point exchange stores in the future. Chapter 67. Night. The bright starry sky hangs high above the floating island. Su Tian came out to breathe. I saw the pictures of the island residents enjoying themselves. At night, girls sit on the island in groups of 3 or 5 to watch the starry sky. They talked and laughed, and there was a burst of crisp laughter from time to time. On the outskirts of the floating island, Zhao Hao led his army to scatter around to kill monsters. After a few days of training, the combat power of these people has improved a lot. When fighting monsters, there is no fear of fighting. Came to a woodland, Su Tian casually found a big tree and sat down. He opened the core of the floating island and took out the dragon egg that was about to break out of its shell. In the past 2 days, due to the reason of the half-dragon, he seldom nourished the dragon eggs. Su Tian planned to take advantage of this night to give him enough dragon chi to make it break out of its shell. In the palm of the hand, the dragon's breath lingers on the dragon egg repeatedly. Click! With the nourishment of dragon energy, the sound of egg shell breaking began to appear around the dragon egg. A few breaths. The pitch-black eggshell fell off instantly, and a pitch-black dragon was born. Wisps of golden light radiate around the black dragon. At the moment it was born, he looked up to the sky and screamed, and a dragon chant tore through the sky, awakening the half-dragon people on the periphery instantly. The real dragon is coming. In the half-dragon tribe, all the half-dragons heard that sound, the dragon chant resounding through the sky. Su Tian looked at the black dragon in front of him, and felt a sense of fear in his heart. I don't know if it is because he is nourished by the dragon's energy. As soon as this black dragon was born, the soul of the black dragon in his body was a little restless. Owner. The black dragon opened his eyes slowly, and spoke after seeing Su Tian. Su Tian was slightly taken aback. This king of beasts is different. At the beginning of birth, he possessed wisdom. Su Tian was delighted and stroked the black dragon's head. On the head of the black dragon, there are two small dragon horns. This is the king of beasts among the spirit beasts. Little guy, will you be called Hei Mo from now on? Su Tian saw that his whole body was as black as ink, so he named it this. Thank you, master. The black dragon who got the name was very happy. Start to shuttle in the forest. At this moment, bursts of white busyness suddenly emanated from the forest. Su Tian noticed it and quickly summoned the black dragon to go with him. Without hesitation, the black dragon began to follow him. One person and one dragon came to the place where the white ons radiated. In the middle of the forest, an empty space was suddenly torn apart, emitting bursts of white light. Random trading. The ancient and mysterious trading organization will be randomly refreshed in any place, in the form of random trading. Random deal. Seeing the prompt appearing in front of him, Su Tian was excited. Random transactions, no fixed location. Will randomly refresh anywhere in the world. The things inside are all ancient items with powerful power. There used to be an island owner who was lucky enough to exchange a berry for an elf. The rule here is not to say that if you use a good thing, you will definitely be able to exchange it for a good thing. The transaction form here probably adopts the method of opening a blind box. There are countless ancient items in the trading place. They are all scattered within it in the form of white light storage. Traders only need to pay a price, and they can randomly get one of the items. It doesn't matter how much the price is, as long as you pay, you can get something in return. And the items obtained are also random. There are no rules at all. While his thoughts were turning, Su Tian couldn't bear it any longer, and wanted to try it. He took out a berry and dropped it in. Afterwards, white light flickered in the void, and a white light ball was thrown out by him. Su Tian stretched out his right hand to catch it, then he squeezed lightly, and the white light dissipated. An ancient shield appeared in his hand. Earth Shield, an ancient extraordinary weapon with indestructible defense power, which can resist all attacks below the earth immortal. It turned out to be an extraordinary weapon. And the effect is so against the sky. Su Tian was shocked when he saw the information that appeared in front of his eyes. This large earth shield can resist all attacks below the earth immortal. Then in the initial stage, isn't this an invincible existence? Su Tian's heart was hot, and after putting away the earth shield, he hurriedly dropped the second berry to trade. This random trade appears and 3 trades can be made. After 3 trades are used up, he disappears and reappears in the next place. If there is no transaction, he will stay here for 24 hours, and then continue to refresh. A second berry is thrown in, and a white light emerges. In the void, a white ball of light was thrown out again. Su Tian took it again, and crushed it. Advanced Pill, an ancient medicinal pill that gathers the aura of heaven and earth. After swallowing it, it can greatly increase the power of the spirit beast, and it can be advanced to an intermediate spirit beast. Hiss! What a heaven-defying effect! Su Tian looked at the advanced pill in his hand and secretly praised it. Swallowing the advanced pill, the first level spirit beast can directly cross a level, and the advanced level becomes the middle level spirit beast. This elixir is simply tailor-made for Hei Mo. Su Tian glanced at the black dragon, and then fed him the advanced pill. Setsuna in the stomach, the whole body of the black dragon exudes a terrifying aura. Afterwards, his size began to increase continuously, and his body, which was originally more than 1 meter long, instantly grew to more than 10 meters long. The 4 dragon claws began to grow longer and longer, exuding bursts of sharpness. Roar! The black dragon let out a dragon roar, broke through the sky directly, and tore through the clouds. His huge body appeared in the sky, causing all the residents on the island to tremble. After seeing the black dragon in the sky, the half-dragon man was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The appearance of the real dragon is a sign of great auspiciousness. In the half-dragon tribe, all the half-dragons were excited. They looked at the black dragon in the sky, unable to calm down for a long time. On the other side, Su Tian was also shocked by the change of the black dragon. After evolving into a mid-level spirit beast, the black dragon felt too terrifying to him. Seems to shred everything. The black dragon has been upgraded and begins to soar in the sky. As a true dragon, he likes to be free and unrestricted. Su Tian took a look, and then turned his attention to the random transaction again. Last chance. Although there is a lot of reluctance, but no one can do anything about it. Su Tian threw a berry again, white light radiated in the void, and then threw a white ball. With 3 chances to trade locations run out. The void here is beginning to collapse. Su Tian took a look, very helpless. If only I could keep the random deal here. Aware of the island owner's wish, Woodland has been psychic, sealed off the space here, and intercepted random transactions. Rumbling. A deafening noise erupted. As a dazzling white light suddenly emerged. The void that was about to collapse suddenly stopped. Woodland has been psychic and successfully intercepted random transactions, and can conduct 3 transactions per day in the future. After a brief moment of daze, Su Tian immediately came to his senses. I rely on. Go against the sky. Lindy actually directly intercepted the random transaction. Su Tian was shocked, a little unbelievable. This operation is simply against the sky. You know, random trading is irregular. No one knows where he will appear next time. But this time, Lindy actually stopped the random transaction directly. In other words, it will be his personal property to trade at will in the future. Su Tian's heart trembled violently, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. This is too powerful. Seeing the surrounding verdant and pine forest, Su Tian couldn't help but praise. Feeling the master's praise, Woodland forced the random transaction to open 4 times a day. Su Tian. Is this too high? Seeing this scene, Su Tian directly turned on the praise mode. After some praise, the woodland did not change again. Su Tian is not disappointed, but happy. The woodland had brought him enough surprises. Not only successfully intercepted the random transaction, but also used it 4 times a day. If this spreads out, one must envy the other island owners. Su Tian chuckled secretly for a while. Then with force in his hand, he crushed the 3rd item directly. Barbarian Totem, the family emblem of the barbarian family. After use, it can summon thousands of barbarians. Number of uses, 10 times. Barbarian Totem. Su Tian doesn't know much about this. All he knew was that barbarians were a tribe in ancient times. Known for its ferocity and fury. I heard that where the wild ghosts go, they will not leave a single piece of armor. In ancient times, it had a fearsome reputation. Although he doesn't know much about him, Su Tian can feel the extraordinariness of the ghost totem. You know, barbarian ghosts are the name of ancient evil spirits. But it has extremely powerful and terrifying strength. The barbarian totem can summon barbarians, this is to make the ancient times come alive. Su Tian was shocked in his heart, and carefully put it away. This thing, until the critical moment, cannot be used indiscriminately. Because every time he uses it, it represents the appearance of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This kind of thing needs to be used with caution. Su Tian glanced at the sky, he was in a good mood. The harvest tonight is really too big. Not only successfully intercepted the random transaction, but also obtained 3 treasures. Su Tian showed joy, and then asked a few people to block the place. Random trades matter a lot. If it is revealed, it will definitely be coveted and hunted down by all parties. So the less people know about this matter, the better. Su Tian found 4 people, and warned them with a heavy face that they must not let the things here be known to the outside world. Moreover, he also listed this place as a forbidden area, and ordinary people cannot easily reach here. Then, he took advantage of the bright moonlight to return to the castle. After returning, Su Tian saw Lin Jun coughing. Signal her to come over and massage yourself. Back to the room. Su Tian said absent-mindedly, I'm a little tired today, so I'll trouble you. After speaking, he consciously talked about the opponent's lap. Lin Jun was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a pleasant smile. She shyly replied, Don't worry, master. Saying that, her two pure white jade hands began to stretch gently on Su Tian's body. Wherever the jade hand passed, Su Tian's tired feeling was instantly relieved. Lin Jun smiled slightly, and gently pinched her body. Su Tian rested his jade leg on the pillow. Under the relaxation of the other party, he soon fell asleep. Chapter 68. Early morning. Su Tian was startled by a deafening dragon chant. The sound of the dragon's chant was like a sharp sword, piercing through the sky and spreading to the whole island. Su Tian stood up and glanced at Lin Jun, who was stunned beside him. Then, make a quick dash out of the castle. Above the sky, a huge black dragon was fighting with a fiery red phoenix. The red flames of the phoenix's wings were like autumn maple leaves, and the blazing flames lit up the entire sky. What happened? Su Tian came out and asked the fire spirit in the sky. The fire elf was a little anxious. Master, this morning, a fiery red phoenix appeared out of nowhere. As soon as this fire phoenix arrived on the island, it started to wreak havoc. What? Su Tian frowned, surprised by the sudden fight. A fire phoenix appeared on the floating island, and then began to attack our surroundings. Liao Yuan, follow me to wish He Mo a battle. Su Tian shouted loudly, and then his whole body was bathed in thunder, turning into a lightning arc that forbids to hit the fire phoenix. The fire elf didn't hesitate when he saw this, and the raging flames in his body erupted immediately. Behind him, a huge lotus suddenly appeared. Kill! In the sky, Huo Feng Huang, who felt the killing intent, wanted to evacuate. But He Mo roared, and the dragon flame in his mouth instantly blocked his way. Don't even think about escaping. The black dragon fought with real fire, and its two eye sockets were extremely scarlet. Boom! At this time, Su Tian, who rushed to support, had arrived. It uses palm thunder, and two groups of thunder of different colors between the palms turn into attacks. With just one click, a lot of fire feathers fell off the wings of the fire phoenix instantly. Roar! On the other side, the fire elf has already killed with a long spear. A fiery red lotus blooms at the tip of the gun. In an instant, Huo Fengguang's body was hit hard again. The attacks of the four exploded in the air, instantly distorting the space here, so that it was slightly shattered. Boom! At this time, the fire phoenix was powerless to escape. Under the attack of the three, he was seriously injured in an instant. All of a sudden, like a fiery meteor, it fell heavily to the ground. Boom! The red phoenix fell, instantly smashing the ground into a deep pit. Around the deep pit, a layer of blackened scorched earth appeared. That was caused by the scorched fire feathers of the fire phoenix. The black dragon gathers its breath, ready to deal with the intruder in one go. At this moment, Su Tian made a move to block it. And many more. Let's ask first. When Su Tian landed, a thunder sword flashing with thunder appeared in his hand. Say! Why did you attack us? Huo Fenghuang was seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to fight back. He tweeted and said weakly, I feel that there is extraordinary power here, and I want to occupy this place for cultivation. Did not expect. It actually fell here. Huo Fenghuang felt a little regretful, he thought this was the Black Dragon's territory. So moved the idea of occupation. This Black Dragon gave him the feeling that it had just broken through, so he was sure of defeating the opponent. But I didn't expect it. There are other people on this island. Su Tian frowned slightly after hearing this. You actually want to occupy my territory? Give you a chance to stay in my island. After staying here, you can practice here, but at the same time, you must also contribute to the island. I can spare your life if you want. If you don't want to, eat braised phoenix for lunch today. Su Tian's words left Huo Fenghuang speechless. Looking at it now, if you want to survive, you can only agree to the other party. It is good. I can join you guys. Huo Fenghuang nodded slightly in agreement. In that case, let's sign the contract. Su Tian stretched out his right palm, and slowly landed on Huo Fenghuang's forehead. Then, a lotus flower shape appeared on her forehead. With the signing of the contract, she will not be afraid of Huo Fenghuang's rebellion. The fire phoenix spread its wings and slowly flew out of the deep pit. Her body lost a lot of feathers due to the attack. Looking at it now, it looks like a drowned rat. Now that you have settled in my island, it is necessary for me to treat you? Su Tian got a holy angel to heal him. Afterwards, he turned his head and went to the forest, preparing for another 4-shot burst. Seeing that the trouble had been resolved, the black dragon set sail to the sky again. On the way, the half-dragon man knelt on the ground piously and waited for the arrival of the black dragon. Heilong glanced at it and ignored it. Su Tian came to the forest. After a night of precipitation, random trading can be traded again. Su Tian beamed with joy. The 3 chances last night were very good. I don't know if today's harvest is still so good. Su Tian rubbed his hands together and put in the first berry. This mechanism is to obtain the maximum gain with the minimum return. After the berries were dropped, a blinding white light emerged. Su Tian is familiar with the road, and when Setsuna appeared in a ball of white light, he immediately reached out and grabbed it, and then squeezed it hard. 1000 Manifestation Umbrella, extraordinary item, can be attacked and defended. In the attack state it can emit hundreds of sword lights, in the defense state it can resist the attacks of less than human immortals. Good stuff. Su Tian looked at the umbrella-shaped extraordinary item in his hand, and said excitedly. The Myriad Chance Umbrella is a transcendent item with 2 forms. Can attack and defend. From the side, it is equivalent to obtaining 2 extraordinary weapons. Su Tian was in a good mood, and put him in the floating core. Then, he started the second drawing. Same experience, same routine. Su Tian waited until the white light appeared on Setsuna, and pinched it with his hand again. Wind and Thunder Wings, an advanced skill scroll. A pair of wind and thunder wings can grow on the back after learning, which can break through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Hiss! As expected of an advanced skill scroll. This effect is too bad, right? Su Tian looked at the ancient scroll that appeared in his hand, and his heart was shocked. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn directly. A dazzling thunder flashed, and Su Tian's body twitched suddenly. Then, she felt a huge electric current running around in her body. It flows from the heart to the limbs, and finally gathers behind. What? Su Tian shouted loudly, and 2 purple wings appeared behind his back instantly. One Setsuna, her top is instantly torn by 2 wings. Wind and Thunder Wings. Behind Su Tian, 2 huge wings more than 1 meter long emerged slowly. He slapped it lightly, and instantly a huge gust of wind rushed towards the forest. Suff! As the wings flapped, a weak electric current slowly emerged. Su Tian was shocked and tried to flap his wings. As the wings flap, purple current flows between the feathers. Su Tian feels amazing. It was the first time for him to get wings, but after being provoked, he felt that this was her natural possession. Just like his hands, he can use them as he pleases. She slapped it hard, and then her whole body turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the sky. Call out! A huge wind spread. Su Tian soars in the clouds. At this moment, he finally felt what it meant to be unrestrained and free. In the sky, he can fly wantonly. Except for the white clouds around, there are only gusts of invisible wind. Soon, he found He Mo's figure in the clouds and mist. He Mo was a little shocked when he saw Su Tian. Master, you are. Su Tian smiled slightly and said, let's compare who is faster. Say it. He flapped the wind and thunder wings with all his strength, turned into a flickering arc, and rushed to the distance. Heilong was stunned for a second, then reacted immediately. With a roar, he immediately chased after him. One person and one dragon, soaring freely in the clouds and mist. Down below, the unaware people only felt their hearts vibrate. Because when they looked up, they could only see a huge black shadow passing by quickly in the white cloud. Afterwards, a purple thunder flashed from time to time. Wherever they passed, a huge sonic boom was set off, rumbling in the sky. So cool! Su Tian felt the joy of flying, and said happily. With the wind and thunder wings, it can not only fly into the sky, but its speed has also been greatly improved. This random transaction is really a treasure, and any item is a treasure that is hard to buy. A high-level skill scroll like this would definitely command a sky-high price outside. I hope to get a sky-high price, but there is no market. This kind of treasure is generally not put up for auction. While thinking about it, Su Tian returned to the forest again. At this moment, because of his good mood, he didn't plan to use berries anymore. Su Tian hesitated for a moment, and then threw in a golden fruit date. I have taken so much advantage of you, let me give you back a little bit. Su Tian said, but didn't notice any changes in the random transactions in front of him. A setsuna of golden jujubes under her head, shimmering with golden light randomly. Random transactions have been psychic, and the number of transactions per day is unlimited. The feedback mode of 10 consecutive draws is turned on. 10 consecutive draws can give an additional free opportunity. The more valuable the items invested, the more valuable the feedback items will be. What's the situation? Su Tian was caught off guard by the sudden reminder. Can this also be psychic? Wasn't he forced to stay? At this moment, Su Tian felt a little confused. After a brief moment of daze, Su Tian really recovered his excited mood immediately. Because he thought about it carefully, and immediately realized that he had made a profit. There is no limit to the number of random transactions, and you represent that he can carry out unlimited exchanges in the future. And also turned on the mode of 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws give a free chance. He is simply a bloodbath. The more precious the things mentioned above, the more precious the things you get. Su Tian thinks it's not a big deal. After all, he only threw a golden fruit, and the opponent became psychic. What does this mean? It shows that random trading is very satisfying. Su Tian was overjoyed, and picked up the golden ball of light that just popped out from the ground. Yes. After the psychic, the light group that was traded immediately turned golden. Su Tian pinched it lightly, and the items inside instantly appeared. Binding Immortal Lock demigod level defective items, weapons left over from the ancient war, can bind anyone below the demigod level. Hiss! A demigod item. Su Tian looked at the immortal binding lock in his hand and took a deep breath. What is the concept of demigod? It is equivalent to the pinnacle of this world. In this world, there are probably only a few people who have truly achieved demigods 10,000 years ago. These few people are known as the real longevity without boundaries. Life expectancy is almost as long as the sky. The strength is even more terrifying, and the world can be destroyed with a single gesture. And this bundle of fairy ropes can directly bind people below the demigod level. Still in his bad condition. It's not hard to imagine that at his peak, he might even be able to tie up a god-level person. Such items are real treasures. Su Tian was so excited that he gave a golden fruit date, and the other party returned him such a big gift. It seems that my previous thoughts have to be corrected. Don't take it lightly, take it seriously. Su Tian decided that any good things in the future will be used for lucky draw. There is a reward for giving. Chapter 69. Lucky Draw. Let's get 10 shots into the soul. Su Tian looked at the random transaction in front of him and murmured. Under normal circumstances, there must be a grand prize in 10 consecutive draws. Su Tian rubbed his hands together, and threw in 10 golden dates excitedly. Under his watchful eyes, the random trading shined golden. Then 10 golden light clusters spewed out instantly. Su Tian's eyes lit up, and he caught them one by one, holding a handful. Hey hey hey! Scent! Su Tian smirked and squeezed the first ball of light. Shadow of Puppet, an ancient spell. After using it, a puppet shadow can be connected, which has half the strength of the host, and those below the free and unfettered realm cannot distinguish hypocrisy. Good. Another good thing. Su Tian smiled and put her away in satisfaction. Then, he pinched the second ball of light. But when Setsuna appeared in the second item, he froze. Shadow of Puppet, an ancient spell. After using it, a puppet shadow can be connected, which has half the strength of the host, and those below the free and unfettered realm cannot distinguish hypocrisy. What? What is this scenario? Su Tian stared at the second puppet shadow and was stunned. Why didn't he expect this to happen? Then, he pinched open the third ball of light in astonishment. Shadow of Puppet. Su Tian pinched 9 of them in a row, but all of them turned out to be puppets. Now, Su Tian is not calm anymore. These 10 consecutive draws are poisonous. Why is it all this? Couldn't the 10th one be the shadow of a puppet? With trepidation, Su Tian left the 10th light group. Dragon Altar Blueprint, an ancient special architectural drawing, which can be used to cast a dragon altar. The dragon altar can strengthen the dragon soul and radiate the power of the dragon. Call. Looking at the special blueprint in his hand, Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. The last one is not the shadow of a puppet. Dragon altar. Su Tian looked at the special blueprint in his hand and whispered. This altar can strengthen the dragon soul, which is just used to enhance the strength of Hei Mo. Moreover, this altar can also exert the power of a dragon. If it is built in a half-dragon tribe, wouldn't it kill 2 birds with 1 stone? This also saves me from running over to convey dragon chi every time. Su Tian made up his mind to cast the altar of the dragon in the territory of the half-dragon people. After that, he looked at the random transaction with a weird look. These 10 consecutive draws are too much. Try single draw again. Su Tian threw in the last fruit date, and the fruit dates on his body were completely used up. After returning from the extraordinary world, the consumption of golden fruit dates was the largest. The black jujube tree is not yet mature, so this is used up, and he won't be able to replenish it in a short time. While his thoughts were turning, another golden light ball popped up from the random transaction. Without hesitation, Su Tian squeezed it open directly. Shadow of Puppet. Depend on. Why is this again? Looking at the 10th puppet shadow, Su Tian's face completely darkened. What happened? Is it because his luck is too bad, or is he not doing this anymore? At this moment, Su Tian has some considerations. Could it be that after the random trading psychic, he no longer cares about these things? Su Tian looked at the random transaction in front of him with weird eyes. She didn't take it seriously before, but now it seems that she really needs to be treated well. Otherwise, it will be the same thing every time it is pulled out. After his face stinks, Su Tian won't stay here anymore. Now it's not easy to fool around with random trading. He doesn't like ordinary things. If there is no good treasure, he may not be able to get good things. Therefore, Su Tian doesn't expect too much now. Wait until there is something good to exchange here. Walking out of Xiaolin, he ordered the guards, indicating that they must be strictly guarded and no one else is allowed to enter. Everyone nodded, very rigorous. After Su Tian explained the matter, he spread his wind and thunder wings and flew towards the half-dragon tribe. On the way, he found Hei Mo in the clouds. Su Tian came to the half-dragon tribe with black ink. With the arrival of 1 person and 1 dragon, the entire half-dragon tribe became lively. It's the Dragon Lord and the real dragon coming. When Gilga saw them, he immediately shouted excitedly. All of a sudden, all the half-dragon people put down their work and came to pay their respects. They saw the light in He Mo's eyes, and they were in awe of him like a god. At this moment, Su Tian felt that they valued He Mo more than himself. But he doesn't care, after all they believe in real dragons. Although he has the soul of a real dragon, he is not a real dragon. As a real dragon, He Mo is more noble than him, both in name and in blood. Cough cough. Su Tian coughed and said softly, there are two things here today. First, I will build a dragon altar here with you. The main purpose of the dragon altar is one is to accumulate the dragon soul, and the other is to release the dragon's energy to let you practice. With the dragon altar, your cultivation will be more effective with less effort. Second, He Mo will inhabit the dragon altar from now on. The dragon altar is dedicated to nourishing his dragon soul, and he will also be your administrator. From now on, the half-dragon tribe will be managed by him. Really? As soon as these words came out, all the half-dragon people were excited. Gilga's heart was shaken, and he said excitedly, I will listen to the words of the real dragon in the future. One Setsuna, all half-dragons solemnly utter this sentence. It is their honor that He Mo lives here. They originally believed in the real dragon, and now that their belief has come true, how could they not be excited? He Mo didn't say much, because Su Tian had already arranged everything, he just had to obey. Then, Su Tian found a place with good geomantic omen and built the dragon altar. With the use of special drawings, a phantom of a large altar covering an area of 10 miles slowly emerged. Around the phantom, a faint streamer is emerging. After a while, the dragon altar was successfully built. Around the altar, there are 4 huge dragon-shaped buildings. Each dragon-shaped building exudes an ancient elemental atmosphere. As soon as He Mo came here, he felt the dragon soul in his body trembling slightly. Not only him, even Su Tian felt this way. In his body, the black dragon true spirit is roaring. Su Tian suppressed the palpitations in his heart, and said, the battle is imminent, everyone needs to forge a defense line to improve their strength. With the dragon altar, you must pay close attention to your cultivation. Yes. Everyone was excited and replied respectfully. Su Tian nodded, then spread his wind and thunder wings and flew towards the Tauren tribe. The half-dragon people have already solved it. Su Tian now needs to get the first batch of extraordinary weapons cast by the Tauren. According to estimates, Nihuta should have already built the first batch of extraordinary weapons. After a while, Su Tian arrived at the Tauren tribe. With the wind and thunder wings, even if it is 100 kilometers away, it can be reached within 10 minutes. Landing the Tauren horde. At this time, the Tauren were divided into 3 groups. One group was mining elemental ores, the second group was casting extraordinary weapons, and the third group was only casting the surrounding defense lines. I have to say that the Tauren's plan is indeed better than that of the half-dragon. The arrangement is reasonable and orderly, and the distribution is reasonable. Every Tauren has their own post, except Kata. As the leader of the Tauren, Kata has no job and has been researching those crossbows. Su Tian came here, Kata saw it, immediately gave up researching the Lianu, and came up to wait for orders. Master, what are your orders? Kata said respectfully. Su Tian glanced at it, and said calmly, has the first batch of super tube weapons been cast? All right. Kata replied. After a day of building yesterday, the first batch of extraordinary weapons has a total of 112. These extraordinary weapons are now placed in the warehouse and can be called at any time. For the Tauren side, Su Tian is very satisfied. Their civilization development is very advanced. Using the resources here, the tribe has developed very well. As Kata came to the warehouse, Su Tian quickly saw the first batch of extraordinary weapons. The first batch of extraordinary weapons were all fire swords cast from fire elemental ores. Each one exudes the power of the fire element. Su Tian picked up a handful, and immediately felt the vigorous fire element power coming. With a wave, a bright red flame appeared in the air instantly. Very good. Su Tian praised, then opened the core of the floating island, and took all the extraordinary weapons into it. For the excellent performance of the Tauren, Su Tian decided to reward them. He took out a puppet shadow and handed it to Kata. This is the shadow of a puppet. After using it, a person exactly like you can be copied. The puppet has half of your strength and all of your aura, and ordinary people can't tell the difference. The method of controlling the puppet is also very simple, you only need to move your mind to control it remotely. This puppet is used well, and it can have a great effect. As Su Tian said, he looked out the spell in his hand. Kata looked solemn and said excitedly, "Thank you for the reward, Master, we will definitely work harder to serve Master." Kata's heart was shaken, and he was shocked by the shadow of the puppet. He tried it, and Setsuna, who had lost the spell in his hand, immediately appeared a black shadow on the solace of his feet. The black shadow stood up slowly, and then turned into a Kata-like appearance. Seeing this scene, not only Kata was shocked, but Su Tian was also shocked. Although he knew the function of the puppet shadow, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it for the first time. Because the shadow of the puppet is so realistic. Now if he hadn't branded Kata, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to tell which one is the real person. Kata's heart was shaken, and he said in surprise, "With this, I have a surrogate puppet. And I can command them all while lying in the house." Kata was delighted, and was already trying to control the shadow of the puppet. Su Tian fell into deep thought after hearing his words. This puppet shadow is really easy to use. Not only can it be used to resist assassination, but it can also be sent out to command work. It seems that it is not bad to collect more puppet shadows. At this moment, the depression in Su Tian's heart suddenly disappeared. He is no longer troubled by the 10 consecutive draws. Because even if they are the same, these ancient items are still useful. Any one of them is a priceless treasure. Su Tian made up his mind that this kind of puppet shadow must be given to each of the holy angel and the extraordinary elf. Although the puppet shadow can only reproduce half of their strength is already against the sky. At that time, the combat power on the island will be doubled again. Su Tian turned around, spread his wind and thunder wings and flew back to the island. Chapter 70. Island Center. Su Tian flew in the sky, and saw Leia's figure from afar. He landed. Leia was a little surprised. "Master, when did you get your wings?" "Just." Su Tian smiled slightly and said. Afterwards, he took out the shadow of the puppet and said straight to the point, "Leia, this spell can transform into one of your puppet. The puppet has half your strength and all your breath. Ordinary people can't tell the difference at all. With the shadow of puppet, not only can your combat power be improved, but you will also have a powerful helper. The way to control the puppet is very simple, you only need to move your mind, and he will act according to your instructions." Leia was a little surprised, this was the first time she encountered such an ancient spell. With doubts, he silently used the shadow of the puppet. Then, a black shadow appeared under his feet. The black shadow slowly emerged, and then revealed his appearance. The next moment, Leia met the eyes of this puppet shadow. At this moment, even he himself had some difficulty in distinguishing the authenticity of this puppet. Su Tian chuckled, "With this, your task of managing the floating island will be easier in the future. With a single thought, you can control everything on the island." Hearing this, Leia's eyes lit up instantly. "Yes!" she shouted excitedly, and then controlled the puppet to go out. After a short attempt, he was able to skillfully control the shadow of the puppet. Seeing her like this, Su Tian didn't stay any longer, and was going to find someone else. He spread his wind and thunder wings and prepared to leave. Just before leaving, Leia followed. Su Tian turned his head and looked at her with some doubts. What's wrong? Is there anything else? No. Leia smiled lightly, and said, there is actually a shadow of a puppet, so I should spend more time with the master in the future. Su Tian, what's the situation? Su Tian was a little confused and didn't understand what the other party meant. But the next moment, Leia explained it with actions. She has been following Su Tian, saying that he will go wherever he goes. Including sleeping too. Su Tian was flattered. After all, in his eyes, Leia was a cold goddess, an angel who killed people without blinking an eye. How did he turn into a good girl here? After a while of thoughts, the two had already arrived under the elemental god tree. At this time, the fire elves and earth elves are feeling the power of the elements. After sensing Su Tian's breath, both of them opened their eyes together. Owner. The two stood up, looking at the Fenglay wings behind Su Tian in surprise. This is... Su Tian smiled lightly and explained, these are the wings that were refined this morning. As expected of the master, you can even get this kind of thing. The fire elf was surprised, he could sense the two elemental powers attached to Fenglay's wings. Liao Yuan, Xingtu, this is the shadow of the puppet. Su Tian took out the spell and explained her intentions to everyone. After half an hour. After understanding the usefulness of the puppet shadow, the two used the spell without hesitation. Then, under the gaze of everyone, another fire elf and earth elf slowly emerged. After realizing for a while, after confirming that the puppet in front of him was of the same origin as himself, the fire elf was completely excited. Great! With this puppet, my progress in comprehending the fire element will be doubled. Su Tian. Can this puppet shadow be used in this way? Su Tian was a little puzzled. The fire elves were overjoyed and said that they were slow to taste and comprehend the power of the elements, and with the blessing of the puppet shadow, they were equivalent to one more person comprehending. This is equivalent to doubling the speed of their perception. Hearing this, the earth elves who had just reacted were also excited. Yes. So, indeed. The fire elf looked excited, and discussed with the earth elf how to perceive it. Su Tian is a little surprised now. This small puppet shadow can be discovered by them so many functions. Feeling the arrival of the new elves, the power of the fire element and the power of the earth element of the element god tree will increase by 50%, and the perception of fire and earth will increase by 20%. Just when Su Tian was puzzled, a reminder popped up in front of him. Good guy. Even the elemental god tree couldn't distinguish the shadow of this puppet. Su Tian sighed, this puppet shadow is indeed powerful. Then, the elemental god tree began to sway, and its surroundings exuded strong fire and earth element power. One Setsuna, two forces instantly fell on the fire elves and the earth elves. Not only that, at this moment they can feel that their perception seems to be improving very fast. Xingtu, sit down and feel the power. The fire elf gave a reminder, and then summoned his puppet shadow to feel the power of fire together. Seeing this scene, Su Tian left silently with great interest. Master, where did these things come from? Looking at this magical and weird puppet shadow, Leia couldn't help asking. Regarding her, Su Tian didn't intend to hide it either. Holy angels and paranormal elves are loyal. So for them, Su Tian will not be on guard. He said slowly, this is from the random transaction. Random trading is an ancient void filled with magical stuff. As long as you give something, this void will return the item. In the past, the principle of random trading was to adopt the luck mode. It's just that now that it is psychic, she doesn't like ordinary items anymore. Su Tian talked about his doubts. Leia's eyes lit up after hearing this. Master, so we have a logistics supply station. With random transactions, don't we have many inexhaustible items in the future? You see, although there are many puppet shadows, the effect is easy to use. If possible, we'd better develop it to everyone. It's just that if other people want to get it, they have to buy it in the form of points. Didn't we plan to build a points store before? With these now, doesn't it just meet our needs? If the points store develops well, it will become the driving force for the development of the entire island in the future. You must know that the development of a world is formed around the trading system. With the development of the integral form, then the island will deduce many situations. Some honest people will use the most common methods to earn points and buy what they need. Such people are generally called the working class. And driven by the points, there will also be some smart people on the island. They will form their own forces through various forms. This was known in the old world as a conglomerate or a corporation. Then they will use various methods to earn points. Such people are called capitalists. Of course, in addition to these two types of people, there will also be a third type. This third category is existence like Su Tian. They are in charge of their own territory, they don't need to do anything, they only need to pay taxes to collect points. Therefore, once the points system is formed, the island will enter a stage of rapid development. Leia was overjoyed. Through random transactions, they could quickly accumulate items in the points store. The points store initially needs to satisfy several types of items. Based on the necessities of everyone's life, it is divided into several categories, such as clothing, food and drink, housing and transportation, and spiritual practice. There is no need to be too complicated in the early stage, as long as these types can be satisfied. In the back, wait for the rapid development and accumulation of resources on the island. You can slowly meet people's various needs. After hearing this, Su Tian nodded silently. Leia is really thoughtful in this regard. It took a long time before this plan could be realized. But now, with the advent of random deals, they can implement this plan in the near future. At that time, the civilization among the tribes on the island will develop rapidly. Su Tian decided that this point system can be implemented after the expansion of the other 6 regions is completed. Today is the 23rd. There are still 7 days until the floating island assessment. There are still 6 areas that have not been expanded yet. During this time, Su Tian must occupy quickly. And if possible, make it a few days in advance. In this way, other newly conquered tribes will have time to prepare. As for point store and random trading, Su Tian thinks that Leia can take charge of it. In this regard, he has a detailed plan. Su Tian explained that he is going to expand the third domain. Before that, they need to go to the woods. When they came to Xiaolin, Su Tian introduced Leia about the security situation here. There are 10 people in total, guarding from 5 directions respectively. Su Tian explained that Leia will be the new manager here from now on. Afterwards, the two stepped into the forest and came to the front of the immediate transaction. Looking at this void, Leia narrowed her eyes slightly. As a holy angel, he could feel a soul substance emanating from this void. Su Tian knew that this should have something to do with him being psychic. After some explanation, the two of them unanimously decided to use some ordinary items to accumulate a batch of extraordinary things first. Regardless of the item being traded? As long as it's more expensive than what they paid, they've earned it. As for those god-level and demigod-level weapons, just keep them for yourself. This kind of baby is worth too much. Never reveal it easily. If once they walk into the wind, then what greets them will be a catastrophe. I am afraid that other island owners will snatch such items after hearing the news. So no matter what, such items must block all information. Leia is the helm of the island, so Su Tian is very relieved to entrust these matters to him. As for the next step, he will also slowly train Zhao Hao to become the top leader on the island. When the time comes to lead the troops to fight, the command of the army will be handed over to him. Su Tian thought, it's time to give some resources to Zhao Hao. As the general on the island, if he is not strong enough, he will definitely not be able to convince the crowd. Each tribe now has its own lord. They are scattered outside the island, equivalent to affiliated countries. The battle strength of the floating island mainly depends on them. As human beings, they have the opportunity to enter the extraordinary realm and become truly strong. Although the extraordinary aura on the island is thin, it has grown and improved with the continuous development of the island. In the future, the field they set foot in will be more profound. So each of them will have the opportunity to step into the extraordinary in the future. So during this time, Su Tian needs to open resources to Zhao Hao, so that his strength can be improved first. Chapter 71. Training Place. The southern part of the inner island is regarded as a training place for the army because of its Geniki status. Zhao Hao at this time, train them now. The speed of the sword should be faster, the horse's gait must be steady, and the rear plate should not lose weight. The waist needs to be strong, and the body needs to be coordinated. Zhao Hao shuttled through the crowd, guiding one by one. Su Tian looked at it for a while, and felt that Zhao Hao really had a lot of experience in this regard. Under his tutelage, some improved movement strength increased significantly. "Old Zhao, come here." Su Tian waved and spoke. Hearing the words, Zhao Hao turned his head suddenly, and then walked all the way to him. "Master, what are your orders?" Su Tian smiled lightly, and praised, "Not bad. Under your leadership these days, they have made great progress." Master Miao praised, "This is what I should do." Zhao Hao grinned and said modestly. Su Tian didn't go around the bush, and went straight to the point. "Old Zhao, you were also an extraordinary person before, and you will not be indifferent to the extraordinary. Now you are the general of the army, so I decided to give you some resources to make your strength go further." Zhao Hao was shocked, but also a little excited. "Master, I am too precious, right?" Zhao Hao was a little embarrassed, and said coyly. Su Tian burst out laughing. "What's so embarrassing about that? I promised before that anything is possible on my island. Now you are the general of the three armies, and the heavy responsibility of guarding the floating island will be entrusted to you in the future. Cultivating you now is also for planning in the future. Besides, as the general of the island, you will represent the entire floating island in future battles. So, it's necessary to improve your strength. Later, we will go to capture another area. In the evening, I will take a few extraordinary fruits to improve your strength." "Master, extraordinary fruits are too precious. I can't afford it." Zhao Hao was flattered. He also knows the value of extraordinary fruits. At the beginning, he was seriously injured in order to obtain an extraordinary fruit, which made him look like that. As soon as Su Tian opened his mouth, there were a few extraordinary fruits, which made him somewhat ashamed. "All right. I've already decided, so don't shirk it anymore. If you really feel embarrassed to take it, then use actions to pay back. The protection of the island will be handed over to you in the future, don't let me down." Su Tian opened his mouth and said earnestly. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely not disappoint your cultivation." Zhao Hao said solemnly. "It is good. You distribute this batch of weapons first." As Su Tian said, he hammered lightly with his hand, and then more than 100 extraordinary weapons appeared instantly. Looking at the fiery red extraordinary weapon, Zhao Hao was instantly shocked. This is an extraordinary weapon. Still so much?" Seeing the mountains of extraordinary weapons, Zhao Hao could barely speak clearly. "This is the first batch of extraordinary weapons, and another batch will be sent every day in the future. Before the floating island assessment comes, each of you will get an extraordinary weapon." "Hiss!" Zhao Hao gasped, his heart was shocked. The speed of Su Tian Island's development is really too fast. As someone who has experienced it, Zhao Hao naturally knows the hardships of the initial stage of development. In the initial stage, the tool production efficiency of everything is low. If you want to develop, you must work hard. Not only that, but it is also invaded by monsters every night. In this case, the initial stage is generally very slow development. But since coming to the island, Zhao Hao felt as if he had opened up a new world. In the past few days, he has gotten to know some areas on the island. This floating island is very weird, and the efficiency of mining and production is extremely fast. The mining efficiency of eternal iron in one day is equivalent to his previous year. And Lin Tian's growth rate is even more once a week. But what is more shocking is not these, but the combat power division on the island. There are actually 2 extraordinary elves on this island. He knows the preciousness of extraordinary elves. Among the 1,000 island owners, I am afraid that only one person can obtain the extraordinary elf. On Su Tian's side, 2 extraordinary elves immediately surrendered to him. Not only that, there are 2 holy angels. He doesn't know much about holy angels. But after seeing their shots, Zhao Hao could feel their extraordinariness. Attacking the half-dragon and dragon tribe that day, the holy angels spread their wings and charged into the crowd. It's like killing a god and descending into the world, unrivaled. Not only are they powerful, but their resilience is even more amazing. Many people who were seriously injured that day recovered overnight under their treatment. Such a holy angel might not be inferior to an extraordinary elf in status. And in the past few days, he can still see a huge black dragon in the sky. There is no doubt that this black dragon must also be a member of the island. Otherwise, if the black dragon appeared in the area of the island, it might have been hunted down by Su Tian's men long ago. Looking at this mythical floating island, Zhao Hao felt that he was following the right person. Su Tian's strength is amazing, and he treats people very kindly. He is different from other island owners, he will not look down on these slaves. On the contrary, they will take good care of them. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao couldn't help but feel a sore nose. In this era where everyone is on their own, it is really rare to see such a good person. Su Tian is a little confused. What happened? You were fine just now, why did you suddenly become hypocritical? Looking at the iron-blooded man in front of him, with slightly red eyes, Su Tian was completely stunned. She didn't cry when she was betrayed by her friends, and she didn't cry when she was treated like a slave. But now, he was a little emotional. Su Tian was terrified, isn't it just a batch of extraordinary weapons? As for this? Zhao Hao adjusted his mood and said heavily. Master, don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint your high expectations. In the future, the island will be the island. Zhao Hao made a poisonous oath, promising to protect the floating island and shed the last drop of blood. Su Tian gave a wry smile and patted his shoulder. Old Zhao, I understand. Zhao Hao nodded, and then called everyone to distribute extraordinary weapons. Facing the crowd, he shouted loudly. Brothers, the master thinks highly of us and equips us with extraordinary weapons. Presumably everyone is aware of the value of these extraordinary weapons. It is our honor that the owner is willing to distribute them to us. And as soldiers on the island, we must not live up to this honor. So from now on, you all have to train hard and repay the master with actions. Yes. Everyone shouted loudly and replied loudly. Good. This is the first batch of extraordinary weapons, and there will be a batch of extraordinary weapons arriving every day. Divided according to level, each team leader will come up first to receive one, and the rest will be distributed equally to each team. Don't worry everyone, in a few days, everyone will be assigned extraordinary weapons. Yes. After the words fell, a group of small captains came up first. They looked excited, picked up the fire sword on the ground, and instantly felt a vigorous force. The power of the fire element flows from the palm of their hands like their bodies. Let them increase their strength and look excited. Someone waved it, and a fiery red light immediately appeared in the air. This scene directly shocked everyone behind him. After distributing extraordinary weapons, Zhao Hao led them to attack the third area. This time, Su Tian didn't call the extraordinary elves and holy angels, they went together. Because the fire elves and earth elves are feeling the power of the elements at this time. and the two holy angels also have the same jobs that belong to them. As for this expedition, Su Tian is also sure. After 2 regional expansions, he also has some understanding of these tribes. As long as the tribal leader is dealt with, everything will be fine. Even if you encounter a tribe like the half-dragon people who would rather die than surrender, they are not afraid. Because now, they already have more than 100 extraordinary weapons. With extraordinary weapons, their strength will be greatly improved. So this time, even without calling other people, Su Tian is sure to succeed in capturing it. I hope this time it won't be like the last time, it ended before the fight. Yet, I just got the extraordinary weapon here, and I want to try it out. You guys are stupid. Wouldn't it be better if you could occupy it without using your hands? This will save you from rebuilding it later. Behind the army, some people who had received extraordinary weapons were whispering. Because of the extraordinary weapons, they are eager to fight. Zhao Hao walked ahead and scolded. Everyone be quiet. Following the actions of the crowd, they soon reached the third area. This time, Su Tian and Zhao Hao led the army directly into the fog. After 2 expansions, they are no longer afraid of these fogs. As soon as everyone stepped here, the surrounding fog quickly dissipated. Holding the fire sword in his hand, Zhao Hao walked forward vigilantly. After everyone had crossed 5 kilometers, a tribe finally appeared in the fog ahead. The army pressed forward, and the tribe hiding in the mist gradually showed its prototype. This is a high civilization like the Tauran tribe. With a glance, Su Tian saw several windmills turning. Not only that, but there are some food grown in good fields ahead. Su Tian is a little curious, what kind of person can create these things? As they stepped in, Su Tian quickly met the tribe's group. Great Ape Man, aboriginal creature with sensitive speed and high IQ. Su Tian understood, no wonder the civilization here developed so advanced. It turns out that the creatures here turned out to be the ancestors of human beings, the apes. It's just that these apes are different. They are tall, and each one reaches about 2 meters. From the outside, they are tall, and each one is the king of the jungle. Chapter 72. Ape, call out your leader. With a loud roar, Su Tian immediately attracted the attention of all the apes. Upon discovering the intruder, the apes were stunned for a second or two, and then instantly expressed hostility. Squeak! Roar! A group of apes took up arms and stood ready. Seeing this scene, Su Tian frowned slightly. He raised his hand slightly, and the people behind him immediately raised their weapons, ready to attack. Call out! Zhao Hao swung his sword, and the fiery red sword light instantly tore through the air, and slashed in front of the ape. The frightened ape backed away instantly. Zhao Hao said, "My master said, ask your leaders to come out and speak. If you don't come out again, I will be bloodbathed, you tribe." Zhao Hao opened his mouth to threaten, and took a step forward. Behind him, a group of people followed his steps and stepped out together. The orderly steps shocked the apes in front of them. At this moment, an ape stood up and spoke. "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming here?" Su Tian looked at it coldly and ignored it. Zhao Hao glanced at it, and said indifferently, "My master has said, ask your leaders to come out and speak. It's been 20 seconds. If you don't come out again, I will bloodbath your tribe." Zhao Hao's forceful speech made the ape in front of him frown slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then rushed to the rear. Su Tian knows that he must be strong when dealing with them. Wait for the leader of the opponent to come out later, everything will be easy to talk about. If they agreed to surrender, it would naturally avoid a bloody storm. If they don't agree, then Su Tian will seize the leader of the other party in an instant with the momentum of thunder. After a few breaths, a big golden ape slowly approached from the front. He glanced at everyone, and then made a mighty voice. "Who are you? What do you want to do here?" When Su Tian saw the leader of the other party coming out, he didn't go around and said straight to the point. This area has been expanded by us. From now on, I want you to submit to me. What? This is impossible. This is no man's land, we've lived here for hundreds of years, and we've never heard of anyone else. Although I don't know where you come from, it is absolutely impossible for us to surrender. The golden ape was furious, and directly rejected Su Tian's words. He has been the leader of this place for decades. It is absolutely impossible to just give up like this. Then fight. Seeing the opponent's reluctance, Su Tian didn't hesitate, and launched an attack directly. One Setsuna, he turned into an arc and approached the opponent instantly. In the rear, Zhao Hao led their attack directly. The ape was a little dazed, obviously not expecting such a decisive fight from Su Tian. Boom! Su Tian appeared in front of the golden ape in an instant, and then punched him down, knocking him flying dozens of meters away. This scene directly stunned the surrounding apes on the spot. Before they could be more shocked, Zhao Hao from behind had already led the crowd to kill them. Su Tian burst out with murderous intent, and the terrifying murderous aura enveloped the crowd. At this moment, they were shivering like falling into an ice cellar. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't agree again, there will be a bloodbath. The powerful attack shocked all the apes. At this moment, all the apes were no longer angry with these invaders. They looked at the person in front of them with only infinite fear in their hearts. The golden ape slowly got up from the ground, he staggered and panicked. As the leader of the tribe, he is the strongest in the tribe. But in front of this person, he didn't even have the speed to react. During the Setsuna just now, he only heard a burst of wind in his ears. Then, a huge fist came one after another. He didn't even see the other party's figure clearly, and was thrown flying more than 10 meters away. This terrifying strength made him feel chills in his heart. How about it? Have you considered it? If you don't surrender, you will have to wash your hands with blood. Su Tian's cold words spread around. At this moment, all the apes' bodies were too stiff to move. Of course, if some of you are willing to surrender, you can also avoid death. When the time comes, when I kill him, I will support you as the new leader. Su Tian's words instantly moved the hearts of many apes present. They have high IQs, no different from humans. In their worldview, there is no such unswerving faith. They are smart people, and smart people make the right choices. So after Su Tian said this, some apes had already started to slowly calculate. If the golden giant ape really refuses to surrender, then they will immediately jump out to express their opinion. After a brief silence, the golden giant ape suddenly knelt down and buckled to the ground. I am willing to surrender. As a leader, as a wise man, he knew he had no choice. If he stubbornly resists, he must be greeted by death. He also knew that other people in the tribe would never fight him to the end. So instead of resisting, it is better to surrender. With the statement of the golden giant ape, the other apes also knelt down and surrendered. Seeing this, Su Tian showed a smile. Very good. You are all smart people. Believe me, surrendering to me is the most correct choice you have ever made in your life. Now, you go gather all the personnel to come and conclude the contract. Su Tian looked at the golden giant ape and ordered. Yes. The golden giant ape did not resist, he shouted, and other apes scattered around gathered here one after another. After all the people arrived, Su Tian got a general idea of the tribe's personnel situation. There are more than 500 people, the number is not large, but the scale of development is very rapid. A lotus flower appeared in the palm of Su Tian, a golden light emerged, and then a careful lotus flower appeared on the foreheads of everyone. After concluding the contract, Su Tian is no longer afraid of their resistance. It's all gone. Su Tian said something, and then left with the golden giant ape. On Zhao Hao's side, seeing that the ape had surrendered, he simply took the rest of the people back. Some people are a little emotional. The island owner's strength is really too strong. Every time we don't make a move, the fight is over. Such invincible days are really too lonely. Yet, I still want to try it, the weapon I just got. On Su Tian's side, it brought the golden giant ape to the periphery, and then checked the situation here. What's your name? Su Tian asked. Gaku. The golden giant ape answered. Su Tian. This name, who gave you this name? Su Tian was a little surprised, the other party actually called Wukong? My parents took it. The golden giant ape replied, casually speaking. Su Tian was shocked inside, is this a coincidence? Discarding the doubts in his heart, Su Tian started to get down to business. How long has your tribe developed here, and what state has it reached? Wukong thought for a while, then replied. Our tribe has lived here for more than 300 years. Now the tribe lives and works in peace and contentment, and the development is not bad. Su Tian nodded, he did see it too. The tribe of apes is making great progress. There are windmills, rice fields, and some original supplies. From the current point of view, the biggest disadvantage is that it has no combat power. Su Tian thought about it, or teach them how to forge weapons. These apes have high IQs, and they can learn them with just a few clicks. When they have weapons, their combat power will naturally increase. Wukong, your tribe is developing really well. But there is a fatal flaw among you. That is the lack of combat power. Because your previous living conditions here were indifferent to the world. So I don't care about the fighting. But now, and even in the future, your tribe will inevitably participate in the war. In order to improve your combat power, I will send some people to teach you combat skills and how to make weapons. You are all wise men and should understand the benefits of this. We understand. Wukong nodded and replied. Judging from the battle just now, they have already deeply understood the pain of being weak. Without strength, one can only be slaughtered and surrendered. But now that they have surrendered to Su Tian, you can't go back on your word. Su Tian found some Tauren and half-dragon people to teach them. In terms of weapon casting, the Tauren are very experienced. They are keen on forging weapons, so they have mastered many skills. As for the half-dragon people, they were brought in to teach them fighting skills. At present, the half-dragon people are the most powerful among these tribes. Su Tian only suffered casualties when he attacked the half-dragon tribe. From this point of view, it can bring out the strength of the half-dragon people. As for the people of the two other tribes, the ape side welcomes them. Wukong asked the youngest group of people in the tribe to come and study. On the ape side, except for the lack of combat power, everything else is very good. So after solving these matters, Su Tian also returned to the inner island. After returning, Su Tian came directly to the medicine field. As I said before, when the battle is over, he will give Zhao Hao a few extraordinary fruits to improve his strength. Outside the medicine field, a white cloud and mist floated, blocking the void. Su Tian took a look, and then began to summon the colorful deer back. Since the last time they teleported to the human world, the colorful deer hasn't come back. He summoned several times in the middle, but was rejected by the colorful deer. Yes. For some unknown reason, the colorful divine deer could refuse to summon him. But if Su Tian really called forcibly, then she couldn't refuse. At that time, it was not used on the island, so Su Tian didn't care about it. It can't work now, he needs the colorful deer to open the medicine field. So whatever you say today, get it back. Call. Su Tian began to summon, and the power in his body began to rush into the void. Then, as before, the other party refused the call. Su Tian's heart froze, he gathered his strength directly, and forcibly summoned the other party over. A burst of light flickered, and a colorful deer in a swimsuit appeared in front of several days. Gan. What's the matter with you? My uncle just started the beach party, and you summoned me back. Are you trying to find fault? The colorful deer who was forcibly recalled was very upset. She's wearing a bathing suit, with a pair of sunglasses on the right corner, and she looks hilarious. You, what kind of dress is this? Su Tian was a little dazed. I haven't seen you in just a few days, and the colorful deer is so good. Humph. What do you know, kid? This is called a trend. The Caucasian Lu snorted coldly, raised its antlers, very proudly. Su Tian also stopped bickering with him, and directly explained his purpose. I need you to open the medicine field and go in to pick 2 extraordinary fruits. It's just such a trivial matter that actually disturbed my uncle's beach party. It's really unreasonable. Caucasian Lu complained a little, and opened the surrounding protection. Chapter 73. Medicine Field. After several days of cultivation, these extraordinary fruits have taken root in the earth. As soon as he stepped here, Su Tian felt a strong extraordinary atmosphere lingering. Not only that, all kinds of extraordinary fruits also exude brilliant light. Su Tian looked at it, and the 7-color light was flickering. Before coming to the black jujube tree, this extraordinary fruit tree, the largest in size, has taken root here at this time, and some small fruits have already grown. Su Tian is very satisfied with this jujube tree. Because it not only works amazingly well, but also produces a huge amount. Hundreds of golden jujubes can be produced at one time. Su Tian wandered around and picked 2 extraordinary fruits of the fire element. Because Zhao Hao is an extraordinary ability user of the fire element, so these 2 fire energy extraordinary fruits are of great use to him. Brother Lu, thank you very much. Su Tian thanked, and then slowly walked out of the medicine field. The colorful divine deer released the colorful divine light to hide the medicine field. Okay, my uncle has already completed the task for you. Now send me back quickly. No beach party is happy without me. Hearing this, Su Tian was speechless for a moment. He never thought that a 7-colored divine deer would do so well in the human world. It's all beach party time. Sighing helplessly, Su Tian still opened the teleportation for him. The 7-colored divine deer screamed excitedly, and was teleported away by the golden light. Su Tian didn't care about him, since he likes the human world, let him play more. Coming to the barracks, Su Tian found Zhao Hao's residence. At this moment, Zhao Hao is practicing silently. Although the extraordinary aura on the island is not strong, it is better than nothing, and he can grow a lot by practicing in this state. Seeing Su Tian coming, Zhao Hao hastily left his practice state. Owner. Su Tian nodded slightly, and asked, how far are you from breaking through level 6 now? Zhao Hao pondered for a while, and then said, according to this progress, it should be able to break through the 6th level in half a year. Su Tian shook his head upon hearing this. No. This speed is too slow. You have absorbed these 2 extraordinary fruits, it is best to break through to the 7th level. As Su Tian said, a fiery red maple leaf and a bright red fruit appeared in his hand. Zhao Hao inhaled, his eyes lit up. These 2 extraordinary fruits exude a strong fire element power. After absorbing these 2, it is more than enough to break through to the 7th level, and it is possible to sprint to the 8th level. Zhao Hao hesitated. These 2 extraordinary fruits are really too precious. Put it on the outside auction, at least the price is sky high. Su Tian actually gave him these 2 extraordinary fruits directly. See him still hesitating, Su Tian urged. Hurry up and absorb it. I've said everything I should have said in the morning. If you really want to repay me, then guard the island well. Yes. Hearing what he said, Zhao Hao was no longer hypocritical. He nodded heavily, then stretched out his hand and took the 2 extraordinary fruits into his mouth at the same time. The moment she entered her belly, a hot flame power instantly filled her body. Zhao Hao let out a roar, and his whole body was ignited with raging flames. Su Tian took a step back, frowning slightly. Zhao Hao was a little too hasty. He absorbed two extraordinary fruits at the same time, and the vigorous fire elemental power flowed in her body. The power of fire was violent in the first place, and now Zhao Hao's whole body was in flames, so I'm afraid it would be very uncomfortable. Roar! With a roar, Zhao Hao instantly formed a pillar of fire in his body, breaking through the sky. In an instant, a huge pillar of fire broke through the roof, illuminating the entire darkness. Outside the barracks, people who felt the movement came out to watch. What happened? Look, this pillar of fire seems to be coming from the boss side. What's the situation? Go and have a look. Around the barracks, some uninformed people whispered. Some courageous people slowly approached here. Su Tian shouted. Don't come here, Zhao Hao is breaking through. Now his situation is a bit out of control, if you get too close, you may be accidentally injured. Hearing this, some people who originally wanted to get close to watch, instantly dismissed the idea. They stood in the distance, silently feeling the violent power. Zhao Hao's swallowing power was too powerful. So it will cause such a terrifying vision. As time goes by little, Zhao Hao also consumed more than half of his extraordinary power. His level has soared. Go directly to the 7th level to reach the later stage. There is only one step away from the 8th level / It has to be said that the effect of the extraordinary fruit is indeed powerful. The flames were extinguished slowly, and Zhao Hao revealed his original appearance. He looked excited and said excitedly. Master, I broke through. Su Tian glanced at him, and then reminded. Cough cough cough. Old Zhao, you should go back and put on a pair of pants first. In the process of breaking through just now, the fierce flames directly burned all the clothes on her body. Now that the flames faded, Zhao Hao appeared naked in front of everyone. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Zhao Hao felt chilly down there. After being reminded by Su Tian, he immediately discovered the reason. He froze for a moment, then ran back to find a pair of pants and put them on. A moment later, Zhao Hao, who put on his pants, was a little embarrassed. The embarrassing side just now was actually seen by others. This made his old face blush. Su Tian didn't pay much attention to what happened just now. Now that Zhao Hao's level has broken through, he can rest assured that he will be able to defend against monster invasions in the future. Master, don't worry, I will definitely live up to my entrustment. Zhao Hao has a confident face. His current level has broken through level 7, and his strength has increased a lot. In the initial stage, this is absolutely invincible. Back when he was level 5, he could beat all the invincible players in the world. Let alone now? Seeing that he was so confident, Su Tian didn't say any more. After finishing the matter here, Su Tian started wandering around the island. Su Tian hasn't seen them for a long time since the Sky Demon Sword and the Zijin Bao have been psychic. The extraordinary weapon after psychic has evolved into a sword spirit. They once found Su Tian and said they were going to challenge the Demon King. Now so many days have passed, and no news has come. This made Su Tian not only a little worried. Just as Su Tian was thinking, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a gleam of light appeared. Looking up, the densely packed fireflies in the sky are emitting green light. Su Tian was a little shocked. At the moment he was in a forest. The light of the fireflies makes the forest here more artistic. What happened? There were fireflies this morning. Su Tian was a little surprised. He had been on this island for more than 20 days, and this was the first time he saw groups of fireflies. At this moment, a firefly king twice the size of other fireflies appeared in his palm. Firefly king, extraordinary creature. Feeling the strong extraordinary atmosphere here, the Firefly King decided to stay here. Su Tian was shocked. Was the other party making a request to him? After a second or two of silence, Su Tian nodded slightly. It seemed that he felt the other party's heart, and the Firefly King was very happy. It flew into the air, blooming even more brilliant light. In order to show his sincerity, the Firefly King exudes the breath of life. Nurtured by the breath of life, the growth speed here is increased by 10%. Su Tian was surprised that the king of fireflies could nourish the growth of plants. In other words, wouldn't it be possible to arrange them in the medicine field to nourish the growth of extraordinary plants? Coupled with the strong extraordinary aura there, the Firefly King would definitely not refuse. Su Tian opened his mouth and communicated with extraordinary power. For a moment, the Firebug King, who sensed what the other party meant, was a little surprised. He fell slowly and landed in Su Tian's palm. Firefly King is very happy, he agreed to your request. Su Tian smiled slightly, looked at the distant sky, and had no choice but to summon the colorful deer back again. Puppet call. With a thought in Su Tian's mind, a force of space pierces through the world and is summoning the colorful deer to return. On the other side, the colorful deer who were having a carnival on the beach strongly resisted. At this point the party is going on, the most critical moment. The colorful deer vowed to resist. It's a pity that he signed the contract, and a space force emerged. The colorful deer was swallowed directly, and then appeared in front of Su Tian's eyes. I said, what's the matter with you? My beach party is in the crunch time, can you guys do things? Kake Shenluo complained and muttered. Su Tian apologized and said with a broken smile. I'm sorry, brother Lu. I really have something to trouble you. Please open the medicine field again, and I will settle it for them. The colorful god deer took a look at the fireflies flying all over the sky, and was a little surprised. Where did these come from? There is also the firefly leader, who seems to be a supernatural creature. Su Tian didn't explain, just told him to open the medicine field quickly. Colorful Shenluo has some complaints, I have been tossed twice by you. After this time, if you disturb my beach party again, I will seal your medicine field. Yes, yes, yes. Su Tian dare not refute, agrees. Soon, a group of sparkling fireflies migrated to the medicine field. As soon as they stepped into this place, the group of fireflies felt a strong extraordinary atmosphere. Firefly Wan showed sincerity. The Firefly King expressed his gratitude and led the group to radiate the breath of life. Here is nourished by the breath of life, and the growth speed of plants is increased by 20%. Great! Su Tian laughed loudly, there is a swarm of glowing fire bugs here. Soon there will be another batch of extraordinary fruits ripening. On the other side, the colorful deer looked at the Fireworm King strangely. This thing actually exudes the breath of life. He is no stranger to the breath of life. He had encountered a huge bird in the extraordinary world before. That bird had helped him. Kake Shenluo remembered that the bird also exuded the breath of life. Wherever it passes, everything recovers. It soars in the sky, and there are hundreds of birds following it. When we first met, the colorful deer could never forget the shocking scene. A golden giant bird, followed by birds of various colors. Kake Shenluo thought, will this Firefly King evolve into that in the future? Chapter 74. Late at night. The silent night sky was illuminated by a flash of light. At this moment, there are not only extraordinary fruits of various colors emitting light in the medicine field. And there are once absolute fireflies, exuding faint candle light. This scene looks extremely dreamy. It is as dazzling as a fairyland on earth. The colorful deer was interested, and he felt that the atmosphere at the moment was abnormal. Human, do you think I'll make a 7-color light outside and have a party inside? Wouldn't it be interesting? When the time comes, there will be some exciting music on the whole, it will feel so cool. Su Tian was a little shocked after hearing this. That said, isn't it FGK-TV? Su Tian was horrified, this colorful divine deer was smart enough to even think of this kind of thing. Isn't the world before now just KTV? Su Tian gave a thumbs up. Good for you. The colorful deer thought about it more and more, and couldn't wait to rush back and try it out. Su Tian didn't bother him anymore, and teleported away after exiting the medicine field. Before leaving, the colorful god deer warned me in every possible way. Next time there is nothing important, just stop bothering yourself. Su Tian promised again and again, but when he turned his head, he put the matter behind him. Back to the castle. Lin Jun has been waiting in the room for a long time. According to Su Tian's request, she changed into a special maid outfit. Su Tian feels the effect is good. All the other maids in the castle are replaced, and the effect will definitely be doubled. Master, lie down and let me serve you. After these 2 days, Lin Jun has become very sensible, coming to his room every night to comfort him to sleep. Su Tian smiled lightly, and lay down on her black silk slowly. Su Tian sighed lewdly, very satisfied with the texture of the black silk. This black silk is made of ice silk, the effect is smooth and cool. Comfortable. Su Tian was lying on the thigh pad, feeling extremely happy. Lin Jun stretched out her jaded hands, and slowly stretched them on both sides of her forehead. Lin Jun's technique is sophisticated, making it easy for people to relax. On the other hand, Leixin hasn't seen Su Tian for a few days and misses him very much. She came from the door with some resentment. Master, you don't ask me to do this kind of thing. Su Tian smiled lightly, jumped up with both legs, and slowly covered her legs. Then give me a pinch. It is good. Leixin smiled slightly, and then gently pinched her leg. Su Tian has a feeling. At this moment, what did he feel called a winner in life? It feels so good to have a holy angel pinch your legs. Under the delicate massage of the two, Su Tian quickly relaxed and fell asleep. Overnight. That night, Su Tian slept soundly and sweetly. There is no other reason, the way the two women are doing is really comfortable. Su Tian ordered the two of them to come to their room on time every night. The two were very happy and nodded excitedly. Walk out the door. Su Tian saw it from a distance, and Leia was flying towards this side. He was a little puzzled, shouldn't Leia be on the side of random trading? Looking for him in such a hurry, could something have happened? As his thoughts turned, Leia had landed in front of him. Su Tian asked. What's wrong, what happened to Fa? Leia was a little excited and said excitedly. Master, a real treasure has been traded, come and see. Su Tian was shocked in his heart, the thing that can make a holy angel so excited is definitely a treasure. Without too much hesitation, Su Tian spread his wind and thunder wings and chased after him directly. Not long after. Under the extreme speed of the two, they quickly reached the woodland. As soon as he stepped into the forest, Su Tian saw a huge monster. White tiger stone statue, an ancient beast with the ability to guard the island, it can guard one side. Hiss! White tiger stone statue. Su Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and carefully looked at the stone statue in front of him. The stone statue is extremely huge, more than 10 meters high. At first glance, there is a terrifying coercion. Leia explained, he can see some energy matter clearly. Around this stone statue, he saw an unusual force. This force is so powerful that it seems to be able to crush all matter. Su Tian was startled and couldn't believe it. For the holy angel to say this, the white tiger stone statue in front of him is indeed extraordinary. Su Tian was overjoyed, and stretched out his hand slightly to touch it, but he didn't feel anything strange. This force does not seem to be aimed at him. Leia said, the power of this stone statue may surpass all of them. Once the stone statue is unsealed, unprecedented terrifying power may erupt. Su Tian was astonished, so to speak, this white tiger stone statue has become the trump card of the island. Leia nodded slightly, motioning for him to integrate his consciousness into it. Su Tian tried it, at the moment when his consciousness sank into the stone statue. The weather seems to have stopped. All matter stopped, only a pair of huge eyes stared at him. Su Tian felt it was difficult to breathe and felt a sense of suffocation. Is this the terrifying power that Leia said? At this moment, Su Tian thoroughly understood what terror is. He didn't dare to hesitate, and hastily withdrew his consciousness. Call. The mind was safely evacuated, and Su Tian fell to the ground, short of breath and gasping for air. Terrible. The momentum of this stone statue is too terrifying. As soon as Setsuna emerged, a sense of suffocation suddenly rushed up. Come up. Leia frowned slightly. She thought this force was not aimed at Su Tian. Now it seems that it is impossible to control this stone in a short time. Only when the latter becomes stronger will it be possible to control it. Su Tian nodded. He really had no way to control this white tiger stone statue right now. That being the case, let her be placed in the open space in the west. Leia proposes. Since the crossbow there was removed, it has become an open space. The white tiger stone statue is powerful. If it is placed elsewhere, it may cause some troubles. So it can only be placed in a free area. Su Tian pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. The stone statue of the white tiger was indeed terrifying, and he almost didn't realize it just for a moment. People as strong as him are like this. If other people encounter it, I'm afraid it will really cause some big karma. So, with the joint efforts of the two, after a lot of effort, the white tiger was finally transferred to the western region. In order to ensure safety, the two also arranged formations around the white tiger. Seeing the extremely terrifying white tiger, Su Tian was terrified. On Leia's side, after solving Beihu's matter, she handed over the secret treasures she got yesterday. He made a total of thousands of exchanges yesterday. Each change of item is extraordinary. Then let their family fortune increase a lot. Among this pile of transcendent items, Leia chose a few non-exchangeable ones and took them out. Mountain Creation Map, extraordinary items, which can transform into endless mountain peaks after use, possessing mysterious powers. Blissful Peak, defensive god-level item, after use, it can cover an entire city, defend against attacks, and hide its body. Defensive god-level item. Seeing this, Su Tian's eyes lit up. The value of this thing is too great. Not only can it cover an entire city to defend against attacks, but it can also hide an entire island. This is simply a sharp weapon for defending the island. With the existence of this peak of bliss, they don't have to worry about their island being attacked in the future. Su Tian was shocked. This random transaction is really a good thing. Even god-level items can be obtained. Master, this defensive item, wait until the island is fully developed before using it. Row. Although the effect of this peak of bliss is against the sky, the cost of consumption is also extremely high. If you want to support it for a day, you need a large amount of elemental stones to support it. At present, the only people on the island who can mine elemental stones are the Tauran tribe. According to estimates, the mining efficiency of the Tauran is not enough for a day, and the peak of bliss can support it for half a day. So, if this thing is not in a pinch, then don't use it. Because of the peak of bliss, every minute and every second consumes a lot. Su Tian glanced at it, and although the remaining few items looked good, they looked a bit dim compared to the paradise of Elysium. Su Tian was curious about what method Leia used to obtain so many good things. Leia spoke, the more expensive the price paid, the greater the reward. The statue of the white tiger and this god-level defensive weapon were obtained by him in exchange for sacred feathers. The sacred feather is made by condensing huge light power. In order to protect Su Tian before, she spared no expense to condense a sacred feather. The other sacred feather was shed by Lakesen when he evolved. These two mere feathers are extremely precious. So the exchanged items are also extremely valuable. Hearing this, Su Tian suddenly realized. I see. He just said that random trading has become more and more thieves since the psychic. She doesn't even look down on ordinary items. Only rare items like sacred feathers will spit out some genuine items. But it has to be said that the harvest this time is indeed huge. Not only did he get a white tiger statue, but he also got the bliss. Of these two, one is an offensive artifact and the other is a protective artifact. Compensating with each other, it directly became the biggest killer on the island. This thing can definitely be of great use at critical moments. On Leia's side, after the precipitation last night, he has already started to build a points store. Now he is collecting various types of resources in curry. He proposed opening a point store on the inner island and then opening one in each tribe. This is convenient for all tribes. Su Tian nodded. These days he is selecting suitable personnel. The matter of the points store has come to an end. Now, Su Tian is going to expand with all his might. As time approaches, the floating island assessment will begin. More and more creatures have broken through the protective barrier these days. So far, he still has 5 areas that have not been developed successfully. Time does not wait. Su Tian arranged some work, then turned around and came to the barracks, ready to start the battle. Chapter 75. Floating Island Barracks. After Zhao Hao's promotion last night, coupled with the arrival of the second batch of extraordinary weapons from the Tauran tribe. At this moment, the barracks already possessed super combat power. He believed that even if he didn't show up now, Zhao Hao still had the ability to lead an army to occupy each tribe. Su Tian decided that after today, all battles on the island will be handled by Zhao Hao. Now he has the ability to solve the battle on the island. As for Su Tian, he can practice with all his strength in the future, upgrade the floating island, and step into the second realm as soon as possible. After the level breaks through the 10th level, the floating island can break through this boundary and enter the second area. In the second area, not only the extraordinary aura will be rich, but also the mysterious power of resources will be refreshed faster on the island. At the barracks, Zhao Hao has assembled the army. After yesterday's breakthrough, His Majesty has become more deterrent in the army. At this moment, he is just like Su Tian's position in their hearts. That kind of lofty, that kind of irresistible. For this campaign, Su Tian handed over the management to Zhao Hao, and he only assisted from the sidelines. He needs to cultivate Zhao Hao's independence. Let him lead the army by himself in the future and eliminate all dangers. In fact, Zhao Hao, as a former island owner, knows a lot about this aspect. But without Su Tian's words, it definitely dare not cross the boundary. So this time, Su Tian was playing support from the sidelines. Zhao Hao understood what he meant, so he didn't hesitate. Let the whole army go. He shouted loudly, and the mighty army began to march towards the 4th area. This time, it wasn't Su Tian who took the lead. He stood by Zhao Hao's side and was only responsible for solving emergencies. Come to the 4th area. Zhao Hao took a deep breath, and pointed his sword at the mist. In an instant, the mighty army began to break through the fog. Wherever they passed, the mist turned into nothingness. I have to say that Zhao Hao does have the demeanor of a leader. The army marched, and after crossing 4 kilometers, they finally encountered the 4th tribe. The 4th step out is a vast and endless grassland. The tribe in the grassland is a centaur tribe. The body of the centaur is 2 meters high, running wantonly on the endless grassland. They hold bows and arrows and shoot into the distance. Zhao Hao I glanced at Su Tian, and then my eyes became firm. Holding an extraordinary weapon, he stepped forward with one step, and his vigorous momentum instantly attracted everyone present. People of the centaur race, listen, this time I came here to subdue you. You can live and work in peace and contentment if you submit, but if you resist, you will die. Zhao Hao's generous words spread throughout the grassland like a hongjong. In an instant, more than a dozen people immediately surrounded him. They held bows and arrows and stared aggressively at the person in front of them. Zhao Hao had no fear, and the flame breath on his body burst out, directly rushing them away. Call your patriarch out. Feeling the disparity in strength, the dozen or so people looked at each other in blank dismay. Who are you? At this moment, a group of strong and white men walked out of the tribe. As he walked forward, the people around him automatically avoided a path. There is no doubt that this is the leader of the Centaur tribe. When Zhao Hao saw him, he said straight to the point. This area has been expanded by my master. This time we came here to take over this area. As the original owners of this area, as long as you are willing to surrender, this area will still be under your jurisdiction. If you resist, you can only suppress the border with an army. As the leader of the Centaur tribe, you should be able to weigh the pros and cons. If you start a war, it is absolutely impossible for you to win. As Zhao Hao said, the army behind him revealed extraordinary weapons. The bright red flames instantly pierced the sky. Seeing this scene, the leader of the Centaur clan frowned slightly. He was silent for a while, then said heavily. Your sudden arrival made us unprepared. This area has always been a no-man's land. Although I don't know where you came from, you suddenly came and let us surrender. Is this a little too abrupt? Zhao Hao chuckled, I have already said it before. This area has been expanded by my master. Let you surrender, just to ensure the interests of this area. As the leader, you should be able to discern the disparity in strength. Our island is vast and possesses massive resources. Not only that, our civilization has developed to an extremely advanced level. Surrender to us, and you will definitely not be treated badly in the future. We have conquered 3 tribes. As long as you are willing to surrender, the strength of your tribe can be guaranteed to advance by leaps and bounds. Not only that, but your life will be greatly improved. Zhao Hao practiced both kindness and might. He used 2 prongs, speaking softly and firmly. That way, it's easier to accept. As for how to choose the leader of the Centaur tribe? As long as you are not too rigid, you will definitely choose to surrender. After thinking for a while, the leader of the people and horses suddenly asked. Compete with me in archery. If you can beat me, then you are willing to surrender. Zhao Hao smiled lightly upon hearing this. No matter what the result is? In the end, you all must surrender. But if you want to compare, then I don't mind showing off. I also know a thing or two about archery. Zhao Hao spoke confidently, throwing away the extraordinary weapon in his hand. The leader of the Centaur clan was strong and smiled lightly. That being the case, let me see your technique. Say it. A golden bow and arrow slowly emerged in his hand. Su Tian's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the extraordinariness of this bow and arrow. The material of this bow and arrow seems to be made of special ore. This kind of golden ore is called rare gold. It is a kind of gold vein that is more precious than gold mines. The fact that the centaurs have such bows and arrows proves that there are already rare gold mountains nearby. Su Tian smiled slightly, it seems that the resources in this area are quite rich. In front, Zhao Hao stretched out his hand lightly, and a person behind him immediately brought a bow and arrow. This bow and arrow is also an extraordinary weapon made by the Tauran tribe. The flaming bow and arrow exudes the element of fire. The leader of the Centaur clan spoke up. Comparing the shooting distance, divided by this boundary, whoever shoots the most distant piece of fruit will win. As he spoke, he pointed to a fruit forest a kilometer away. Zhao Hao smiled confidently and nodded in agreement. The leader of the Centaur tribe came and said, I am the 36th generation leader of the Centaur race, Tian Yuan. Seeing this, Zhao Hao replied in the same way. I am General Feudao Zhao Hao. After the two sides have finished introducing the information, it is the real match. They shoot arrows all day long, and their archery skills are naturally superb. Tian Yuan bent his bow and set an arrow, and his strong arms directly pulled the big bow made of rare gold to a full circle. Call out! A sword pierced through the air, and the golden arrow directly penetrated a fiery red berry. Zhao Hao glanced at it and turned it into an arrow with the extraordinary fire elemental breath. Call out! A fiery red bow and arrow pierced the air, and a bright red berry in the distance also fell. For the next time, the two took turns archery. Until the last arrow, the two were evenly matched, and they hit 9 out of 9. Seeing this, Tian Yuan used his unique skill. I saw him bending his bow, and then there was a sound of piercing through the air. The jungle in the distance resounded, and 2 bright red berries fell to the ground. Tian Yuan smiled confidently, showing a victory gesture. As a skilled man, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, there is no way to get him. Zhao Hao took a look and narrowed his eyes slightly. Although no matter what the result of this competition is, all the centaurs and horses must submit. But if we lose this game, then I and he will not only lose Su Tian's face. Moreover, his invincible impression in the army will also be shattered. Su Tian frowned slightly. Zhao Hao was not very good at archery. The centaurs are born to shoot arrows, so in this comparison, he will lose. And he also knew that if he lost this competition, some flaws might appear in his status in the military camp. He whispered, speaking in a voice that only the other party could hear. If it doesn't work, let's attack directly. Zhao Hao shook his head slightly, and then showed a confident expression. Master, don't worry. I will definitely live up to my mission. Then he filled the fiery red bow and arrow. A contemptuous expression appeared in his eyes. Watch it. She whispered something. Then the bow and arrow pierced through the air. Call out. The flaming bow and arrow turned into a fire dragon in the air, engulfing the forest in the distance instantly. One Setsuna, hundreds of fruit trees are burning. All right. You lose. My arrow, at least there are thousands of fruits, right? Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Can you still play like this? It's too powerful, as expected of a general. Yes. This strength is simply against the sky. Behind the crowd, a group of people were whispering and discussing excitedly. Zhao Hao's performance directly showed his formidable strength at a glance. Seeing this scene, Su Tian couldn't help applauding. She never thought of doing this before. Tian Yuan was a little speechless. You are cheating. Zhao Hao chuckled and retorted. This is not cheating, this is strength. Just like you have strength, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And my strength is to pierce through this fruit forest with 1 arrow. Everyone speaks based on their strength, so why is it cheating? Hearing this, Tian Yuan was speechless for a moment. Indeed. Zhao Hao did use a bow and arrow, but he is so powerful that he can penetrate the entire fruit forest with 1 arrow. Seeing this, although he was dissatisfied, he could only keep his promise. Because the first rule is to compare who shoots more. Tian Yuan slowly fired the bow and arrow, and then led the tribe to surrender. Su Tian stepped forward and patted Zhao Hao's shoulder with satisfaction. Good. You performed very well, and I can leave these things to you with confidence in the future. With a compliment, Su Tian branded them a contract. Tian Yuan raised his head, looked at Su Tian, and finally understood who is the master among this group of people. Su Tian's strength is still so strong that he can't see through it at all. Zhao Hao's strength, he can still see a thing or two clearly. But for the man in front of him, all he saw was a fog of nothingness. But judging from the aura exuding from him, this person in front of him is definitely more than that simple. Chapter 76. The lotus fell, and the people and horses became the 4th outlying tribe of the floating island. After branding the contract, Su Tian silently retreated to the back again. When he came this time, the biggest task was to imprint the contract on them. As for other matters, they were all handled by Zhao Hao. When Zhao Hao saw this scene, he immediately understood it. Su Tian didn't want to interfere with his choice, and let him do it himself. The army is divided into 4 directions, and all the information in this area will be collected. Zhao Hao gave an order, and then the mighty army began to spread around. Tian Yuan, let's talk about the future development. Zhao Hao opened his mouth. Please. Tian Yuan made a gesture to lead them into his residence. When he came to the house, Zhao Hao asked straightforwardly. The material of your bow and arrow is good, it should be made of rare ore. During the competition just now, Zhao Hao also discovered the characteristics of his bow and arrow. Tian Yuan nodded and replied, the material of the bow and arrow is made of rare ore and rare gold. The bows and arrows made from this ore are not only stable, but also extremely powerful. Usually, our tribe makes weapons from such ores. It's just that the development of that area is extremely difficult. It takes months to mine the materials for a bow and arrow. Hearing this, both Su Tian and Zhao Hao frowned slightly. Although the mining depth of rare ores is difficult, it will never be so difficult that it will take several months to mine such a small amount. Zhao Hao was silent for a moment, then asked. How do you develop rare ores? Tian Yuan took out his bow and arrow and said confidently. We centaurs are good at bows and arrows, so we all use archery to mine. With one arrow, you can go through mountains and gravel. Su Tian. Zhao Hao. As soon as these words came out, the two immediately understood why the mining efficiency was so low. This centaur is also a talent, since they use bows and arrows to mine ore. Can this trademark not be long? After pondering for a while, Zhao Hao began to plan the development of the centaur clan. From now on, your tribe needs to use iron pickaxes to mine ore. Iron pickaxes and mining methods, we will arrange for you. As for the mined ore, we use the form of half and half. You build a warehouse yourself, keep half of it, and transport the remaining half to the island. You also need to build a broad city wall outside the tribe. We will teach you the construction methods and materials one after another. In the next few days, I will arrange a group of people to connect with you. Become our outlying islands and we will take care of your development. From now on, half of the energy ores and all kinds of energy mined in this area will need to be handed over. You can also ask for help if asked. From now on, you, like me, are all slaves on the island, serving only the island owner. The island owner is kind and treats us very friendly. So you tribe, you need to keep the facts in mind at all times and be loyal to the island owner. Hearing this, Tian Yuan raised his head slightly and glanced in Su Tian's direction. He knew that the master Zhao Hao spoke of was the man in front of him. Yes. I will definitely remember it. It is good. Next, I will send some people to help the development of your island. The planning went well this time. Not long after, Zhao Hao walked out of the camp. Su Tian is very satisfied with his way of doing things. Judging from the performance just now, he is fully capable and can take on the burden of guarding the island. Sunset and dusk. Zhao Hao has been busy all day, and finally the development of the entire centaur race has begun to enter the right track. The centaurs were shocked by the technology and mining tools they brought. The mining efficiency of iron pickaxes is much higher than that of their bows and arrows. Their mining efficiency in the afternoon directly exceeded their harvest in the past year. Such a result made them very happy. Not only that, Su Tian also built some buildings here. Back to the island. Su Tian directly handed over the burden of expansion to Zhao Hao. So Su Tian is very satisfied with his performance today. Next, the island must enter a stage of rapid development. In a few days, it will be the day of the floating island assessment. All work must be completed before this. Zhao Hao nodded, and began to plan the next development path and training routine. On Su Tian's side, they started to deploy point stores with Leia. More than that, he wants to start planning the future development route of the island. Judging from now, the island already has a prototype. An island formed with 8 tribes as the outer island and 1 center as the inner island. The development of the 8 tribes is different, some civilizations are advanced, and some civilizations are low. In order for them to get a stage of rapid development, Su Tian must help them here. So the establishment of points store is essential. With the help of extraordinary items, they will get twice the result with half the effort. Su Tian found Leia and began to plan to build the first points exchange store on the inner island. On the inner island, there are more than 1,000 people. Leia nodded in agreement after hearing this. Now the resources they have accumulated are strong enough. There are thousands of extraordinary items alone. As for the others, there are countless. The two came to the center of the inner island, found a spacious place, and opened a points store. Su Tian opened the core of the floating island, and chose the largest building among the buildings to cast. Then, a huge house covering an area of 200 square meters slowly appeared. The Setsuna that appeared in the house instantly attracted the attention of a large number of people around. Su Tian made a plaque for him, Point Shop. All around, a group of onlookers were whispering and discussing. What is a points store? I don't know, it should be used for shopping, right? What are points? I've never heard of them before. Leia selected a group of servants to serve as waiters in the shop. And he himself was appointed by Su Tian as the first store manager of the points store. The construction of the points store is completed, and it is divided into 4 major areas. The first floor area, clothing area. The second floor area, the food area. The third floor area, the housing area. The fourth floor area, extraordinary area. Judging from the situation on the island, these 4 types of items are what people need most at present. The clothing area is usually bought by girls in the morning. Of course, some boys who pursue handsomeness can also patronize. The food area may be the most important thing for everyone. In the ocean, there are all kinds of seafood specialties. As long as you pay the corresponding points, you can get the desired seafood. Ling Tian will also grow the food you want. Generally, only those who contribute more will choose the housing area. The island is rich and vast, with vast land. Su Tian circled some extra land. As long as someone buys it, it can become a private domain. But generally speaking, if you want to buy land in a private area, you need to spend a lot of points. As for the last supernatural item, I am afraid that everyone on the island is after it. Extraordinary items, no matter whether they are placed on the island or off the island, are all items that are looted. Therefore, the appearance of extraordinary items can motivate them even more. Late at night, with the help of everyone, the first points store officially opened. After learning about the function of the points store, everyone on the island immediately became interested. Su Tian gathered everyone and began to explain how to get points for them. There are currently 2 ways to earn points. The first is to earn points by completing tasks assigned on the island. As for the number of points obtained, it is judged by the amount of tasks completed and the situation of task completion. The second is to gain points by beheading creatures. We all know there are always some monsters out there. Monsters are eyeing the island. During the development of the floating island, monsters are the #1 natural enemy. So by killing monsters, you can get corresponding points. Therefore, the soldiers at the barracks have an advantage. Hearing this, the women on the island did not feel downcast either. Because, they only need to complete the work well, and they can also get points. On the first day of the opening of the points store, everyone was very motivated. The establishment of the point store also needs a point hall to assist. Points hall, dedicated to recording everyone's points. Like the bank's responsibilities, it is a place to record everyone's entry and exit. Soon, after taking 2 people to choose, another group of people entered the points hall to work. In the points hall, Li Xin was appointed as the head of the department. Late at night, the establishment of the points store and the points hall brought the island into a lively atmosphere. In the past, the atmosphere on the island was very quiet, although there would be a small number of people entertaining. But compared to today's excitement, there is still a big difference. Tonight, hundreds of people are discussing enthusiastically around. Everyone is looking forward to the official opening tomorrow. Seeing everyone like this, Su Tian also placed a few detection lights on the island. The function of the detection light is to illuminate. It wasn't needed before, but the points store established now must be kept open all the time. So finding lights are essential. One Setsuna, the probing light illuminates the entire night. Seeing the detection lights, many people on the island were very happy. On the other side, after Zhao Hao learned about the incident here, he also planned the points store into the development of the outer island. He knew that Su Tian would definitely develop this to the outer islands. As the main person in charge of development, it is necessary for him to plan ahead. In the middle of the night, Su Tian and Leia are training everyone. It will be officially opened tomorrow, and these people need to undergo rigorous training before they can take up their duties. The point store is okay, it is mainly responsible for some service work, and it is not too difficult. The main difficulty is on the point hall side. Because it is necessary to record the expenditure of points, the workload of the point hall is very huge. However, the workload is heavy, which also means that the points obtained will be more. So the women who were selected were very happy. For their better life in the future, they study and work very seriously. In the early morning, after several hours of training, everyone finally mastered their work. Su Tian prepared overalls for them. Work clothes are standard uniforms with black silk. The women selected by Su Tian are all beauties. It looks even more charming when paired with overalls. After Leixin changed into her overalls, she looked even more charming. Chapter 77. The second day. Just after dawn, the whole island became lively. Many people got up early today, wanting to witness the opening of the points store. Outside the points store, there were crowds of onlookers. Su Tian saw that everyone's emotions were so high, so he didn't wait any longer. He raised his right hand slightly, and then 3 balls of thunder light shot up into the sky in his palm. Afterwards, the 3 explosions ended, which represented the official opening of the points store. Su Tian stood outside the door, announcing the rules and purchases of the store. After the words were finished, a group of women rushed into the store impatiently. All of a sudden, the store with hundreds of square meters seemed a little narrow. Su Tian laughed out loud. As expected, the exploitation of point stores greatly increased the production labor of these people. At the same time, at the barracks, Zhao Hao also allowed them to come and participate. On the island, with the mining of points stores, it suddenly fell into a lively atmosphere. In the scoring hall, Leixin was extremely busy. Because they were established on the first day today, they must record the points information of more than 1,000 people on the island. More than a dozen women were busy, carefully recording everyone's point information. Su Tian calculated points for them according to the difficulty of the work and the rate of completion. For everyone's benefit, there is a 50% discount for the first 3 days of the store's opening. This made many people even more excited. In the morning, the clothing and food sections were sold out in less than an hour. Because now everyone's points are only enough to buy these 2 types. So soon, these 2 districts were looted. Girls generally like to live a peaceful life, so they didn't choose to save money to buy extraordinary items. Some soldiers came here, and after seeing the extraordinary items, all of them were very enthusiastic. Although they already possess extraordinary weapons, for them, strength determines all their status on the island. In the morning, Su Tian restocked several times through his store. The transactions in the core of the floating island can buy some daily necessities. So Su Tian can replenish it by spending some gold coins. She feels that as long as everyone's labor enthusiasm can be improved, then everything is worth it. In the morning, the people in all fields were very positive. In order to complete the work well, everyone is very serious. Seeing this scene, Su Tian nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, with motivation, everyone's work can be completed and better. Not only that, Su Tian also needs to give them some motivation for the psychic items on the island. After getting along for this period of time, he has completely mastered these psychic items. After channeling, they have their own independent thinking just like humans. As long as you promise to upgrade them, the efficiency of their work will be greatly improved. Noon. Su Tian traveled all over the island, promising every psychic item. As long as the work is done well, Su Tian will spend a lot of money to upgrade them. After some operations, the work efficiency on the island has been greatly improved. The eternal iron draft directly mined a mountain. Medium melting furnace, directly start to smelt items in large quantities. All kinds of iron tools and agricultural tools were cast by her. There are also various ores refined by him in large quantities, including various weapons. As for the fishing cage, in order to show his sincerity, he directly caught a big shark and brought it back. Not to be outdone, the fishing rod directly hoisted up a semi-superhuman creature, a deep-sea giant crab. This time, the development of the island has accelerated a lot. Seeing that the results are so good, Su Tian decided to open a points store in the Banlongren tribe today. Now the expansion is handed over to Zhao Hao, and the management of the island is handed over to Leia and Lakesen. So now Su Tian has a lot of time to plan the development of the island. And now the resources on the island are also very rich. It's completely enough to spend in points stores. Coming to the Half-Dragon tribe, the Half-Dragon tribe has developed extremely rapidly at this time. The towering city walls rose from the ground, and various armed defense rates were quickly equipped. Mo exudes a strong dragon spirit at the dragon altar. A group of half-dragons sat around outside to absorb cultivation. Seeing Su Tian coming, Gilga quickly came up to meet him. At this moment, his aura is stronger than before. And some ingenious transformations have taken place on her body. The originally thin dragon aura has now become a bit thicker. The dragon horns on the head are also bigger than before. Su Tian came here and told Gilga about his plan. The appearance of point stores has promoted the development of the island. This is definitely a huge good thing for a tribe. After listening, Gilga agreed without any hesitation. In the past few days, under the leadership of Su Tian and the others, not only their strength has improved a lot, but the tribe's development has also become faster. Some items that have never been seen before have been integrated into their lives. With their help, the entire island developed extremely fast. Not only the city walls have been built, but the houses have become more spacious than before, and the weapons and agricultural tools have also been improved. Su Tian and Gilga found this area a wide place to build a points store. After a while, a huge building rose from the ground. Subsequently, another huge integral hall was built. Then, Gilga quickly found a group of women in the tribe. Because women are more patient, what they do will be more serious. Time passed slowly. Under Su Tian's detailed explanation, these 20 half-dragon people quickly mastered the work of the point store and point hall. Then, Su Tian and Georgia split into two groups. Su Tian is here, dealing with the points store. Arrange for manpower to replenish the goods. Gilga, on the other hand, returned to the tribe, gathered all the half-dragons, and informed them about the points store. The half-dragon people were also very excited after hearing about the points store. Because the tribe did not have a clear rule system before. So this is unfair to some ordinary half-dragon people. With the emergence of the system, everyone can obtain resources based on their ability. In the tribe of half-dragon people in the past, whoever is stronger will get more resources. But now, it is not only about strength, but also about the completion rate of the work. The strong can earn points by killing monsters, while some weak ones can also earn points by completing the task of mining ore. It can be said that the emergence of this system is to give everyone a chance. Not only that, because the dragon spirit of the dragon altar is limited. Therefore, the absorption of dragon energy has also been included in the rules for the use of points. As soon as this news came out, many Banlong people were very excited. Because in the past, they were not eligible for dragon energy at all. But now, as long as they accumulate points, they can obtain the absorption of dragon energy. This is undoubtedly not an exciting thing for them. In the tribe of half-dragon people, everyone believes in becoming a real dragon. Therefore, for the sake of faith, everyone's work efficiency is more active. They have the advantage of freedom, so the mining efficiency is much faster than others. One day passed, and the affairs of the half-dragon people's points store were completely settled. With everyone's full cooperation, the points hall quickly entered all their points. Then, a group of people also started working hard. The half-dragon people at the bottom also worked harder in mining ore. Before, the ore was mined because of the words of the patriarch. But the time is different, they are working hard for their own interests. Driven by profit, the mining efficiency of this group of half-dragon people is faster. On the other side, Zhao Hao also led the army and captured another area. The fifth area is a goat tribe. This tribe does not advocate force, everyone is proficient in medicine. This area is full of endless mountains. Among the mountain peaks, there are many rare medicinal herbs. Among these herbs, the medicinal properties are different, some are highly poisonous, and some are antidote. The goat tribe has been deciphering the medicinal properties of these herbs in the course of hundreds of years of development. Then after development, match them together and fuse them into new medicines. Zhao Hao's arrival, the goat clan did not resist. As doctors who save the dying and heal the wounded, although they cannot participate in the battle, they can heal the wounded. On Zhao Hao's side, he brought his own army and began to forge a city wall for them. As doctors, their appearance makes up for the shortcomings of the island. As the protection period disappears, the fighting on the island will intensify. At that time, there will be some fierce battles. And not everyone is as powerful as they are. Therefore, most people will not experience the process of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Now with the emergence of the goat family, their shortcomings have been made up for. On Su Tian's side, he was also shocked after learning about the role of the goat clan. After solving the half-dragon people's affairs, he hurriedly flew to the goat clan. Come here, at this moment, the army is building a city wall for them. Because the goat clan is not good at doing these things, the island will solve these matters for them. As for the work of the goat clan, it is to produce more medicines before the war, so as to prepare for future troubles. Arriving at the fifth area, Su Tian felt a strong smell of medicinal herbs as soon as he entered. The soil here is fertile, and there are many rare herbs growing here. She was a little surprised, the resources here are too rich. There are tens of thousands of herbs growing. This number is more than his islands. While thinking about it, Su Tian went to the leader's camp. After a while, he saw the leader of the goat clan. The leader of the Sanyang clan is a goat with a whole body of white hair. Its horns are very stylish, and it looks elegant. At this time, Zhao Hao was discussing the medicine with him. Su Tian's coming here did not interrupt the conversation between them. He sat aside, silently listening to the conversation between the two. Chapter 78. Goat Tribe. Ju Kai took out more than a dozen bottles of special secret medicine. In an instant, more than a dozen medicinal scents rushed towards him. Feeling that Su Tian and Zhao Hao were about to enter, their hearts were shocked. As the leader of the goat tribe, Ju Kai is more accomplished in practicing medicine pills. The dozens of bottles of secret medicine he took out are all excellent medicines refined from the finest herbs. Zhao Hao's eyes were shocked, he picked up a bottle of medicine pill and smelled it. One Setsuna, she felt the blood in her body surging, as if it was about to explode. Ju Kai glanced at the bottle in his hand, and introduced it. This is my dolly pill for practicing calligraphy. After eating it, you can instantly increase your strength by 10 times in a short period of time, and there are no side effects. Hiss. Hearing this, the two were shocked. This dolly pill has no side effects. Su Tian couldn't hold back his curiosity, and slowly stepped forward to ask Dolly Wan. This smell directly caused the blood in his body to surge out. Roar! A fierce momentum burst out from Su Tian's body. Since this is the first time I have come into contact with such a thing, I am a little out of control. Ju Kai looked shocked and looked at Su Tian in front of him in surprise. Setsuna just broke out, and he felt a strong coercion. That coercion appeared, like a huge mountain covering him. Fortunately, this coercion will soon be removed. Good stuff. Su Tian was excited. The medicinal effect of this powerful pill is really amazing. The goat tribe can actually refine such a elixir. How long will it take you to practice a pill like this before it comes out? Su Tian asked. Ju Kai opened his mouth slightly. It only took half a day to make this dolly pill, but his medicinal ingredients were hard to find, and it would take several days to gather the right medicinal ingredients. Su Tian nodded. It seems that the alchemy skills of this group of goat people are really advanced. As long as they are given enough materials, a batch of powerful pills can be accumulated in a short period of time. These pills are very useful. Then, the two began to check the other pills on the table. The pills on this table are all the most precious secret pills. Ju Kai introduced the purpose of the elixir on the table to the two of them. He picked up a bottle of medicine, then took out a red pill, and said, "Look, both of you, this is the body tempering pill I made. After eating, more than a dozen medicinal effects in the elixir will be instantly integrated into the body. Not only can it cleanse the muscles and bones, but it can also nourish the blood vessels. For ordinary people, it has great benefits. But I think both of them are supernatural beings with great power, so this body tempering pill is not that useful for you." Good. Although body tempering pill is useless to them, it is still of great benefit to ordinary people. Especially this army behind them. For those who have not stepped into the extraordinary, body tempering pill is undoubtedly a better way to improve their strength. Ju Kai opened another bottle of medicine. "Take a look, both of you, this is my special resurrection pill." But when Setsuna is about to appear, the whole house immediately emits a strong medicinal fragrance. This medicinal fragrance is amazing, comparable to that of a supernatural fruit. Su Tian was shocked. This resurrection pill is made of 99 and 81 precious materials. It has a fast recovery effect. If you take her when you are on the verge of death, you can achieve the effect of bringing the dead back to life. His resilience is extremely strong. Not only can he connect broken tendons, but he can also repair broken bones and broken internal organs. As soon as these words came out, Su Tian couldn't sit still. The effect of this resurrection pill is comparable to that of a golden jujube, or even worse. There is a common feature between the two, that is, they have a strong vitality. It's just that the vitality of this resurrection pill is even stronger. Ju Kai combines 81 kinds of precious materials, so the vitality in it is extremely strong. Baby! At this moment, Su Tian saw light in his eyes. These goats are so useful. Their alchemy attainments are extremely profound, and they can actually create the same effect as having extraordinary fruits. Hours passed. Ju Kai finally finished introducing the two of them, more than a dozen kinds of precious medicines. These elixirs have their own characteristics, and any one of them can fetch sky-high prices. The most important thing is that these elixirs have no side effects. You can use it with confidence. At this moment, the status of the goat clan in Su Tian's heart was greatly improved directly. There is no shortage of combat power on the island, but there is a lack of doctors like them. Not only can they heal wounds, but they can also refine all kinds of miraculous medicines. Not only can it be restored, but it can also be tempered to increase combat effectiveness. Of course, they will also refine some poison pills. The purpose of this is to have a self-defense force. Sunset. Su Tian and Zhao Hao valued the goat clan very much. Their appearance not only made up for the shortcomings of the island, but also brought them great surprises. The two discussed it, and then they hit it off and decided to vigorously develop the goat family. The goat family has fertile soil and abundant resources. In the endless mountains, there are all kinds of rare herbs. As long as the herbs are given in place, then the pills and so on are not a problem. After some brief planning, the two decided unanimously to leave more than 100 people here for development. These more than 100 people will carry mining tools, and then lead a group of goats into the mountain to mine herbs. Not only that, they will also transfer people from other tribes. The Tauran tribe has the largest number of people. They are good at casting, and they can also contribute to the goat clan. Ju Kai raised both hands in agreement with the proposal of the two of them. For them, the biggest interest is to develop new medicines. Su Tian led people to vigorously mine herbs, which allowed them to have enough herbs for alchemy. Ju Kai welcomes this very much. Their ethnic group can't do anything else, but they can do alchemy. Night. Under the arrangement of everyone, more than 200 people were left here for mining. Their current task is to mine enough medicinal herbs for them to practice alchemy before the floating island assessment comes. Su Tian cast some searchlights for the goat clan. The function of the searchlight can prevent them from getting lost when drawing the lottery late at night. Then, I have a lot of new items to support this side. In just one day, the goat family has a new look. Not only has the defensive power expanded several times, but the development of various tribes has also received strong support. Then, under the arrangement of Su Tian and others, hundreds of mining brigades composed of human soldiers, goat tribes, and Tauran entered the mountain mightily. Su Tian saw their alchemy containers, and refined them again. The medium furnace began to continuously refine these containers. After the container was upgraded, their alchemy efficiency increased even more. Some dangers in the past have also been greatly eliminated. It won't explode because the furnace temperature is too high, and it won't explode because the medicine is too strong. For all of this, Ju Kai is very grateful. She thought that if she surrendered, the tribe would be squeezed. Unexpectedly, in just one day, Su Tian spent a lot of money to develop their group. This made him, the patriarch, very grateful. In order to repay her love, he can only lead everyone to refine more pills. After the goat clan settled down, some small matters were left to Zhao Hao to solve. After a busy day, Su Tian wants to go back and enjoy himself. Now with their right-hand assistance, Su Tian feels relaxed all over. There is no need to worry about the future of the island at all. Back to the castle. Lin Jun was a bit boring waiting in the room. Su Tian didn't come back last night, and Lakson wasn't there either. Open the door. Su Tian's figure slowly came into view. Lin Jun was very happy, she smiled gently, and stepped forward to serve Su Tian. The Point store is open, why didn't you go shopping? Su Tian opened his mouth and asked in doubt. Lin Jun lowered his head and replied shyly. Because the master didn't come back last night, I was afraid that you wouldn't find me when you came back, so I stayed in the castle. Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then felt warm in his heart. It seems that this little girl is still very caring. That's it. I brought you something nice. With that said, Su Tian took out a bunch of exquisite clothes from the core of the floating island. These exquisite costumes are all specially designed for him. Each one was crafted to the same standards he previously liked. Wow! Strange style, never seen before. Lin Jun's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise. The clothes that Su Tian brought were some dresses, JK clothes, and some maid clothes. You take these things. Su Tian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. He is looking forward to what Lin Jun will look like after wearing these. That scene must have satisfied his thoughts. Lin Jun was agitated for a while, and then put the clothes away. Master, let me serve you. Su Tian sat on the bed, and then slowly lay on her lap. Stare. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in her ears. Su Tian raised his head, and unexpectedly found that Lin Jun was beating some exquisite little objects again, emitting that pleasant sound. This is? Master, don't you like it? I think this way, you will relax. Su Tian was shocked that Lin Jun could pick ears. But the point is, where did she learn it? Lin Jun replied that this was a way he discovered by accident to relieve fatigue. Su Tian heard it, and was a little impressed. Then he lay down slowly and enjoyed the imperial service. Lin Jun was delighted, judging from Su Tian's reaction, he was obviously satisfied with the service this time. Late at night, Su Tian was very relaxed, and under Lin Jun's service, he slowly fell into a dream. Lin Jun looked at him sleeping soundly, showing a gentle expression. She enjoys this moment of serving Su Tian. Chapter 79. The points store has been psychic, and all items are replenished independently, and the items sold have a 50% probability of receiving super elemental blessings. The score hall has been psychic, and the score is recorded independently. Get up in the morning. Su Tian just opened his eyes. 2 system prompts immediately appeared in front of my eyes. He froze for a moment, then was surprised. These 2 are psychic. Boom boom boom. There was a knocking sound outside the door. Su Tian slowly got up from Lin Jun's lap. After touching her head, he said with a smile. Come in. Later, Liaegan Lakeson excitedly found Su Tian. Master, something big has happened, the points store and the points hall are haunted. It's working automatically. Su Tian waved his hand and smiled. Fine. That's their psychic, from now on, the point store and the point hall enter into independent management. You don't have to work hard anymore. Leia. Lakeson. After coming to the island for so many days, the 2 of them also knew a little about some psychic items. But why didn't they think of it? The points hall and the points store are also psychic. In fact, Su Tian didn't expect this to happen. But since it's happening now, it doesn't hurt too much. Leia, I'll leave it to you to arrange the follow-up matters. I believe you can handle it. Yes. Master. Leia nodded, then glanced at Lin Jun, turned around and walked out. Lakeson, go and see what's going on in the half-dragon tribe. I don't think it will take long, and there will be autonomy there soon. Let's leave it to you to deal with the follow-up solutions. Yes. Owner. Lakeson nodded, then spread his wings and flew towards the half-dragon tribe. After finishing the matter, Su Tian stretched slowly. Now the points hall is psychic with the points store and has completely entered into independent management, which is a good thing for them. Now the island is developing at a high speed, and this place is full of people. These vacant people just happen to be arranged in other places. As for the entry of points, it will be automatically recorded in the points hall. Master, I'm going to prepare breakfast for you. Lin Jun stood up slowly and said softly. Su Tian smiled lightly, put his arms around her slender waist, and said softly. I'm not hungry, you go out with me for a stroll. You have been here for so long, you have always been in the castle, and you have never gone out. I'll take you out to play today. Lin Jun was so flattered that his ears felt a little hot. Her face was flushed, she lowered her head shyly, her shoulder-length hair fell to her waist. Su Tian is also rare to be free now. In the past few days, I have thrown away all the work at hand, and I can finally relax. Otherwise, he might not even have time for entertainment. Master, I'm going to change clothes. Surprised and delighted, Lin Jun said delicately. It is good. In a while, Lin Jun came out wearing the maid outfit given by Su Tian yesterday. Pure white maid outfit, now she is elegant and holy. Seeing this scene, Su Tian couldn't help swallowing. Cough cough cough. Let's go. Coming outside, Su Tian spread his wings of wind and thunder. He hugged Lin Jun's willow waist and soared into the sky. Su Tian took him away from the inner island and went to the outer island for a stroll. When they came outside the island, the two found a quiet place to sit down. The environment here is beautiful and the air is fresh. At a glance, the front is full of blue sea. At this moment, the warm sea breeze blew on the faces of the two of them. Lin Jun's hair was a little messy. Su Tian reached out to tidy it up for her. The two looked at each other and smiled slightly. Feeling the owner's smile, the fishing trap worked hard and caught a semi-supernatural creature with a huge seashell. A notification sound emerged, interrupting Su Tian's train of thought. He was a little surprised, but also a little laughing. On the surface of the sea, the fishing trap rushed out of the sea and caught a huge sea more than 10 meters in size. Seeing this scene, Su Tian smiled politely. Not bad. Work hard. There will be opportunities for you to get promoted and raise your salary in the future. Feeling the hope of promotion, throwing the fishing trap into the sea will increase the fishing efficiency by 20%. Wow! What a big shell! Looking at the huge shell in front of him, shining with dazzling light, Lin Jun said in surprise. Su Tian took a look and became interested. This is a semi-superhuman creature. He really wanted to know what the purpose of this extraordinary creature was. Boom boom boom. Su Tian knocked on its shell, but there was no response. He stretched out his hand and broke the shell directly. Suddenly, a huge pearl shone with 7 colors of light. This is a pearl? Giant pearls, pearls condensed from seashells of extraordinary creatures, have extraordinary power and can open the moonlight field. The luminous field can enhance the perception of water elements, and can project moonlight at night to perform power transformation. This pearl can actually open the moonlight domain. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Su Tian was a little surprised. He slowly stretched out his hand, wanting to touch that pearl. Boom! At this moment, the giant shell suddenly closed the scallop. A Setsuna, where 2 scallops just come together, explodes with a loud crash. Master, are you okay? Lin Jun looked worried, and hurried over. Just now the back shell and the upper body were too sudden, almost pinching Su Tian's arm off. In fact, if it wasn't for Su Tian's quick reaction, he might have been hit just now. Lin Jun rushed over and looked at the shell in front of him with a worried face. Master, isn't this seashell too weird? Su Tian opened his mouth. Don't underestimate this thing, it has an IQ. What? Lin Jun was a little surprised and couldn't believe it. But after thinking about the weird thing that happened just now, he had to believe it again. Boom boom boom. Su Tian knocked on the shell again and said. Can you understand me? If so, open the shell. Silent. The seashell didn't open. Su Tian frowned slightly. Could it be that he couldn't understand what I said? Or is he pretending not to understand? Then can you hear me? If you can, open the shell too. Still silent. On Heibei's side, he completely ignored the other party. Seeing this, Su Tian felt a little annoyed. You, a mere semi-superhuman creature, dare to despise me. As he spoke, he activated the power of the dragon spirit, and pieces of black dragon scales appeared on his arms. At this moment, his strength soared, and he directly broke apart with his bare hands. He reached in to explore the pearl, and Heibei immediately closed it, trying to grab his arm. Su Tian gave a low shout, and the thunder light in his body bloomed instantly. A Setsuna, palm thunder bursts directly inside his shell. With a bang, the shell was attacked and slightly shattered. Snort! Su Tian snorted coldly and took out the pearl. As soon as he got it in his hand, he immediately felt a cold extraordinary power pouring into his palm. What a strange feeling! Is this the moonlight domain? At this moment, Su Tian discovered a clue. Within 10 meters of this pearl, a layer of faint white light appeared. In this white light, the extraordinary aura of the water element seemed a little strong. She was a little surprised, it seems that this pearl is of great benefit to users of the water element. Not only that, but at night, it seems to be even more miraculous. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, the shells made a noise and started beating. It seems that she is very dissatisfied with Su Tian for taking her pearl. Su Tian glanced at her and said slightly, "I'll ask you again, can you hear me now? If I don't answer, I'll kick you down and leave with your pearl." Clang clang clang. The shell opened the scallop and responded to Su Tian. Seeing this scene, Su Tian smiled lightly. "Isn't this understandable? Why pretend to be dead before you can understand?" Su Tian complained a few words, but didn't pay much attention to it. He opened his mouth and said, "This pearl is yours, and I will not snatch it by force. If you are willing to stay on the island, then this pearl can be returned to you. If you don't want to, I will naturally not prevent you from leaving, but this pearl must stay on the island." Silence. Bei fell into a brief silence. Su Tian didn't intend to give him a choice at all. "It doesn't matter which one you choose, it seems to be the same." Bei opened a scallop, which means that he is willing to stay, and please return the pearl to him. Seeing this, Su Tian smiled in satisfaction. "It is good. Since you want to stay on my island so much, I reluctantly agree." With that said, he returned the 7-color pearl. The seashell who got the pearl was very happy. On the other side, Su Tian found the mermaid Salsa. The reason why he left Bei on the island was mainly to allow Sasha's super elemental power to be improved. Sasha evolved through the water element, so this pearl is of great use to him. "Come here." Sasha immediately felt the weirdness here. The breath of water element here is actually quite strong. She opened her mouth and said in surprise. Su Tian told that this is because Bei is here. Seashell pearls can improve the perception of water elements. Not only that, but under the moonlight at night, the effect will be even better. "Sasha, you will stay with this seashell from now on. Take him with you wherever you go, this will help you improve your strength." Sasha was a little excited. He looked at Bei, and then uttered a language that Su Tian couldn't understand. Clang clang clang. Hearing the voice, Bei was very excited and responded quickly. "This is..." Su Tian was a little puzzled and asked incomprehensibly. Sasha smiled softly. "This is the lingua franca of our ocean race. I was trying to communicate with him just now." Oh. Su Tian suddenly realized. Salsa and Bei quickly became friends because they belonged to the ocean clan. Then, after asking Su Tian for some berries, he took the seashells and left. Chapter 80. Sunset. The evening of the setting sun sprinkles on the earth. Su Tian is galloping on the grass with Lin Jun. Today, the two of them had a very happy day. They played from morning to night and had a very leisurely and happy life. Lin Jun smiled extraordinarily softly. Ever since she was enslaved and locked up in the slave market, she hasn't felt such a happy time for a long time. When he came to the island, he stayed in the castle every day, except for the happy time serving Su Tian at night. At other times, he felt a little boring. The two sat on a hillside, sticking tightly together, watching the sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the faces of the two of them, making them look extraordinarily warm. Lin Jun smiled gently, as if she had found support. At this moment, his heart was extremely relaxed and happy. Looking at Su Tian's sunny face, he leaned on his shoulder easily. Su Tian smiled lightly, and slowly stroked her hair. Dusk. The setting sun dyed the whole land red. Before the sun set, Su Tian pulled Lin Jun on and felt the clouds and mist travel. He spread out his wind and thunder wings, and then took her to shuttle through the clouds. Until night. After entertaining for a whole day, the two went back slowly. After Su Tian sent her back to the castle, he withdrew his wild heart. The barracks. With Zhao Hao's efforts, another tribe on the outer island was subdued by them. Su Tian came here to briefly understand the specific situation. The tribe conquered this time is a mountain bear tribe. Mountain bears are powerful and have strong defenses. They have extremely strong fighting power, but lack wisdom. Zhao Hao used some tricks to subdue the mountain bear clan successfully. But in the area of mountain bear, they found a ruined ruin. It was a huge black castle. Strong black air exudes inside and outside the castle. From the looks of it, it's very dangerous inside. The leader of the mountain bear tribe warned that in the black castle, there would be strange screams every night. Not only that, but there will be some weird creatures haunting the black castle. Before they went in to investigate, several mountain bears were missing. At this point, that area has been blocked and no one is allowed to enter. Zhao Hao opened his mouth, and made a preliminary estimate today, and the danger factor inside is indeed very large. So he didn't rush in, but was waiting for Su Tian's instructions. Listen up, Su Tian frowned slightly. Why does this holy castle sound so similar to the death castle he encountered before? That's what happened to the death castle before. It exudes a strong black air, and there are dark creatures haunting it. But that harvest was really great. Inheriting the legacy of an island owner. This is definitely a big harvest for him. Hearing this, Su Tian was very moved. He discussed it and decided to break into the Black Castle tonight. This time the operation didn't need too many people, Su Tian just brought a dozen people and set off. Zhao Hao and who is next to him. After crossing an area, they soon came to the territory of the Mountain Bear clan. On the side of the Mountain Bear clan, everyone seems to be extremely powerful. The leader was a little shocked when he learned that they were going to attack Castle Black. But looking at their appearance that they must win, the leader also followed with a few burly mountain bears. Because some mountain bears were missing there before. As the leader, he must go to find out. Even if he finally found out that they were dead, he would go over and give an explanation. Everyone followed the knight, all the way to the outside of the castle. Seeing the castle, Su Tian was even more convinced of the conjecture in his heart. Dark castle, an island owner fell, and the castle left behind was eroded by darkness and turned into a dark castle. This dark castle is exactly the same as the death castle he encountered before. It is also the castle where the island owner fell and was eroded by darkness. At this moment, Su Tian regretted not bringing the holy angel. The power of light is their nemesis. If you bring them, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Old Zhao, first clean up the debris outside the castle. Yes. Zhao Hao nodded, and then waved the extraordinary weapon in his hand. In an instant, a hot flame burst out, directly burning a bat. The dark bat that was attacked was angry and turned into a cloud of black mist to kill them. A ball of thunder burst out from Su Tian's palm, directly turning into a sea of thunder that filled the sky, exploding in the air. With a bang, a large group of bats dissipated. From the rear, the dozen or so people brought together shot together. Not long after, the surrounding dark creatures were instantly eliminated. The leader of the mountain bear was shocked when he saw this scene. For this group of bats, they have been helpless before. The bat has a small and exquisite body, and every attack of the mountain bear is ineffective against him. So they attacked several times, but they all ended without a problem. Unexpectedly, now, these people will kill the bat in an instant with a random move. It seems that I followed the wrong person. The mountain bear tribe respects the strong most. So I respect Su Tian and others. Walk into. Su Tian greeted, and then rushed into the dark castle with everyone. Boom! The gate of the dark castle is covered by the air of death. Su Tian blasted him away with Thunder Dragon. With a loud bang, the 10-meter-high iron gate was instantly blasted. Inside the castle, a decaying atmosphere came head-on. Everyone frowned, disgusted by the smell. Open circuit! Zhao Hao gave an order, and the dozen or so warriors behind him activated their extraordinary weapons. shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh castle at once. Roar! In the darkness, some dark creatures hiding in corners are illuminated. They rushed out as if they were stimulated. One Setsuna, a dozen decaying skeleton monsters rushed out. Zhao Hao's eyes were fixed, and the musket in his hand went straight to kill. Bang bang bang! In a while, these dozen or so dark monsters were all beheaded by him. Su Tian frowned, his eyes were a little dignified. In the darkness, he felt an unusual aura. This smell is very depressing. Be careful, I feel a pressure. Zhao Hao was terrified. To make Su Tian react like this, it seems that this monster in the dark is really capable. The shadow of the puppet appears. Su Tian used extraordinary weapons to create a clone of himself. He sent his avatar inside to find out what's going on inside. The avatar is connected with him and has half of his power. The clone sneaked in, advancing in the darkness where you can't see your fingers. Sudden. Su Tian was vigilant and sensed the danger, which came quietly. He manipulated the clone and retreated abruptly. Boom! Inside the castle, a huge sound suddenly erupted. Everyone looked up and saw a rotting giant slowly walking out of the black castle. Dark Giant King, the body of the Giant King eroded by darkness turned him into a walking dead puppet. It turned out to be the Giant King. No wonder I can feel a dangerous breath. Su Tian frowned, the scene where he fought the Giant King before was still vivid in his memory. At that time, the giant Wang Wang's powerful attack power made him very embarrassed. The Giant King in front of him at this moment is obviously more terrifying than the previous one. Everyone be careful. With a reminder from Su Tian, the strength of his whole body burst out. Seeing this, Zhao Hao also raised the weapon in his hand and made a good posture. Roar! The Giant King roared, and then rushed straight towards them. The soles of his feet were huge, and every step he stepped on the ground created a deep hole in an instant. The ground here is shaking. Coming! Su Tian didn't take it lightly, and immediately burst out with the strongest strength to fight. The power of the dragon spirit bloomed, and his strength instantly increased several times, and black scales wrapped around his body. Not only that, the two spirits of heaven and earth were also released by him. Kill! With a loud roar, he gathered two ferocious thunder dragons with his left and right hands. Behind him, a black dragon exuding terror and boundless sand spills slowly emerged. At this moment, the surrounding people were overwhelmed by this powerful momentum and couldn't lift their heads. The Mountain Bear clan prostrated themselves on the ground, shocked. This is too scary, right? Under tremendous pressure, Zhao Hao burst into endless flames in his body. She turned into a flame giant, and her extraordinary weapon turned into a machete more than 10 meters long. One Setsuna, the two charged towards the Dark Giant King. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The three immediately scuffled together in the dark night. Su Tian attacked with all his strength, but unexpectedly only took off one arm of the Giant King. This shocked him greatly. The attack of the three dragons that he was most proud of only removed one arm of the other party. Zhao Hao gathered his strength, and the terrifying flames chopped off a bloodstain on the Giant King's other arm. The Giant King exuded a dark aura all over his body, and instinctively swung his fist fiercely. Puff puff! The huge fist slashed across, directly tearing a large piece of sonic boom. Su Tian reacted quickly, turning into a lightning arc to dodge quickly. Zhao Hao was a bit slower, but he still received a little attack on his chest, and it was this little attack that almost broke his ribs. Boom! Zhao Hao was knocked into the air, and he was coughing blood on an ancient tree. General! Seeing this scene, some people rushed over and helped him up. Su Tian stared coldly at the Giant King in front of him. Court death! He spit out 2 words, and then cooperated with the two spirits of heaven and earth to attack. His clone puppet, also under his guidance, besieged the giant king. Thunderbolt. Myriad Thunder Dragon. Thunder Palm. Chaos Infinity Thunder. In a short moment, Su Tian quickly exploded with strength and launched more than a dozen attacks. Under this fierce attack, the Dark Giant King retreated repeatedly. Su Tian triggered the thunder, and the night was torn apart by a thunder. A thunderbolt in his palm turned into a thunder sword, extremely fierce, and the light gathered on the sword. Crush the darkness with thunder. With a loud shout, a muffled thunder sounded from the whole world. Rumble. When the thunder light fell, the giant king's body was torn apart, turning into wisps of black air and dissipating in the sky and the earth. Chapter 81. Outside the dark castle. Su Tian shattered the darkness with thunder. In the endless night, wisps of black air turned into snakes and dissipated in the sky. Everyone was shocked. This is the first time they have seen Su Tian burst into full force. Since Zhao Hao and others came to the island, although they knew that Su Tian was strong, they never saw him explode with full strength. Fighting against the half-dragon tribe, Su Tian only used half of his strength. At this moment, everyone had a clear understanding of Su Tian's strength. On the side, the Mountain Bear clan was so shocked that they were speechless. This is simply a god descending from the earth. The scene just now lingered in the hearts of everyone. Su Tian took a deep breath, looked at the place where the dark giant disappeared, and smiled. Heart of Black Flame contains powerful black flame power. Fusion weapons have a 50% chance of obtaining black flame. Absorbing black flame can increase the power of the fire attribute, and there is a 30% chance of transforming into black flame fire. Su Tian stretched out his palm, a heart exuding black fire was suspended in the palm. What a terrifying fire elemental breath! The Setsuna that Su Tian touched immediately felt the terrifying power coming from the heart of darkness. The power contained in this heart of black flames exceeds that of ordinary extraordinary fruits. Its effect is comparable to those 2 extraordinary fruits that I had swallowed before. Old Zhao, come here and absorb it. Su Tian turned his head, greeted, and said. Zhao Hao got up, wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and walked slowly. When she saw the heart of black flame in Zhao Hao's hand, she was immediately surprised. This is. If you absorb it, you may be able to break through to the 8th level in one fell swoop. If you are lucky, you may even undergo transformation. This, for me? Zhao Hao was surprised, a little unbelievable. The feeling that this heart of black flame gave her was too terrifying. Even if he didn't touch it, he could still feel the power of the fire element emanating from it. This power made him feel hot. Stop talking nonsense. This dark castle is full of dangers. This is only the first floor. There is such a terrifying existence. I don't know what's going on in the future. You absorb it now, and we have an extra layer of insurance. Yes. Zhao Hao suppressed the shock in his heart and did not hesitate too much. He swallowed the heart of black flame in one gulp. Outside the body surface, a layer of black flame suddenly ignited. Zhao Hao was bathed in the raging black fire, like a flame giant. His aura continued to rise, showing signs of a breakthrough. Boom! Moment! A bang! A huge sonic boom exploded across the sky. Zhao Hao's whole body was full of lust, broke through the 8th level, and triggered the vision of heaven and earth. His dark flames lit up the entire sky. Let the creatures around you stay away. The dark flames were mixed with a terrifying aura, which made the Shanxiang tribe feel oppressed. Roar! Not long. The black fire on Zhao Hao's body was gradually extinguished, but his strength and breath changed. He opened his eyes suddenly, a pair of black pupils were extraordinarily dazzling. This is metamorphosis? Su Tian saw the clue. Zhao Hao fused the heart of black flame, and the power of flame in his body transformed. Boom! Zhao Hao waved his palm, and a ball of black fire was thrown out by him. The black flames tore through the air and erupted in the dark castle. What a terrifying power! Su Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. The blow just now made Su Tian feel a little danger. Master, I broke through. Su Tian was not surprised by Zhao Hao's breakthrough. He picked up a piece of clothing and looked at it. Old Zhao, get dressed quickly, there are so many people watching. Su Tian reminded, and Zhao Hao finally realized it. Every time he breaks through, the flames will burn the clothes on his body. He coughed and put on his clothes immediately. All right. Now that you've broken through, let's move on to the second floor. After entering, everyone be careful. There are many dangers in the dark castle, and there is a danger of death at any time. Yes. Everyone looked serious and replied solemnly. Several mountain bears looked at each other, although they were afraid, but with Su Tian leading the way, their fear was relieved a little. When everyone stepped into the castle, they immediately felt a dark erosion. This is the same as what happened to them before. The entire castle is surrounded by darkness. Be careful, if you feel something is wrong, get out immediately. Su Tian walked ahead and reminded me. Although the dark atmosphere pervading around him didn't have much effect on him. But other people have not set foot in the extraordinary, so under the erosion of darkness, they are a little upset. On the first floor of the ancient castle, due to Zhao Hao's attack, there was nothing left here, and everything was turned into a pile of scorched earth. Zhao Hao was a little embarrassed and scratched his head in apology. Su Tian waved his hand and didn't care too much. He knows that there is generally nothing on the first floor of the castle, and even if there is, it is not a good thing. According to the past situation, the treasures of the castle exist on the top floor. This castle looks tall, but it actually only has 3 floors. As long as they enter the 3rd floor, they can get the inheritance of this ancient castle. This fallen island owner was extremely powerful during his lifetime. It seems to have entered the 2nd stage, and even the 3rd stage. This surprised Su Tian a little. For unknown reasons, a super strong person fell here. Tick-tock. In the quiet room, a voice suddenly came out. Everyone is alert and hastily gathered together. Su Tian released 2 spirits of heaven and earth, and the shadow of puppet to investigate the situation. In the castle shrouded in darkness, a headless general dripping with blood slowly walked out. Sug. Inside the castle, an invisible pressure suddenly pressed down from all around. Everyone was startled, some of the weaker ones were even suppressed by this force and couldn't move. General, we can't move. In the rear, several soldiers said in panic. Su Tian frowned, his palm turned into a sharp sword and he slashed lightly, a flash of thunder force blasted forward in an instant. Boom! A bang! The pressure on everyone instantly subsided. Get out! Su Tian said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the front. The people behind did not hesitate and hurriedly evacuated the castle. They know that they will only hold back if they stay. Seeing this, several tall mountain bears withdrew wisely. Terrible! This castle is simply not for people. You, get out! In the darkness, the headless general said slowly in a hoarse voice. Su Tian frowned, the monster in front of him was more terrifying than the dark giant king. The dark aura emanating from him was extremely terrifying. Who are you? Su Tian asked back. The headless monster was silent for a long time, as if thinking about how to answer. Half an hour. He spoke suddenly, get out. Although this headless monster is powerful, in the millennium of darkness erosion, he seems to have lost himself and no longer possesses wisdom. His reaction was very slow, and it was difficult for him to even speak. Old Zhao, you and I will join forces later and take him down. Zhao Hao licked his lips, very excited. He just broke through, and happened to be holding a headless monster to practice. Get out! Another yell. The headless monster seemed to be unable to hold back the anger in its body. He took a step forward, and the dark power in his body was released like a roaring sea wave. Su Tian felt the endless pressure. Superior. Without hesitation, the two struck out instantly with the momentum of thunder. Boom! The space here exploded instantly. The first floor of the castle was directly destroyed. Su Tian held the thunder sword in his hand, and the bright thunder light and the power of the dragon enveloped his whole body. The headless monster resisted with a punch. At this moment, although Su Tian and others couldn't see his head, they could still feel the deep gaze. It was as if there were a pair of huge eyes staring at him from behind. Die! Zhao Hao rushed in from behind, the black flame pierced through the void, and slashed deeply on the headless monster. An ear-piercing roar sounded. Zhao Hao was surprised to find that his extraordinary weapon could not cut into the opponent's flesh. Such a strong body! Go find Leia and others. Su Tian sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted, ordering those who fled to get help. Hear this! The people outside didn't hesitate, they ran desperately, and quickly attacked in the direction of the island. Old Zhao, drag him first. It is good. The two found that it was difficult to win with their strength alone. This headless monster is too scary. Received Su Tian's attack with one hand. Not only that, his physical body is extremely terrifying, and ordinary attacks can't break through his defense at all. Roar! The headless monster drank violently, and the dark power in its body erupted instantly. Wisps of black air gushed out, blocking the surrounding area like a boundless waterfall. At this moment, the two of Su Tian seemed to have fallen into a boundless hell. It was pitch black all around, isolated from the outside world. Can't feel any breath at all. Trespassing, die! The headless monster came, carrying a shocking power. Middle extreme spell scroll thunderbolt from the vast sea. At this moment, Su Tian had no choice but to use the spell scroll. The killing intent of the headless monster was so huge that he felt a threat to his life. Boom! In the darkness, the spell scroll bursts with power. The endless thunder light turned into a thunder sea, engulfing and covering all the surrounding life. Boom boom boom! The thunder light is like a sea wave, superimposed layer by layer, colliding with the headless monster. Brush! Suddenly, Su Tian's back felt chills, and without even thinking about it, he directly spread his wind and thunder wings and flew. Boom! The next moment, an iron chain suddenly appeared at his original position. The icy iron chain suddenly appeared, piercing the air and tearing apart a large sonic boom. Master, I will help you. In the rear, Zhao Hao, who was trapped in the boundless darkness, felt the movement rushing towards him. Tianyan Huoquan. Zhao Hao urged He Yan to slam it on the headless monster. Chapter 82. Call out. Inside the island, several dazzling rays of light suddenly pierced the sky. When they sensed that Su Tian was in danger, the extraordinary elves and the holy angels all dispatched. The half-dragon tribe, with a tearing roar from Hamo, suddenly rushed to the sky and soared into the distance. The fire phoenix also soared into the sky, flapping its fiery red wings, breaking through the shady scene. At this moment, all the most terrifying existences on the island gathered. The 6 terrifying auras descended on the mountain bear tribe together. Protect the master. Leia descended, and the divine power of light within her body instantly purified the surrounding darkness. Lakesen worked together, and the dazzling white light illuminated the night. At this moment, the dark castle that has been haunted by death all year round is illuminated by light. Contacting Setsuna, the dead air floating around the castle instantly dissipated. Make a creaking sound. The body of the headless monster suddenly shook. It's like being stimulated by something. Roar! All around, the barrier of darkness condensed suddenly shattered. Wait, court death! The dark breath of the castle is the origin of the headless monster. At this moment, his dark power was purified, and he went mad instantly. Owner! The dark barrier faded, and the figures of Su Tian and others emerged. Leia yelled, and then the infinite sacred power in her body enveloped its surroundings. Slay the headless monster and protect the master. Kill. As soon as Setsuna, everyone shot at the headless monster in an instant. Roar. A black chain was thrown out, and the endless dark power of the bearer tore everything apart. Mo breathed out the breath of the dragon, and the terrifying dragon flames turned into a beam of light, hitting the iron chain. King Lianming is hot. The fire elf held the tip of the gun, and 9 terrifying lotus flowers turned into a cloud of ghostly white flowers, which exploded in an instant. Boom! With a loud noise, half of the dark castle collapsed in an instant. The terrifying momentum swallowed up all the vitality around it. The raging flames burned all the darkness around. Roar! In the white fire, the headless monster roared and rushed out instantly. His defense is extremely strong. Even under such an attack, he still only suffered some serious injuries. Black blood flowed from his body. A rusty iron sword was pulled out of his head. This iron sword was stuck in his head before. It was pulled out at this moment, but it exuded an extremely strong danger. At this moment, everyone was shocked and felt the terrifying power emanating from the iron sword. Joint attack. Without any hesitation, everyone at the next moment, Chi broke out with the most powerful force. The fire phoenix spread its wings, and thousands of fire feathers turned into fire swords to tear the air. The fire spirit merged with the lotus again, and put a white lotus spring. Lian Chuan exudes a terrifying high temperature, as if it can even burn the air. The earth elf rotated the sledgehammer and smashed it out. Like 2 falling meteors, they fell from the sky. Mo roared up to the sky, and a black flame turned into a beam of light, rushing forward. Leia and Laxin release the power of light, the dazzling light, and purify all the darkness around them. Blocked the headless general's movements. Su Tian's power is fully activated, bathed in thunder, and the 3 dragons come out. Zhao Hao condensed the black flames, gathered his momentum, and cut through the world. Rumble. A short Setsuna. The 8 powerhouses attacked together. Tore the air and distorted the space. Boom! With a loud noise, the space here exploded instantly. The huge aftermath knocked away trees with a radius of tens of meters. Su Tian and others were swept away by this terrifying aftermath. The mountain bear tribe would not explode if it was far away, and it was not lightly shocked. In their eyes, there was a huge wave that surged directly from the ground into the air, illuminating the entire night. Boom! Countless forces intertwined and smashed on the headless monster. At this moment, even though his defensive power is extremely strong, he can't resist the combined blow of all these people. Under this terrifying force, the headless monster's body was destroyed instantly. Even the dark castle was blasted to pieces. Behind the castle, a towering giant mountain was blown flat, turned into a valley. The terrifying power reverberated, expanding here in circles. I do not know how long it has been. The world slowly returned to calm. Everyone raised their heads and slowly gathered together. Su Tian looked at the huge pit in front of him, and couldn't help laughing wryly. Unexpectedly. In the end, the bamboo basket fetches water in vain. They worked hard for a long time, and they disappeared like this before even exploring the castle. At this moment, the dark castle tens of meters high has long since disappeared, replaced by a huge pit with no bottom. Master, are you okay? Leia came and asked while holding her shoulders. Fine. Su Tian shook his head and gave a wry smile. Leia releases the power of light to drive away the negative atmosphere for him. Sword of Darkness, an ancient weapon, an ancient sword that suppresses the source of darkness, can subdue demons, and expel darkness. At this moment, a faint light came from the deep pit. Su Tian was pleasantly surprised. He spread his wind and thunder wings and plunged directly into the deep pit. This is the iron sword of that headless monster. Coming below, Su Tian recognized the dark sword floating in the air at a glance. This sword of darkness was previously inserted into the headless monster's head. It seems that this iron sword is the source of suppressing darkness. It's just that for some unknown reason, it was actually reacted by the headless monster. Su Tian pulled out the iron sword. It was heavy. Above, Leia and the others also jumped off after seeing this. Coming down, the bumpy terrain made them a little unstable. Su Tian smiled and said with a smile, "Let's look for it, there may be ruins scattered around." Yes. The holy angel released its power, and white light shrouded the entire land. Everyone buried their heads in their search and began to search for the lost ruins. In a while, some ancient treasures were unearthed by them from the deep pit. These things should be the legacy of the fallen island owner in the dark castle. There are many ruins scattered around, most of which are extraordinary items. Because everyone is extraordinary, they have a feeling for the extraordinary breath. Half an hour after everyone's search, 23 super defense items were unearthed by them. Su Tian breathed in. An island owner who could obtain 23 supernatural items by his own power, it seems that he was definitely the overlord of one side during his lifetime. Possess extremely powerful strength and high status. Under the deep pit, there are some scattered gold coins. Su Tian handed these gold coins to Zhao Hao for mining. In today's battle, everyone consumed a lot, so they went back to rest early. The matter of dealing with the aftermath naturally fell on Zhao Hao's head. Zhao Hao led the army here and began to search overnight. The Mountain Bear tribe, after seeing the strength of the crowd, joined the treasure hunt very graciously. Now everyone knows that they have taken refuge in an extremely powerful backer. The strength of Su Tian and others makes them awed. Especially that huge wave, they will never forget it in this life. Back to the island. Everyone went back to cultivate one after another. The consumption tonight is really too huge. Everyone has almost exhausted the strength in their bodies. Back to the castle. Su Tian felt a sense of crisis. Today's battle let him know the disparity in strength. If there is no support from Leia and others today, I am afraid that he will really capsize in the ditch. Master, I heard that you have encountered a great enemy today. In the room, Lin Jun asked worriedly. Su Tian nodded, his gaze was serious. Today's battle left him with lingering fears. Lin Jun had a worried expression on her face. She had just come back when she saw Li Xian's pale face. Lin Jun, I want to heal my wounds today, so I won't bother you. Yes. Lin Jun knew the seriousness of the matter, so he withdrew consciously. Su Tian swallowed a thick and extraordinary fruit of life. He thought that with his current development speed, he could live a life without worrying about food and clothing. Unexpectedly, the appearance of a headless monster made it so difficult for them. If monsters of this level are used to haunt them again in the future, how will they deal with them? It is no longer possible to gather the power of the whole island just to fight against one person. It seems that in the coming days, we must hurry up and practice. Su Tian made up his mind to hurry up and break through to the second stage. Now he is still one step away from the 10th level. After breaking through the second stage, his strength will have a qualitative leap. Chapter 83. Late at night. In the castle, Su Tian took out a few supernatural fruits of thunder attribute, and stepped up to improve his strength. A bright thunder light emerged and enveloped the entire room. At this moment, the strong source of thunder element power, like a huge wave, hits continuously. Creak. It's like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. The entire room was filled with billowing lightning. During this time, the development of the island was proceeding at a rapid pace. His level is only a step away from breaking through. At this moment, it condenses the power of the thunder element in order to break through the second stage tonight. Boom! At night, not only Su Tian's side, but other places on the island are also making breakthroughs one after another. This battle tonight made everyone feel nervous. So Su Tian did not hesitate to spend a lot of money, but also let everyone break through together. He found the colorful deer and took a lot of extraordinary fruits from the medicine field. Not only that, but the treasures obtained from the random transaction were also used by him to improve his strength. At this moment, huge forces erupted everywhere on the island at the same time. The bright light illuminates the entire sky. Boom! Morning! The first to break through is the Earth Elf. Because of the previous reasons, it has a relatively large room for improvement. There was a loud bang, and the power of the Earth Elf became more solidified. A thick layer of brown armor was suspended over his exterior. The two hammers carried terrifying power. With a hammer, it's as scary as a meteor falling to the ground. Afterwards, the fire elves also broke through under the elemental tree. As the level increased, his flame underwent a second level of transformation. From the dazzling fire color to the cold white color. Bai Yan looked extremely terrifying. Just a little bit of it, and there will be no bones that will be burned. On the other side, two holy angels also broke through at the same time. A layer of white light shone, and two dazzling light forces descended from the sky. Two holy angels are suspended in the air, with little rays of light radiating from their bodies. Under their dispersal, the night shattered like tofu. Roar! Half-dragon tribe, Hey Mo roared up to the sky. A terrifying dragon's breath was deafening. Its cry made the whole earth tremble. The fire phoenix flew into the air, soaring its wings, and the dazzling fire light illuminated the entire sky. At this moment, he is like a scorching sun. As dawn breaks, with the help of many extraordinary fruits, Su Tian finally broke through the second stage. Baby transformation. At this moment, with his breakthrough, a slight change occurred in the core of the floating island. The core, which was originally the size of a pigeon egg, is now covered with golden lines. Not only that, he has also grown a little bit bigger. From this moment, Su Tian really felt that he is the master of this island. Because the floating island assessment has not been completed before. So Su Tian and floating island core are just a cooperative relationship. But at this moment, with his breakthrough, the core seemed to become a part of his body. With a thought in his mind, Su Tian seemed to have a pair of invisible eyes that could monitor a part of the island. Not only that, he can control a part of the island by raising his hand. Su Tian tried it, he manipulated his mind, and a jungle outside the island rustled. Su Tian was overjoyed, it seemed that it broke through the second stage. Let the floating island core recognize him in advance. In the past, only by passing the floating island assessment can the core of the floating island be truly integrated. Now, because of the second stage, he merged with the core ahead of time. After Su Tian broke through, the skill page changed again. Martial arts breaking the air, gather strength and fingers, can explode 10 times the strength, and last for 20 seconds. Martial skill, penetration, after using it, the penetration power can be increased by 60%, and the defense power of the armor can be reduced by 40%. Martial skill, sky explosion, gathering power, it can burst out 20 times the terrifying power in an instant, with an attack range of 10 meters and a bearable range of 1 meter. Martial arts, random fist, an ancient boxing technique that can increase speed by 60% and strength by 20% after use, and the effect lasts for 2 minutes. At this moment, Su Tian has 4 new choices in front of him. Because of breaking through the second stage, the skills at this time are no longer limited to the thunder element. Su Tian's body can explode more powerful martial arts through the power of the thunder element. That's the benefit of Phase 2. Su Tian glanced at it, and finally chose Skybust. At present, what he lacks the most is explosive power. Defense and speed, he can make up for it with extraordinary weapons. As long as they can burst out with terrifying power in an instant, they won't have to fight so hard against the headless monster before. Therefore, Su Tian didn't hesitate too much, and directly chose Tian Bang. In the next second, her body shook suddenly, and she felt a terrifying force gathering in his body. There are hundreds of acupuncture points in his body opened at the same time. These hundreds of acupoints burst out at the same time, which can condense terrifying power in an instant. It turns out that this is martial arts. Su Tian realized something. Calming the restlessness in his body, Su Tian slowly got up. At this moment, he felt that if he was a headless monster on the team, he would not be so embarrassed. The power of martial arts in the second stage is terrifying. Especially the heavenly explosion he chose. He believed that if the power of the explosion erupted, a mountain could be flattened in an instant. It's just that this martial skill consumes a lot, and once it is used, it will consume all the power in the body. Therefore, this kind of skill can often only be used until the end, as a trump card. With confidence, Su Tian's eyes brightened slightly. Taking advantage of today, he hastened to subdue all the tribes, and then started major construction. In 3 more days, it will be the floating island assessment. During this time, all major tribes are planning intensively. Except for the 2 tribes that have not yet been conquered, the other 6 tribes have already built their walls. Even the major weapons are almost planned. On the other hand, since the credits store and the credits hall have channeled, Su Tian has arranged for people to build it in various tribes. Now, every night, you can see some people go out to hunt creatures and get points. During this period of time, through the tributes from the major tribes, he has accumulated a large amount of resources. Half of these supports were used for island construction, and the other half were given to random transactions for exchange. At this moment, the supernatural items in Keng Curry have accumulated to tens of thousands. If such a terrifying amount is placed outside, it may cause an uproar. It will even attract some people's envy to compete for it. You know, supernatural items are priceless outside. But on Su Tian's side, he was already opening extraordinary items to his servants. If this situation gets out, some weak island owners will all scramble to come here as slaves. Su Tian looked into the distance, which was where the white tiger statue was. In the past few days, the white tiger statue stood outside, as if it were a real stone statue. Su Tian and Leia tried to recover, but they didn't work. The value of this white tiger statue in ancient times may have exceeded their imagination. In 3 more days, there will be a big battle. Su Tian wanted to revive the white tiger statue before that. Now he has broken through the second stage, so he wants to give it a try. Boom! In the distant sky, there was a loud noise suddenly. Su Tian frowned, his eyes were attracted. What happened? In the sky, a fiery red phoenix was fighting among the clouds. After Su Tian broke through the second stage, his eyesight became sharper. Through the thick clouds and mists, he found that the fire phoenix was fighting a withered bird. When the bird saw it, it knew it was an invading creature. Su Tian was surprised. With the weakening of the protective barrier, some flying creatures could already break through the barrier. Today, flying creatures like this one have invaded. Su Tian sighed, fortunately there are a few flying ones on the island, otherwise it would be really hard to solve. At the same time, he thought of Wu Jian, Qin Shan, and others. Since the separation of the extraordinary world, they have never met again. At this moment, it is about to enter the floating island assessment. They should be making intensive preparations. It's just that this kind of flying creature invasion may cause them great losses. Boom! In the sky, that bird was no match for the fire phoenix at all. Huo Feng Huang was already strong, and after yesterday's breakthrough, it was a breeze to deal with him. In less than a moment, all the flying creatures that invaded were eliminated. In the past few days, more and more creatures will invade the island. It's a disaster for everyone else. But for Su Tian, it was a time to accumulate resources. The major residents on the island are probably also looking forward to biological invasion. Now the enthusiasm of all parties is high, and they all want to kill creatures to gain points. So the matter of biological invasion, they will naturally solve it. When living creatures, the leftover items will naturally be confiscated. In the sky, a breeze blew, and there was a faint smell of blood mixed with it. Su Tian looked towards the sky and sighed. The real bloody battle is coming soon. After the floating island assessment, it can be regarded as a real danger. Taking advantage of the present, everyone is working hard to upgrade the floating island. Su Tian is no exception. Today Zhao Hao's side wants to subdue the remaining 2 tribes. Then in a few days, forge the defense line and improve the strength. Now all the major tribes are preparing. Once the monsters come, the first to be impacted are the 8 outer tribes. Su Tian decided to develop a batch of extraordinary items for them during this time. Of course, these extraordinary items were not obtained for nothing, and the points would be deducted from the monsters they killed next. By doing so, he not only gave them strength, but also greatly improved the efficiency of killing monsters. Chapter 84. Storehouse. At this moment, 3 warehouses on the inner island have been established. Due to the recent increase in resources, it is necessary to increase the number of warehouses. Su Tian came to the 3rd warehouse, which was full of extraordinary items. Extraordinary items are piled up here, exuding a strong super elemental atmosphere. At this moment, Su Tian had an idea. If all these extraordinary items are psychic, wouldn't it take off? After psychic supernatural items have spirituality, they can greatly increase the combat power on the island. Earlier, after the heavenly demon sword and the Zijin Bao channeled spirits, they even teamed up to kill a demon king. The 2 of them came to Su Tian with the heart of the demon king. At that time, Su Tian understood how powerful the extraordinary item after psychic is. Detecting the island owner's mind, the Ko Fan Iron Sword is psychic. Supernatural Iron Sword has been psychic, its attack power has increased by 20%, its toughness has increased by 50%, and it has obtained the Iron Sword skill, Mad Slash. Detecting the island owner's mind, the extraordinary shield is channeling. The extraordinary shield has been psychic, the defense power has been increased by 50%, and the defense skill, Invincible Golden Light has been obtained. Detecting the island owner's mind, the extraordinary spear is psychic. Extraordinary spear has been psychic, attack power increased by 30%, toughness increased by 40%, and the spear skill, stab. Detecting the island owner's mind, the extraordinary hammer is channeling. Supernatural hammer has been psychic, attack power increased by 50%, toughness increased by 20%, and the hammer skill burst. In just a short moment, reminders constantly appeared in front of Su Tian's eyes. All kinds of extraordinary items are psychic at this moment. One Setsuna, the whole warehouse is radiant, engulfed in singular brilliance. The brilliance appeared, and various supernatural items were psychic, and they obtained innate skills. Good guy. Is this thing controlled by the mind? At this moment, Su Tian's heart was already excited. After the supernatural item is psychic, the improved attributes are comparable to refining. Detecting the will of the island owner, the extraordinary items decided to hunt and kill creatures to prove themselves. Call out! A sound broke through the air. Thousands of super defense items burst out of the warehouse. They decided to hunt monsters to prove themselves. Su Tian looked at the extraordinary objects flying in colorful colors in the sky, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. On the island, more than 1,000 extraordinary combat powers were added at once. This is too scary, right? At this moment, the people on the island were surprised to find out. On their heads, there are streaks of brilliant light flashing across. Look carefully, those brilliance turned out to be a series of weapons. How is this going? On the island, a group of people who were at a loss were discussing. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hao had some understanding in his heart. The island of Su Tian seems to stand out a bit, and some items can work autonomously. He had asked before, and Su Tian told him that it was a psychic. At this moment, after seeing the weapons flying all over his head, he instantly understood that they were psychic weapons. However, after seeing thousands of extraordinary weapons psychic, he still couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. This scene is too spectacular, right? Not only that, thousands of extraordinary weapons are psychic at the same time. What does this mean? This means that they have added more than 1000 combat power at once, and they are still extraordinary. What a scary number! Zhao Hao was shocked in his heart, and felt that all three views were shocked. This kind of thing has never happened before. Glancing at the sky, Zhao Hao calmed down, and then began to lead troops. Okay, be quiet. Our task today is to subdue the two tribes. If today's task is not up to standard, all of them will be punished. You must have seen the things on your heads. I'll tell you now, what you see is your future rival. If you don't work hard, you will be eliminated by them one day in the future. So don't hurry up and take advantage of the present, kill more creatures, and accumulate points to break through the extraordinary. Zhao Hao's impassioned speech immediately ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone understands that as long as they accumulate enough points, they will definitely have a chance to become superhuman. This kind of treatment is never given by others. Everyone present had never imagined that they could have what they have today. In their view, these island owners are exploiting slaves. They are selfish and cruel, oppressing everyone. But after they came here, they discovered that there is still true love in the world. Su Tian is a good island owner and gives them enough benefits. Not only are they equipped with many things, but they are even equipped with extraordinary weapons. In this case, everyone is loyal. Now, Su Tian introduced the point system again, giving them the chance to ascend to the sky again. This is an opportunity for salted fish to turn around. So everyone is very excited and wants to seize this opportunity. Set off! Zhao Hao shouted, and the mighty army began to march into the distance. Today, the remaining two territories will be expanded. Then the island will become truly one. On the other side, Su Tian looked at the empty warehouse and fell into deep thought. He was thinking, if he went to the second warehouse and shouted, would the things inside be psychic? Although there are only half of the supernatural items in the second warehouse, as long as all of them can be psychic, it is definitely a group of strong enough combat power. Thinking of this, Su Tian couldn't help getting up, wanting to try it. When he came to the second warehouse, Su Tian began to meditate in his heart. After reading silently for a while, seeing that there was no change in front of him, he began to use words again. Half an hour. Su Tian tried various methods, but he couldn't make them psychic. Is it possible that the number of psychic channeling I can do in a day is limited? At this moment, Su Tian began to have some doubts. Is it because I channeled too many psychic things today? After all, more than 1000 supernatural items were psychic at once, which was indeed somewhat unexpected. After thinking for a while, Su Tian discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind. The most urgent task now is to increase combat power. He glanced at the warehouse in front of him, and there were more than 500 extraordinary items in it. These more than 500 extraordinary items can be distributed to various tribes. On the side of the Tauren, after building day and night, a batch of weapons can be produced every day. Today, the army on the island is almost manned. But Su Tian knew that this was far from enough. He must equip everyone on the island with extraordinary weapons. And best of all, each is equipped with a variety of extraordinary weapons. In this way, their strength can be displayed to the greatest extent. And in the future, Su Tian will also consider adding a batch of extraordinary weapons to the girls on the island. Although they are women, they can also have combat power. Su Tian doesn't force them, as long as they are willing, they can get extraordinary weapons. Thinking of this, the burden on Su Tian's shoulders suddenly became heavier. Nowadays, all parties are babies waiting to be fed. She thought that the resources she had accumulated now were enough. However, such a consumption is far from enough. He must now quickly accumulate a batch of extraordinary weapons from random transactions. Su Tian made up his mind, and then walked firmly towards the forest. On the other side, with the approach of the floating island assessment, the participants in this competition are preparing for the competition with all their strength. Now, the exchange outside has already broken its head because of an extraordinary weapon. In the initial stage, an extraordinary weapon is their confidence to resist biological invasion. Therefore, all parties are looting for extraordinary weapons. And those who have entered the extraordinary world, because they have the opportunity, so the current situation is relatively smooth. And in this situation, why do those who have not entered the extraordinary world regret it? Back then, they were afraid that their island would be invaded by monsters after they left, so they stayed on the island and chose to develop silently. But they didn't expect that they missed such a precious opportunity. According to the speeches in the chat room, in just 2 days, more than 100 island owners have broken through to the extraordinary. There was absolutely no such possibility in the past. Every year in the assessment, at most 100 people will break through the extraordinary. But this year, for some reason, there are a large number of people who break through the extraordinary. Not only that, some people have accumulated some powerful means in their hands. For example, the extraordinary fruits and extraordinary weapons they obtained in the extraordinary world. The polarized contrast makes some people nervous. At this time, in the world chat room, some people are looking for Su Tian's cooperation. According to some people who entered the extraordinary world, Su Tian became the first in the extraordinary selection. Many people now know that he has at least a dozen extraordinary weapons in his hands. There are even some extraordinary fruits. So at the moment, many people are chatting in the world, indoor at Su Tian. I want to take advantage of this time to improve my combat effectiveness. But Su Tian, who concentrates on developing the floating island, knows nothing about the outside world. If some people knew at this moment, the extraordinary weapons that Su Tian equipped all the slaves on the island would shock everyone. There are even some island owners who choose to join and become its slaves in order to break through the extraordinary. Because the treatment of slaves on Su Tian's side is simply better than that of some island owners. At this time, some big forces around the world began to pay attention to Su Tian. From the beginning to the present, they have never seen the opening of the extraordinary world. But after hearing that more than 100 people had broken through the extraordinary, this made all parties start to pay attention. As you can imagine, the extraordinary world is definitely a place full of opportunities. And this person called Su Tian who won the first place must be even more powerful. At this moment, everyone has different thoughts and is trying their best to find out about Su Tian's situation. Regarding this, Wu Jian, Qin Shan and the others could only ignore it. Some people found their heads before and wanted to pass by them to contact Su Tian. But they were all rejected. Chapter 85. Random Transaction. In the past few days, with a large number of transactions, Su Tian has accumulated a lot of supernatural items. Among them, although most of them are ordinary extraordinary items. However, there is always such a precious item in 10 consecutive draws. Su Tian's heart became ruthless, and he directly paid for it. This time, he traded all the rewards he got from the Castle of Death. In the Castle of Death, the heart of the headless general was extremely powerful. Have the power of terror. Su Tian took out a dozen dark items and traded them. 1 Setsuna, the golden light shines. Golden light clusters burst out one by one. Su Tian's eyes were serious, and he gently squeezed a ball of light away. Xingguangqi, an ancient semi-god level item with extremely powerful power, it can suppress all evil spirits in the world, even those below the god level, and has a 70% chance of activating soul hunting. Hiss! Another demigod level item. Su Tian was excited and very happy. This is the second demigod level item he has obtained. The demigod items are so powerful, if you look at the whole world, you may not be able to find one or two. Today, 2 demigod-level items have been sent to his island. Such things can be suppressed even by demigod-level powerhouses. Su Tian was excited in his heart. It seemed that rewards and sacrifices were directly proportional. This apricot yellow flag is extremely powerful. Not only can it suppress demigod-level powerhouses, but it also has a chance to activate soul hunting. Once the soul hunting is activated, it will drain the opponent's 3 souls and 6 souls, and send them into the endless hell. Even a demigod can't escape. Such power is simply terrifying and creepy. With this treasure, Su Tian can be said to have another trump card. The previous immortal binding lock can already trap demigod-level powerhouses. Today's apricot yellow flag is even stronger. Su Tian put it away carefully, not daring to be careless. This is his trump card. With 2 items, Su Tian is quite invincible. Even if he is a demigod, he has no fear. But even so, Su Tian still wants to keep a low profile. Although he now has 2 whole cards in his hand, he also understands that there is only one chance to use these 2 demigod-level items. He would never use these 2 items if he hadn't had to do so in an emergency. When he was in Death Castle before, he was suppressed by the headless monster, and he didn't use the immortal binding lock. Because he knows that as long as the delay continues, there is still a chance to turn things around. Therefore, if these 2 items were not at a critical moment of life and death, he would never use them. After making the decision, Su Tian looked at the remaining light clusters a little fierily. These items were all exchanged with the rewards from the Castle of Death. Even if the degree of cherishing is not as high as that of Xingguangqi, it should not be much worse. Su Tian squeezed the second ball of light. The golden light shone, and the second object slowly revealed its appearance. Health-preserving gourd, an ancient holy treasure that can collect the essence of heaven and earth, breed the aura of life, absorb it to prolong life, strengthen the body, and nourish the vital energy. Health gourd. Looking at the small yellow gourd in his hand, Su Tian felt a little surprised. Although this treasure is not comparable to the demigod level Xingguangqi, but the status is second only to the demigod. This is a holy item, and it is still healthy. It can actually collect the essence of heaven and earth, and give birth to the aura of life. Such a thing is simply a healing relic. Su Tian tried it, opened Huang Chenden's small gourd, and a burst of vigorous vitality burst out instantly. Su Tian took a deep breath and instantly felt the active cells in his body boiling. Not only that, the in the body is wriggling, and there is a tingling feeling. It's like growing new meat. This is another blood change. With just a short setsuna, Su Tian immediately understood. He took a breath of life just now, and a clear change occurred in his body immediately. In that instant, the blood in her body was boiling, and the living cells were rolling. Not only that, its flesh and blood also changed in an instant. He was shocked and extremely happy. He believed it, but she was just absorbing it for a while, and she would definitely be reborn. The breath of life in this health-preserving gourd is different from the previous ones. This is evolved through the essence of heaven and earth. Has an extremely heaven-defying effect. Not only can it be reborn and nourish the blood, but it can also improve his talent and upper limit. What an effect! Su Tian was shocked with joy on his face. Although this health-preserving gourd is said to be at the holy level, in his opinion, it is already comparable to some demigod-level treasures. This kind of healing holy object can also improve the treasures on the body, which is more precious than anything else. Su Tian looked surprised, and solemnly included it in the core of the floating island. You can wait until you have time in private to absorb this stuff. It won't be long before that time, his body will be reborn. Not only will the physical body be shaped, but future achievements will be even higher, without any upper limit. This simply created a bright road for him. Su Tian felt that even if he got some useless items later, it was worth the trip. Then, Su Tian squeezed the third light ball with great expectation. Soul locking clock, holy level item, can be activated 3 times, has extremely powerful spiritual power, can block the soul of the opponent, and has a 50% probability of activating the skill soul refining. Another baby. Su Tian's eyes lit up, he was very excited. After this continuous process, 2 demigod level items and 2 holy level items were obtained. This luck is almost gone. But if it's luck, it's better to trade things. These dark items that Su Tian traded were all obtained by fighting with their lives. Especially the heart of that headless monster, it is simply a powerful one. But fortunately, Huang Tian pays off. The items exchanged in the end also satisfied Su Tian's wishes. Su Tian played with the small copper-colored clock in his hand, feeling a little interested. This soul-locking clock looks small and exquisite, but it has the effect of restraining the other party's soul. And there is a half chance of refining the other party's soul for your own use. Such items can also reveal some demigod items. The most important thing is that it can be used 3 times. The higher the level of the item, the less often it is used. This kind of attacking item is different from the healing treasure of the health-preserving gourd. These sacred objects are all capable of killing demigod-level existences. You know, the demigod-level island owners have been practicing for tens of thousands of years. They are all past and cannot be traced back. Their islands have been buried in history for so long that no one cares about them. This kind of power possesses a method comparable to that of a god. But even so, in the face of these demigod-level and holy-level items, they also have a high probability of falling risk. Therefore, these treasures are his cards to save his life in the future. Su Tian was excited and began to open the remaining light clusters. Slowly, the smile on his face gradually solidified. The results of the next dozen or so items were unsatisfactory. I don't know if it's the crow's mouth just now, anyway, the extraordinary items behind are all ordinary. Su Tian sighed, then left satisfied. After all, the results of this harvest are already very rich. 2 juggernaut-level items and 1 demigod-level item. This kind of achievement is something that many people can't get in their lifetime. Now it was easily completed by Su Tian. In this situation, some people just want to say that the drought dies, and the fish dies. Chapter 86. Afterglow falls. The mountains and fields at dusk are hidden in the clouds. Roar. In the forest, a roar of a tiger shook the forest. Tiger soul, the soul of auspiciousness, gathers the essence of heaven and earth, contains the spirit of all things, can restore Subai the god of the tiger. This is Tiger Soul. Seeing the spirit of the white tiger running in the jungle, Su Tian said in amazement. I never thought of it. How could he obtain the soul of the white tiger at this time? This is simply dozing off, give me a pillow. Su Tian was delighted in his heart. He originally wanted to gather another batch of extraordinary items. Unexpectedly, the soul of the white tiger was released. This is like a tiger with wings added to him. Today, he is still thinking hard about restoring Subai's tiger statue, but he didn't expect a solution to come immediately. The soul of the white tiger can revive the god of the white tiger, so this statue of the white tiger can also be revived. Su Tian was overjoyed in his heart. Looking at the spirit of the white tiger shaking in front of him, he loved it very much. Come over. Su Tian stretched out his right hand and held the illusory white tiger's soul in his arms. At this moment, without any hesitation, he directly spread the wings of Fenglai. Sigh. An afterimage flashed across the sky. Su Tian took the spirit of the white tiger and flew to the west at high speed. Not long after, the two arrived in front of the white tiger statue. Su Tian fell, feeling emotional again. Even though he hadn't seen this white tiger statue for many days, it still shocked him greatly. Every time she thinks about that day, she still has lingering fears. The evil spirit of the white tiger spirit is extremely heavy. If you are not careful, you will be engulfed and eroded by its boundless evil spirit. This time, Su Tian carefully placed the white tiger forest on it. Feeling the call of the bloodline, the spirit of the white tiger was very happy. He jumped on the white tiger statue, and a strong evil spirit was slowly sinking into the statue. One Setsuna, a huge beam of light was set off in the entire heavenly palace. Afterwards, the violent wind blew endlessly all around. Call. Between heaven and earth, a violent force is moving. The whole earth is trembling violently. The wind continued, and the sound roared. At this moment, the statue of the white tiger seemed to come alive, and the roar of the monkey forest made the whole earth tremble. Roar. The roar pierced through the clouds and spread to the boundless distance. Su Tian stepped back, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The white tiger statue revived, and a terrifying beast nearly 10 meters high roared, "Oh oh! He exudes terrifying power. It seems that it can tear everything between heaven and earth." Even if Su Tian stood far away, he could still feel a sense of suffocation. He was shocked and shocked. He has broken through the second stage now, and his strength is far beyond before. But even so, she still looked ashamed in front of this white tiger. The other party just exudes breath from his body, which makes him feel suffocated. It is not difficult to imagine how powerful the white tiger in front of him is. Boom! The spirit of the white tiger revived, opened its fangs, and spewed out a mouthful of terrifying energy. One Setsuna, the whole world was blasted to pieces. The heavy cloud curtain was blasted, and the terrifying wind howled. In the air, a void was completely shattered. Bai Hu looked back at Su Tian, and then jumped into the void without hesitation. Rumble! The white tiger stepped into the void, causing the whole world to tremble violently. The broken void in the sky gradually recovered under the repair of countless forces. Su Tian's heart was shocked, and he was at a loss. The white tiger's attack was really terrifying, it shattered the void with a single blow. Such a terrifying strength is simply shocking. Su Tian glanced at the sky, showing a thoughtful look. In the boundless sky of the vast sea, it seems to be calm, but in fact, there are undercurrents surging. Su Tian could feel that the white tiger hadn't left. His terrifying aura still enveloped the entire land. Su Tian glanced back, then spread his wings of wind and thunder, and fled in a hurry. It's so depressing to be here. The evil spirit emanating from the white tiger made him feel fear. Especially his casual blow was even more shocking. When Su Tian left the range of the white tiger, the pressure on his body suddenly decreased. He fell slowly, leaning against an ancient tree, and took a deep breath. His inner excitement could not be calmed down for a long time. It was so shocking. Although Beihu's strength has not yet been recovered, he understands that once Beihu makes a move, even the island owner of the fourth stage will not be able to withstand his blow. That blow just now was really shocking. It shattered the entire sky and made the whole world pale. Such power, in his opinion, is simply destructive. It seems that this time there is another hole card. Su Tian looked towards the western sky and muttered to himself. Now, he has another hole card, the white tiger, in his hand. The strength of the island can be said to be a leap forward. This floating island assessment is considered stable. Not only that, even if some island owners with ulterior motives are eyeing him, they have to weigh whether they have the strength. The white tiger's casual blow would probably wipe them out. With such a terrifying existence, Su Tian felt a little relieved in his heart. On the other side, Hei Mo suddenly opened his eyes inside the dragon altar. Just as Setsuna, he felt the call of blood. In the west of the island, there is a pure blood of holy beasts calling him. He and the opponent's blood of the holy beast have a heartfelt connection. He raised his head and looked into the distance suspiciously. What's going on? The feeling just now can't be wrong. Hei Mo firmly believed that the Setsuna just now did arouse a trace of calling deep in his blood. It made his blood boil, and he felt like he couldn't control himself. With a roar, he rushed out of the dragon altar and flew towards the far west. Everywhere on the island, people with extraordinary creatures felt a sense of surrender in the Setsuna just now. The white tiger is one of the 4 holy beasts, with a high bloodline, and is invincible. Setsuna, who had just recovered, stopped his strength and burst out instantly. The suppression from the blood made all the creatures on the island feel terrified. They knelt down at the same time, looking into the distance in awe. This is the strength and status of Behu. It's been a long time. Su Tian finally recovered from the shock just now. This is the first time he has seen a divine beast showing its power. The terrifying power soared to the sky and fell to the ground, making the whole world eclipsed. Although he had been prepared in his heart, he still couldn't help being shocked after seeing such aura. The white tiger statue can be regarded as a demigod-level weapon. The strength is terrifying, the breath is monstrous. Su Tian believed that if the moment of last resort was not reached, the white tiger would definitely not appear easily. It is hidden in the void, although Su Tian doesn't understand its true meaning, he can guess 1 or 2. White Tiger Palace. At this moment, Su Tian thought of it in his heart. As a holy beast, the white tiger is used to arrogance. If there is no special palace to support him, then she would rather stay in the void than show her face like this. Su Tian knew that in order to make the opponent appear, he had to build a white tiger palace. Make offerings to it life after life. Chapter 87. Get out of the jungle. Su Tian felt happy. The white tiger has been revived, and there is another whole card on the island. Looking into the distance, Su Tian's eyes became more determined. It's dusk now. On the other side of the barracks, Zhao Hao has successfully subdued the remaining 2 tribes. The remaining 2 tribes are the skeleton tribe and the goblin tribe. As monsters, these 2 groups are different from other monsters in their bloodthirsty. They have their own clan, their own beliefs, and their own rules. With a large army, Zhao Hao subdued these 2 tribes without much effort. Su Tian was a little surprised when he heard the report. Unexpectedly, the skeleton clan and the goblin clan were subdued to his island. After being shocked, Su Tian asked about the development of the 2 tribes. Zhao Hao confessed truthfully. Although the development of these 2 tribes is not advanced. However, there are a large number of people, and under Zhao Hao's arrangement, they soon developed in a decent manner. These 2 tribes are the largest among the 8 tribes. The number of ethnic groups has reached more than 5,000. Su Tian was slightly surprised when he heard this. There are so many. He made a preliminary estimate, and with the addition of the 8 major tribes, the number of residents on the island has exceeded 30,000. Such a quantity is absolutely terrifying in the initial stage. And even in the middle and late stages, it is definitely that kind of shocking existence. Su Tian got the expansion order and expanded the island ahead of time. Otherwise, each island owner is eligible to expand the island again only after reaching level 50. It can be said that Su Tian completely won at the starting line. At this time, the outer islands have completed the unification. In the next few days, all you need to do is to prepare for the battle and meet the floating island assessment. As the saying goes, the mountain rain is about to come and the wind is full of buildings. In the past few days, with the weakening of the protective barrier, many monsters have broken through the periphery of the island. During this period, all major ethnic groups killed many monsters. Su Tian took a look, and the efficiency of the island's development was very fast, somewhat beyond his imagination. Because of the development of point stores, many people have started working overtime. In order to get more points, the various ethnic groups worked day and night. In the Tauran tribe, because of the emergence of point stores, the number of extraordinary weapons has increased dramatically. Many Tauran rushed to work overnight, which caused the completion date to be several days ahead of schedule. And this not only allowed them to get rich points, but also allowed their tribe to accumulate a batch of extraordinary weapons. Su Tian believed that according to this speed, the Tauran tribe would soon be fully equipped with extraordinary weapons. And in the past few days, Kata brought some people, and it seems that he has only released some secrets of Lianu. Today, new repeaters are being built. Not only that, they also transformed elemental stones into bows and arrows. The power of the continuous crossbow burst is greatly improved. On the Goat Clan side, they have made a lot of breakthroughs in the past few days. A batch of holy medicine for healing has been hoarded, and a lot of quenching pills and violent pills have also been produced. These strategic materials were distributed to various tribes. This gave the leaders more confidence. The elixir of the goat tribe is very effective, and all the tribes are deeply impressed after watching it. Su Tian distributed these pills to various tribes in the form of commodities. All the points earned belong to the Goat Clan. Each tribe has its own talents / So Su Tian, in the form of point store, communicated the bridge between them. Now that the war is imminent, all tribes are hoarding a large number of strategic items for the battle. And this also makes the island's development speed faster. Su Tian took a look and was very satisfied with the development of the outer islands. After completing the great unification, except for the 2 added later, the 8 major tribes have become familiar with each other. On the island, the people in charge of various fields are also very busy. In the past few days, the development of the island has been like a rocket. One day at a time. The scale of development has been expanded to a larger scale, and the fields involved are also broader. At this moment, a message bounced from Su Tian's floating island core. He was a little puzzled, and opened the core of the floating island to check. Opening Setsuna, a private channel dialog box popped up. Su Tian was surprised, not many people knew about it, only some old classmates. The ones chatting with her in private now should be some of the former classmates. There is a high probability that it is Wu Jian, Qin Shan, and others. Agree to private chat. Immediately, a familiar figure came from the phantom in front of him. Sure enough, the official Wu Jian who initiated the private chat this time. Before, he had a private chat with Su Tian once. But that time it was to make a deal with him. Seeing old classmates, Su Tian didn't show too much courtesy. After all, they are already very familiar with their experience in the extraordinary world. Si Su Tian agrees. Wu Jian on the opposite side smiled slightly. She opened her mouth and said softly. Su Tian, in 2 more days it's time for the floating island assessment. Since the return of the extraordinary world, the development of my island has become more and more smooth. Not only have a lot of resources been mined and the production scale has been established, but also a lot of skill scrolls have been developed. Su Tian was a little surprised. His island has been developed for so long, and the skill scroll has never been mined. It seems that the islands that the other party got randomly are very extraordinary. In the big world, this island has different characteristics. In the initial stage, getting the island is good or bad depends on luck. Wu Jian's island should have the characteristics of skill scrolls. That's why so many skill scrolls fell out during the development process. Wu Jian went on to say. There are many characteristics of skill scrolls. I have some here. Just treat it as your reward for taking care of me in the extraordinary world. As he said that, there was a receiving message in the chat channel. Su Tian opened it blankly, and a dozen skill scrolls immediately appeared in front of him. He observed it step by step, and suddenly, his breathing became short of breath. Among the more than a dozen skill scrolls sent by the other party, 3 of them were of the mysterious department. Not only that, but there is also an advanced skill scroll. If these dozen or so skill scrolls are auctioned outside, they can fetch at least 10,000 gold coins. The value of those 3 mysterious systems and high-level scrolls alone is far more than that. Su Tian was shocked, and at the same time had a strange feeling towards Wu Jian. Before he helped Wu Jian, it was entirely because of his classmates. And he never thought about asking for anything in return. Unexpectedly, the other party was willing to return him with such a big gift. Su Tian took a look, these skill scrolls are of great use to him. So he wasn't pretentious, and naturally put it away. But he didn't take it for nothing, and gave Wu Jian a batch of extraordinary weapons in return. Wu Jian turned on the receiving channel, her pupils suddenly widened. Seeing the dozen or so extraordinary items sent by the other party, he was not only surprised. Extraordinary items are worth far more than skill scrolls. There is no other meaning for him to return the skill scroll. This is too precious. Wu Jian was a little embarrassed and wanted to refuse. Su Tian waved his hand, and said casually, "I still have a lot of supernatural items, so you can use them first. In a few days it will be the floating island assessment, which will be of great use to you in the future. If you are really embarrassed, then just trade some skill scrolls in the future." Wu Jian really needs this batch of extraordinary weapons right now. The value of extraordinary weapons is beyond imagination, and it can bring her great help in the initial stage. It can be said that with this batch of extraordinary weapons, his floating island assessment is basically guaranteed. The two chatted for a while, and told Wu Jianzhang something happened recently. Nowadays, many island owners have begun to pay attention to Su Tian. Many people are approaching Su Tian through their relationships. Qin Shan had also warned the students before that they should not go out and talk nonsense. Although everyone agreed on the surface, they also knew in their hearts that some people would not be able to resist the temptation of interests. So Wu Jian asked her to be on guard and be careful. Su Tian nodded, thinking a little bit. After chatting privately for a while, the two ended the conversation. Because Wu Jian still has a lot of things to take care of on the island, she can't spare much time for the time being. Su Tian closed the private chat, and began to check messages in the world chat silently. As predicted. Under the message after message, many of them are about inquiring about Su Tian. Someone made an offer on the world channel, as long as you have Su Tian's contact information, you can get an extraordinary weapon. In the initial stage, an extraordinary weapon almost had a subversive effect. After Su Tian glanced at it, he silently closed the chat channel. Chapter 88. Time flies by. Soon came the eve of the floating island assessment. After several days of preparations, the entire island has completely entered a fighting state. In the outer area, the towering city walls cast by various tribes are patrolled by hundreds of people every day. Zhao Hao led the army to conduct investigations on the periphery of the island. Today, the barrier of the protection period has become nothing. All kinds of monsters will invade the floating island with the arrival of night. Fortunately, the major tribes are well equipped and have extremely strong combat effectiveness. This led to the monsters, which did not do much damage after invading the island. In the past few days, Su Tian has accumulated a large number of extraordinary weapons through random transactions. Today, almost all members of the 8 great tribes are extraordinary. On the periphery of the island, the detectors are constantly scanning. In the sky, Black Ink and Fire Phoenix soar in the sky. 2 extraordinary elves are also hunting in the night. Looking at the dawn that was about to break, Su Tian showed a sneer. After these days of preparations in the morning, it can be said that it is impeccable. For him, the nearby floating island assessment was just a formality. As long as he passes the floating island assessment, he can truly become an island owner and completely control everything on the island. Not only that, he can get the title of new island owner. Only those who have the title of island owner are eligible to go to the second area. Today, the location of the island is still the first area. The extraordinary aura in the first area is thin, and the mysterious power to replenish resources refreshed is also relatively weak. After entering the second area, the extraordinary breath and mysterious power will be correspondingly strong. This is of great help to the development of the island. Stare. The hidden mission has been opened, do you accept it? Just when Su Tian was lost in thought, a sound of notification interrupted his train of thought. Hidden task. Su Tian was slightly surprised that he had triggered the hidden mission without doing anything. According to the situation in this world, hidden tasks are generally only triggered when they touch the key. But now I didn't do anything, why did I trigger the hidden mission? Although Su Tian was slightly surprised, he clicked to accept the body honestly. Because he knows that the emergence of hidden missions often represents huge benefits. Hidden missions are hidden in every corner of the world, and rich rewards can be obtained after triggering and completing the missions. The hidden mission has been opened. This is an exclusive mission exclusively for the extraordinary selection leader. Task requirements: when the floating island assessment comes, the difficulty of monster invasion on the island will be increased by 10 times. Please be sure to completely eliminate the source of darkness. Break the source of darkness. You can get the exclusive title Cleaner exclusive to the leader. You can get the origin of the world +1. If you fail the task, you will be swallowed by darkness and become a paradise for monsters. Hiss! Isn't this embarrassing? After watching the hidden mission, Su Tian felt a little headache. Isn't this task too difficult? The difficulty of the monster has been increased by 10 times. Doesn't that mean that the number of monsters coming tomorrow will be 10 times that of normal ones? If other people do it, I'm afraid it really can't be done. Fortunately, Su Tian Island is developing extremely fast. The combat power and defense power have been increased several times. This gave him a little confidence in tomorrow's assessment. And in his hand, he was holding several trump cards. So, although this task is arduous, it is not impossible. Silence for a while. Su Tian walked out of the castle slowly. At this moment, the sky is slightly brighter. Before long, the sun will rise in the east. At that time, the real assessment will come. This is a tough battle. All island owners will start the assessment today. Su Tian looked firmly at the sky, and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. At this moment, his heart is extremely happy. Over the past month, he has worked hard to improve his strength and develop the island. For this moment today. Immediately, his month's hard work will pay off. After completing this task, he will become the real island owner. In the World Channel, many island owners are feeling uneasy. They are different from Su Tian. After a month of development, they barely established some lines of defense. At the moment, most people are buying spell scrolls. The spell scroll will be a vital weapon in the defense of the city. According to the previous precedent, most of the island owners passed the floating island assessment with the help of spell scrolls. So at this moment, everyone is vigorously buying spell scrolls. After Su Tian glanced at the chat channel, he silently closed it. He spread his wind and thunder wings and flew into the sky. Above the sky, he could already vaguely see the black shadow sweeping in the distance. In the hazy clouds, there are a group of black shadows like sea tides, attacking here. Everyone's pressure has increased sharply, and they are fully prepared for battle. The 8 major tribes of the outer islands had gathered on the city wall, ready to fight. Zhao Hao led the army, mainly gathered in the goat tribe. Because the goat tribe has no combat power, they can only develop some elixir. Therefore, Zhao Hao led the army to focus on stationing here. Fire elves and earth elves have come to the battlefield. The two stood above the city wall, blocking the monster with an aura of one man guarding the gate, and no one could do anything. The 2 holy angels Leia and Laxin have both transformed into fighting forms. They are very serious in fighting form. The body exudes a terrifying breath, which makes people feel suffocated. At this moment, all the personnel on the island have entered a fighting state. Rumbling. There was a thunderclap. The night in the sky completely dispersed. The rising sun from the east is slowly igniting. At this moment, the fiery red sun dyed half of the sky red. Roar. In the distance, countless monsters roared as if they were stimulated by something. At this moment, they seemed to no longer be afraid of the sun. In an instant, countless monsters hit like a tide. Roar. In the sky and on the ground, all kinds of monsters are coming crazily. Su Tian's eyes were serious, and he felt a dark oppression. At this moment, what they are facing will be 10 times more difficult. Everyone was waiting in full battle, with determination in their eyes. On the communication channel, heated discussions started. Damn, there is a big wave of pterosaur monsters in the distance, attacking the island. I can't fly, how to solve it? MD, I feel like this assessment is going to fail. There is a 10-meter tall monster running towards me in the distance. Purchase a lot of money to buy spell scrolls, whoever has the speed to trade, the price is absolutely fair. Su Tian turned into a sharp sword in his hand, and the two spirits of heaven and earth in his body slowly appeared on his left and right sides. The monster in the distance has been drawn closer to 10 miles away from them. Seeing them getting closer and closer, everyone's hearts became more and more tense. This is the first big battle they face. There is a risk of falling at any time. But after everyone glanced at Su Tian in the sky, the tension was relieved. For them, Su Tian is the god of Dingai. Has absolute deterrence and a sense of security. As long as Su Tian does not fall, their faith will not collapse. Some people are fiery and ready to kill. For them, this is an opportunity for transformation. As long as they accumulate enough points in this battle, they will have a chance to step into the extraordinary. Chapter 89. The Rising Sunday. The weather that was supposed to be sunny, but at this moment, was crushed by an army of dark monsters. Roar! In the first area, all the islands are being invaded by monsters at this moment. All the island owners are showing their abilities to resist the attack of monsters. In just a short moment, the dark creatures that had accumulated for a month broke out at this moment. Just like a bomb in the magma, it exploded so fast. Su Tian's side is facing the invasion of 10 times monsters. The mighty monsters attacked them like a wave. In the sky and on the ground, all kinds of monsters are attacking head-on. Hundreds of demon kings roared to the sky. Rumbling. The 8 major tribes shot at the same time. The monster entered the attack range and immediately attracted everyone to surround and kill. Shhhhhhhh. From the sky, countless extraordinary weapons came through the sky. It turns into colorful light and falls in the monster area. Roar! In an instant, thousands of monsters were blown to pieces. In the half-dragon tribe, all the half-dragons leaped forward wearing extraordinary armor and holding battle axes. Their huge bodies erupted with powerful defensive power. At this moment, it is like a chariot on earth, rushing directly to the forefront. The Tauran tribe and the Centaur tribe are all manipulating crossbow arrows for long-range consumption. The archery skills of the people and horses are superb, and there are almost no cases of false shots, and they hit 100 shots. The crossbows controlled by the Tauran tribe can burst out tens of thousands of bows and arrows in 1 second. Under his intensive suppression, a large number of monsters were swept to death. Zhao Hao led the army, together with the skeleton soldier Gen Goblin, to fight from left to right. A bloody battle broke out on the endless grassland with mighty troops. The fire elf faced a demon king, holding a long spear, bursting into blossoming lotus flowers. Under the attack of his underworld fire, 9 bright white lotus flowers bloomed instantly, and even the devil had no power to resist. The earth elves swung the hammer of the earth in turn, rushing into the crowd with an unstoppable momentum. A demon king wanted to block it, but he smashed it to pieces in an instant. The earth spirit swallows up mountains and rivers, and its power surpasses the world. The terrifying power turned into a pair of hammers, swinging in his hands. Hei Mo found a flood dragon monster and directly fought with him. Because of the suppression of blood, Xiaolong had no power to resist in front of Hei Mo. The fire phoenix fights the pterosaur king alone. She flapped her wings and burned the sky with the fire of nirvana. At this moment, his eyes were burning like the second scorching sun. The bright red fire covered half of the sky. Pieces of wailing came from the sky. That was the wailing of countless monsters in the sea of flames. The 2 holy angels with the breath of light have caused countless creatures to fear the unknown. The power of light is born to restrain the darkness. At this moment, they exploded with light power, making countless dark monsters fear unknown. Su Tian was suspended in the air, silently observing all the changes in the venue. The assessment has just started, and they are still in the upper hand. But he understands that their advantages will gradually disappear as time goes by. Now is just the first wave of the dark source. The next battle will continue until the night. After all, everyone's strength is limited. In the face of tide-like monsters, they will eventually be exhausted. Fortunately, they have the help of the Goat Clan. At this moment, the Goat Clan is going all out to practice pills. They practiced pills, which could instantly restore the power they consumed in just a few breaths. Not only that, but there are also many berserk pills that can explode with amazing power at critical moments. Su Tian understood that in order to win this battle, the most important thing was the Goat Clan side. The difficulty has increased tenfold, and the number of monsters they encountered has been multiplied by 10. For a while, he was a little tired of coping. Roar! Listen up, everyone! Killing an ordinary monster will reward you with 5 points, and killing a Demon King will reward you with 500 points. Behead a Supreme Demon King, and reward 5,000 points directly. Great, brothers, kill! Hearing this, everyone's mood suddenly became excited. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they directly killed the attacking monster to the rear. At this moment, Su Tian spread his wings of wind and thunder, and transformed into a thunder sword in his hand, and quickly killed a Supreme Demon King. The strength of the Supreme Demon King is second only to the level of the headless monster last time. Su Tian didn't take it lightly, he broke out with all his strength as soon as he came up. The power of the dragon in the body exploded, and the black scales surged up the body, turning into a thick layer of armor. Thunder streaks flickered, appearing indistinctly around the black scales. Roar! Boom! There was a loud explosion. A 50-meter-tall demon ape Supreme Demon King, with one arm cut off. He turned his head angrily, meeting Su Tian's eyes. At this moment, both of them saw killing intent in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, the two of them directly bombarded and killed at this moment. The demon ape has a large body, and every punch carries terrifying power. His fist slashed, and there was a howling wind that exploded. Su Tian didn't dare to resist it head-on, quickly dodged sideways, and then instantly shattered the darkness with the power of thunder. Horrible killings are blooming at this moment. The boundless battle is about to start. On the battlefield, the sound of tearing and howling rang out continuously. Countless corpses fell down, turning into numerous white bones and being trampled on. Hot blood dripped down, infecting the entire soil. The strong smell of blood is in the air. Everyone's murderous nature was provoked at this moment. In the eyes of everyone, there is only endless killing. After half a sound, 9 out of 10 of the first wave of dark monsters were wiped out by them. Hundreds of demon kings were beheaded, and all 5 supreme demon kings were beheaded. Tens of thousands of dark monsters turned into corpses and dissipated into the air. Everyone was wounded all over their bodies, their faces were bloody, and they roared to the sky. At this moment, everyone's hearts were extremely happy. This battle was played heartily. They were all victorious and beheaded all the dark monsters. But they understand that this joy is short-lived. It won't be long before they will usher in a second wave of attacks. But even so, everyone was still excited. Su Tian took a look, and quickly organized the Goat Clan to heal their wounds. After the first battle, many people were covered in blood and suffered a lot of injuries. Some people even fell in this battle. It's too late for everyone to be sad. At this moment, they can only survive the second battle with confidence if they take the opportunity to recover. The goat came up and quickly took the elixir they refined to heal everyone. In less than a moment. Surprisingly, the injuries on some people disappeared. The wound that was scarred quickly recovered. Even the broken bones were quickly connected within a few units. Su Tian took a deep breath, deeply admired. It has to be said that the elixir refined by the goat clan is really effective. Contains strong vitality and can heal wounds for everyone in a short time. Roar! In the distance, the second wave of dark monsters is slowly attacking. They roared, like vicious dogs, attacking eagerly. After everyone recovered, they looked firmly into the distance. At this moment, many people took a step forward. The meaning is clear. Anyone who dares to invade the island will be killed. Su Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a more terrifying aura. The second wave of monsters is even more difficult. He has a keen sense and can feel the opponent's strength from a distance. At this moment, more than 200 demon kings are coming here. There are 10 supreme demon kings. This terrifying combat power made him feel tight. This is the second wave, and that's it. Wouldn't it be more difficult if it came to the back? Su Tian's heart is heavy, and his eyes are fixed on the distance. Chapter 90. On the floating island battlefield. Numerous bones piled up into mountains, and scarlet blood stained the soil. A chilling atmosphere lingered again. In the distance, dense crowds of terrifying monsters are coming here. The earth is trembling slightly, and the air is whistling and whistling. At this moment, everyone's hearts became tense again. The second wave of monsters was even more terrifying. Hundreds of demon kings, dozens of supreme demon kings. Such a lineup is simply chilling. In fact, other islands are also facing monster attacks. But in many places, even a demon king is useless. Except for some unlucky island owners, a demon king may be spawned randomly. At this moment, Su Tian is facing hundreds of demon kings on the island. Not only that, but even more terrifying dangers are quietly approaching. The demon king is not too much of a threat to them. The biggest threat is still the 10 supreme demon kings behind. The supreme demon king possesses unparalleled terrifying power. Even if it is Su Tian, he dare not take them lightly. Roar! In the distance, a huge supreme demon king roared. One Setsuna, the whole earth trembled violently, and the air exploded instantly. Many goblins on the front line burst their eardrums instantly. This is the power of the supreme demon king. Su Tian frowned, staring at them solemnly. Kill! Without waiting, Su Tian took the lead in killing out. Behind her, everyone followed his footsteps and killed them together. In an instant, the bloody battle broke out again. Su Tian erupted the thunder field, and all the power of thunder and lightning poured out at this moment. Holding an extraordinary weapon to suppress the demon tower, he forcefully took on the 2 supreme demon kings. The fire elf pierced through the air, and the dark fire in his hand exploded instantly. The spear passed by, and several demon kings were wiped out by him. With a white lotus fire attached to the tip of his spear, he charged towards a supreme demon king. The earth elf stood up from the ground, swung the hammer in his hand, and smashed heavily at a supreme demon king like a meteorite. Bang! The ground instantly cracked, and countless gravels stirred in the air. A huge explosion is blooming here. In the sky, Black Ink and Fire Phoenix, one person confronts a supreme demon king. Black dragon flames, and bright nirvana flames bloom. Light up the entire sky. The air was booming, like the end of the world, and countless thunders were exploding. In the middle of the battlefield, 2 valiant holy elves are shining brightly. They spread their angel wings, and their white feathers fluttered over the whole land. They radiate divine light, shining on every inch of soil on the earth. Where the light passes, all the darkness creaks as if corroded. The 2 holy angels released their fighting state, which made people feel inexplicable palpitations. Even the supreme demon king must stay away. Because of the suppression of the light breath, the 2 holy angels gained the upper hand. Boy, my uncle is here to help you. In the distance, a colorful deer is coming here with a mermaid. After this period of improvement, Salsa is extremely proficient in controlling water elements. She stirred up a tsunami, superimposed countless layers of waves, and killed a supreme demon king. Behind her, that extraordinary scallop was blessing him with strength. The extraordinary scallop releases the moonlight field to bless him with strength. The colorful divine deer stepped on the auspicious light and came through the sky in an instant. With the supreme bloodline, he is not defeated by anyone at this moment. On his antlers, 7 kinds of strange lights intertwined, turning into a colorful light curtain, covering the body of the supreme demon king. The moment the battle broke out, the 10 supreme demon kings were instantly suppressed. With his own strength, Su Tian strongly confronted the two. On the battlefield, the Zhao Hao monster led the army to repel. Dozens of demon kings came to kill him, and they were instantly blown up by him using spell scrolls. Su Tian entrusted hundreds of spell scrolls to him yesterday. As the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces, Zhao Hao is now in charge of the highest command. Zongji spell scroll released. The endless ground fire spreads all around. Dozens of demon kings were engulfed by the flames and wailed. Thousands of monsters were burned to death. Zhao Hao's eyes showed a fierce light, and the sharp sword in his hand went to kill in the distance. Boom! At this moment, under the concerted efforts of everyone, they actually strongly suppressed the second wave of attacks. The 10 supreme demon kings were beaten back and forth in a row. Soon, there was a supreme demon king who died first. It is the holy angel Leia who confronts him. Because of the suppression of the light breath, it has a unique advantage. At this moment, Leia, who had finished beheading the supreme demon king, was rushing towards Su Tian. Su Tian bathed in the bright thunder sea, like a thunder giant. Under his powerful attack, the 2 supreme demon kings didn't have any upper hand. Now, with Leia's support, the 2 supreme demon kings have no chance. Su Tian broke out with all his strength and completely suppressed the 2 supreme demon kings. Leia charged from behind, cutting all darkness with the light brigade blade in her hand. Under the joint efforts of the 2 supreme demon kings were beaten back steadily, and blood was scattered all over the ground. Not long. Another battle is over in the distance. The fire elves powerfully beheaded a supreme demon king. On his spear, the bright red blood was still dripping. That is the blood of the supreme demon king. Time passed slowly. All major regions have slowly wiped out the second wave of invaders. Darkness enveloped the earth, and everyone's hearts were heavy. Su Tian looked into the distance, and felt a source of darkness. He knew that a real storm was coming. The arrival of the hidden mission has increased the difficulty by 10 times. Su Tian even suspected that the difficulty this time was more than 10 times higher. The appearance of the Supreme Demon King made him feel troublesome. Now, he even felt a trace of the source of terror leaking out. That is the core of this dark monster. Only by breaking the source of darkness can the killing stop this time. But he understood in his heart the horror of the dark source in the distance. Even though they were far apart, he still felt a sense of fear of death. This caused her peaceful heart to stir up waves. He took out an extraordinary weapon, a bit reluctant. This is a heaven level one-time killer. Possesses absolutely terrifying strength. Su Tian didn't want to use this whole card so quickly. But up to now, he has no way to back down. This battle is all about the lives of the whole island. No matter how reluctant Su Tian was, he had to use this trump card. Huang Chuan Lantern. Su Tian looked at the yellow lantern in his hand, revealing his determination. A heaven-level extraordinary weapon can burst out the terrifying power of the underworld in an instant. This yellow spring lantern had been placed somewhere on the island by Su Tian before, to absorb extraordinary power. At this moment, he has reached a state of saturation. Countless extraordinary power turned into the power of the underworld, filling the lamp. It seems that it can explode instantly in just a moment. Come on! Let the storm come stronger! Su Tian roared, revealing a trace of wildness. Now that he has made up his mind to use Huang Chuandeng, he will not show mercy anymore. Rumbling. In the distance, the third batch of dark monsters is gathering. They hid in the distant sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Oh! Su Tian was disdainful, and a heaven-level extraordinary weapon appeared in his hand again. This is a bright star, containing a strong bright breath. It is specially designed to restrain these dark monsters. Rumbling. The third monster strikes, and the Dark Supreme Demon King is more terrifying than before. There are more than 20 Supreme Demon Kings gathered. Seeing this, Su Tian revealed an endless sneer. It's just right, let me you all in one fell swoop. Say it. The light star in his hand exploded. A bright light force turned into a long rainbow and spread to all directions. In an instant, where the white light passed, countless dark monsters instantly dissipated. Even the Supreme Demon King can't resist. This is Tianji's extraordinary weapon, possessing mysterious and unpredictable power. In an instant, the third wave of dark monsters was instantly wiped out. The endless white light turned into a long rainbow, spreading towards the distant sky. Seeing this, Su Tian showed a satisfied smile. Below, everyone was so shocked by the blow just now that they couldn't speak. They were preparing for a big fight, but they didn't expect the third wave of battle to be over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and they admired Su Tian even more. Chapter 91. The rest of the evening. The sky receded slowly, and the clouds still had the afterglow of the setting sun. The floating island is surrounded by a strong smell of blood. There are piles of corpses piled up like a mountain. At a glance, there are some uneven bones all around. The blood stained the whole land red, just like the setting sun dyed the entire cloud side red. Woo! In the distance, there are countless monsters venting. The terrifying roar resounded through the clouds. On the city wall, countless people were covered in blood. Their hair is disheveled and their armor torn. The blood of the enemy has been blurred on the face. Everyone leaned against the wall with tired faces. But even so, when they looked at Su Tian's figure, their eyes were still firm. When the monsters attacked, they still waved their weapons vigorously. Su Tian looked calm, silently staring into the distance. His body had long been stained bright red by the blood of countless Supreme Demon Kings. Leia stood behind him, firm in his choice. It's time to make a final closure. A long time. Su Tian stared into the distance, and slowly uttered a word. Hearing this, there was a hint of excitement on the faces of everyone. It's the final battle. As long as you get through this once, everything will be completely over. The Huangchuan lantern has absorbed countless extraordinary powers, and it has already turned into a ghostly color at this moment. Faint yellow light flickers in the wick. A cold and depressing atmosphere blooms here. Roar! In the distance, the dark creatures seem to have the same intention. Their eyes were fierce, and they roared to the sky. There was a terrifying killing intent all over his body, as if he wanted to swallow all life. In the dense black tide, there is a looming man in black. With a sharp look, Su Tian recognized this person, who was the key to the source of darkness. Brave warriors, so let me fight again. Su Tian's voice was high-pitched, deafening like the sound of a bronze bell piercing through the heavens. The loud voice exploded in the ears of countless people. In an instant, everyone who was exhausted was refreshed. They stood up slowly, the extraordinary weapons in their hands trembling slightly. That is their desire to fight. In just a short setsuna, countless people ignited the flames of fighting again. Kill! 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 Everyone's killing intent was awe-inspiring, and they vented their endless anger. Fight! 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 Everyone's fighting spirit is soaring, roaring with terrifying fighting spirit. In the distance, the dark creatures seemed to be intimidated by this terrifying momentum, and they froze for a moment. Su Tian laughed loudly, and the bright thunder light in his body exploded. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the victory of the battle. Rumble! The night is coming. The boundless sky is engulfed by darkness. Hazy dark clouds soaked the entire sky. Boom! 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 In the distance, countless dark creatures are attacking the island. They merged with the night, engulfing all the light they could see. As the dark creatures approach more and more, Su Tian was the first to kill it. Holding the yellow spring lantern in his hand, he mobilized the extraordinary power in his body to activate the yellow spring lantern. Puff! One Setsuna, the light bursts out, and the cold power of the underworld diffuses from the wick. The terrifying nether fire struck from the depths of hell, densely engulfing all visible life in front of you. Under the burning of the nether fire, countless dark creatures were instantly burned to death. Even the Supreme Demon King, if even a little contaminated, would be burnt in an instant, leaving no bones left. This is a heaven-level weapon, so terrifying. Seeing this scene, the confidence of the people below instantly increased. They were overjoyed, and they were even more sure of their victory this time. The horror of Huangchuan Lantern is still spreading. In less than a while, half of the dark creatures were burned in the endless ghost fire. A long time. Everyone stood still, not daring to step over the thunder pool. The nether fire formed a line of defense. Who would dare to touch it? There will be no bones that will be burned. Su Tian took a look, and all the dark creatures in the distance stopped behind the nether fire. Looking at the Huangchuan lantern in his hand that was gradually dimming, Su Tian knew that if he continued to drag it on, it would no longer be of any use. He picked up the yellow spring lamp and took back the diffused ghost fire. Kill! Then, it shouted loudly. The wind and thunder wings behind him released instantly, and then turned into a thunder sword, killing the man in black. He aimed at the man in black and the dark creatures. The man in black exudes a monstrous dark atmosphere. Oh! Ordinary people can't get close to him at all. At this moment, the extraordinary elves and holy angels came to help. They broke through the densely packed monsters and took the head of the man in black. Several supreme demon kings wanted to stop them on the way, but they were instantly eliminated by them. Zhao Hao is not keeping it at this moment, and released more than a dozen intermediate spell scrolls. He led the army to stop other dark creatures. Don't let them affect Su Tian's battle. Boom! In the sky, a battle broke out between Su Tian and the man in black. The whole body of the man in black was bathed in boundless black air, making it impossible to approach. Even if Su Tian broke out with all his strength, he couldn't break the black energy around him. The two holy angels broke through the line of defense, and the light power in their hands was released. The dark aura around the man in black dissipated a lot. The war broke out. The black man exploded with strength, and the dark aura in his body soared to the sky, turning into a black dragon. A spear appeared in his hand, carrying boundless darkness. He shot out, making it difficult for Su Tian to parry. The terrifying force lifted him and cracked his armor. Everyone was shocked, and their faces became serious all of a sudden. Su Tian was wearing earth-level extraordinary armor, which possessed terrifying defensive power. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he was cracked by the power of the man in black. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. Jointly kill. Su Tian came back to his senses and rushed forward again. He knew that she was the only one who could force the man in black to attack at this moment. He punched out, and the bright thunder light wrapped around his fist, exploding like thunder. With a bang, the whole world shook violently. The thunder light hit the black shadow, dissipating a lot of the lifelong dark breath of the black man. But soon, the dissipated black air condensed again. Su Tian frowned, and the Huangchuan lantern in his hand appeared again. Then the icy ghostly fire burns. Feeling the crisis, the man in black evacuated instantly. He looked vigilant and quickly dodged the blow. He didn't dare to take the fire of the netherworld head-on, even if it was as strong as his source of darkness. He didn't dare to contaminate it in the slightest. Squeak! In the darkness, a faint candle burns. The large circle of black air on the black man's arm was completely burned. This scene made everyone happy. Roar! The man in black was furious, and just a little ghost fire caused him to lose a large amount of dark power. With a roar, he picked out the spear in his hand again. One Setsuna, there is an air-breaking momentum coming head-on. The fire elf confronted him, and 9 white lotuses bloomed on the tip of the gun. Bang! The air exploded, and layers of sonic booms appeared. The fire spirit was blown away by several meters. The man in black suppressed the fire elf forcefully with unparalleled aura. Seeing this, the earth elf immediately turned the ground and smashed it with a hammer. The terrifying sledgehammer tore through the air and smashed down with a layer of terrifying wind. Boom! A bang! The man in black directly blocked the attack of the earth elf. Then he swept across with the tip of his spear, and a terrifying force struck like a mountain. The earth elf was swept away and hit the distant wall heavily. In just a split second, the man in black defeated the 2 extraordinary elves with lightning speed. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was heavy. Go together! Someone speaks, and everyone no longer hesitates. All launched the strongest attack at this moment. Su Tian rushed forward and confronted the man in black. He erupted with bright lightning, and the field of thunder emerged around it. The power of the dragon in the body is also roaring out at this moment. Not only that, he also used martial arts. In a short time, 200% of the power burst out. Boom! The sky exploded, and the black air around the man in black was wiped out. Taking advantage of this gap, everyone hastily launched the strongest attack. Without the resistance of the black energy, the defense of the black people is greatly reduced. The 2 holy angels suppressed at the same time. The divine light force erupted, restricting the actions of black people. Hei Mo and Huo Fenghuang attacked, and the attacks of the 2 divine beasts merged into a terrifying beam of light. Oh! Boom! A huge sound erupts. The whole world resounds with the loudest sonic boom. The air turned into a gust of wind, whining. On the grass, huge tornadoes were set off. The bones were blown away, and the soil was lifted up. The huge explosion turned into light, illuminating the entire sky. Just as dazzling as a sun. Cough, cough. In the sky, the black man coughed blood violently. She was seriously injured, and the black air around her was dim. Su Tian was shocked. With the joint efforts of everyone, the man in black was still alive. Before too much hesitation, the Huangchuan lantern belt in Su Tian's hand appeared for the first time. He moved it quickly, and wisps of ghost fire emerged again. Creak! At this moment, the strength of the seriously injured man in black was greatly reduced. Before he could dodge in time, he was burned by this terrifying nether fire. In an instant, one of his arms was instantly engulfed. The man in black was shocked, and cut off one of his arms decisively, so that the fire would not spread any more. Afterwards, he quickly counterattacked, and the black gun in his hand was picked out again. Hei Mo and Huo Fenghuang were attacked and blown away by the terrifying force. Today, even though he is seriously injured, he still possesses terrifying power. Su Tian's eyes were heavy and he felt a headache. This was the first time he had encountered such a tricky monster. Rumble! Just when he was thinking about how to fight. In the west of the inner island, a terrifying white light erupted instantly. A Setsuna, it is like a meteor hitting the earth, directly dispersing the body of the man in black instantly. Bang! The dark creatures around were instantly wiped out. The man in black didn't even have room to resist, and was instantly wiped out by the terrifying force. All of a sudden, the whole earth trembled violently. The source of darkness died, and these monsters lost their vitality. Their bodies are gradually drying up, and their dark breath is slowly disappearing. After a while, Zhao Hao swept away all the dark creatures with the momentum of thunder. In the sky, Su Tian looked dazed. Is this the end? Looking at the surrounding islands that were no longer fighting, Su Tian murmured in disbelief. He thought it was a fierce battle, but he didn't expect it to end like this. The men in black are so terrifying. Both defense and attack power are superb. Unexpectedly, in front of Bai Guang just now, there is no resistance. The terrifying white light hit, and even the source of darkness was instantly destroyed. That kind of destructive power shocked everyone's hearts. Su Tian looked into the distance, and his eyes fell on a void. The moment just now, even if it was fleeting, he still saw it. He saw that in the endless sky, a white tiger suddenly burst into power. The terror of white light strikes, making all the darkness nowhere to hide. Su Tian's heart was greatly shaken, although he knew in his heart that the white tiger was terrifying. But after really seeing its power, I still can't help being surprised. That terrifying power made his scalp tingle. After a brief daze, Su Tian announced the end of this battle. As his words fell, the crowd burst into excited voices. They roared to the sky, venting the endless joy in their bodies. 1. At this moment, everyone is happy. This day-long battle can be regarded as over. Although everyone was very tired, they still celebrated and cheered. This is the first major war that broke out since they came to the island. They successfully guarded the island. Everyone has a sense of accomplishment in their hearts. The class teacher returns to court, heal well. Tomorrow, you will be rewarded according to your merit. There will be no one of you who should be rewarded. Su Tian said loudly, causing the crowd below to burst into excitement again. Say it. Su Tian took everyone back to heal their wounds. At this moment, the extraordinary elf and several others were seriously injured. Not only them, the major armies and the 8 major tribes had casualties. After everyone celebrated, they began to clean the battlefield to heal their wounds. At this moment, the goat family has become the busiest people. All parties suffered serious injuries, and pills were necessary to restore the injuries. The pills hoarded by the goat clan were not enough. Night. Everyone returned to their respective territories and began to cultivate. The battle is over, and everyone is getting busy. The leaders need to count casualties and clean up the battlefield. Chapter 92. Late at night. As Su Tian was the first to end the battle, he passed the assessment. The battles in various places are gradually coming to an end. Through their own hard work, some people finally passed the assessment and became real island owners. Halfway through, Wu Jian, Qin Shan, and others also passed the assessment one after another. They were covered in blood, panting, and told Su Tian excitedly. Although the process is difficult, the result is very satisfying. Night. The assessment of the floating island is officially over, and some people have become real island owners. And those who failed, either died in the darkness, or fled and missed the extraordinary. All islands, the island owners who have passed the assessment, are excitedly naming their own islands. After becoming the real island owner, they have the right to use the island. He can understand everything on the island. And the number of the island can also be changed by the island owner to his own name. As long as the name is marked, everyone will know that this is a real island owner. On Su Tian's side, the core of the floating island has been completely integrated. At this moment, he seemed to be integrated with the entire island. With a thought, you can watch every plant and tree happening on the island. In front of her eyes, he came up with a naming reminder. Stare. Please name your island. Looking at the prompt in front of her, Su Tian understood that she had completely become the master of this island. Su Tian thought for a while, and then firmly named the island Sky Island. The meaning of the island in the sky is that in the future, their island will flourish, soar to the sky, stand tall above the 9 heavens, and become the real overlord. Stare. Congratulations to the owner of the island for successfully naming the island in the sky. A golden light emerged, and the entire island was engulfed by the golden light. Then, a voice came from the ears of everyone on the island. Sky Island. One Setsuna, everyone looked up. I saw a golden beam of light in the sky, soaring into the sky, submerged into the sky. Appeared in the leaderboard. Number 1 in the first region, Island of the Sky. Second place in the first area, Hope Island. The third place in the first region, Big Island. The first reward opens the cross-border and opens the dark world. Above the sky, a golden leaderboard appeared, marking the ranking of all islands in the first area. A variety of islands are on the list. Among them, Su Tian's Sky Island far surpassed others and became the well-deserved number 1. Looking at the leaderboard in the sky, Su Tian fell into deep thought. Did not expect. The reward for the first place is so rich. Directly opened the cross-border and dark world. Su Tian is no stranger to these two. The meaning of crossing the border is very simple, that is, Su Tian is strong enough to leave the first area and go to the second area where the aura is more intense. Of course, if Su Tian wants, he can also go directly to the third area. But the further back, the more intense the competition. High-level island owners often occupy large areas and become private territories. Once someone trespassed on their territory, they were attacked. There are even some island owners who will recruit those newly promoted island owners to work for them. The area above is very complicated. In order to cultivate their own forces, all parties have been fighting year after year. Su Tian doesn't want to get involved in these things yet. She just wants to develop silently, and then become a blockbuster. Although his current development speed is very fast, compared to those old monsters who have cultivated for 100 years, or even 1,000 years. He still looks a little too tender. Su Tian wasn't too arrogant, so he didn't start crossing borders right away. As for the dark world, that is where the dark monsters originated. Go to the dark world, where the island owners of all parties can kill monsters and gain opportunities. In the dark world, opportunities are everywhere. If you are lucky, you can become a god. Of course, there are many dangers inside, and the chance of falling is even greater. Su Tian is currently not considering going to the dark world. After completing the assessment, Su Tian won the title of Cleaner. The title allows each island owner to obtain corresponding privileges after going to the dark world. Generally, island owners with titles are extraordinary people. Su Tian won the title, no matter which area he went to. Everyone will be treated like a guest. Not only that, she also got the origin of the world +1. A white streamer emerges. The entire island was covered in hazy light, shining like stars in the sky. One Setsuna, the whole island seems to be sublimated. The extraordinary aura is rioting and becoming more intense. Everywhere on the island, drastic changes are also taking place. The soil began to become more fertile, and the power contained in it became stronger. The ore is upgraded, and the gold mine becomes rare gold. The elemental stone of the fire element has evolved more attributes. All kinds of medicinal materials began to grow crazily, and the power contained in them became more intense. All of a sudden, earth-shaking changes took place on the island. Everywhere is constantly evolving under the nourishment of the world's essence. Su Tian, as the owner of the island, felt it clearly. His pupils widened and his mouth opened, feeling incredible. In his perception, Sky Island is undergoing a huge transformation. This change surprised him. Gradually, the origin of the world disappeared, and the entire island was completely new. The resources are more abundant, the soil is more fertile, and the extraordinary aura is more intense. Residents on the island also benefit from it. Is this the effect of the origin of the world? Su Tian is overjoyed. As expected of a reward for a hidden mission, it really is rich. At this moment, Su Tian felt that all the previous hard work was worth it. Although 10 times the difficulty was turned on, the monsters they encountered were more powerful. But at this moment, he felt that everything he had done before was worth it. This level of reward, if the rumors are released, I am afraid that countless people will be crazy about it. The island has undergone a huge transformation, such an effect can be said to be the dream of countless island owners. Even if they fight to the death, they will choose to challenge the hidden mission. At this moment, Su Tian has realized the treasure of the origin of the world. With the transformation of the island, Su Tian's strength has risen 2 levels in a row. Today, his level has reached level 13. More features unlocked. In terms of skills, he chose 2 more powerful martial arts. One is offensive and one is defensive. In terms of construction, she unlocked more items. Among them are some small arms, flame towers, forts, flyers, trebuchets. In the mall, it can also trade more items. Midnight. Tribes are steeped in healing. Zhao Hao led some large troops and was cleaning the battlefield where they fought before. After the transformation of the island, the area where the previous battles were fought has also taken on a new look. The shattered mountain was healed again. Pocky soil regrows lawn. The corpses everywhere were swallowed up by the land and turned into nutrients to nourish the earth. Zhao Hao packed up some items that were exploded by the monsters, and put them all in the warehouse. Inside the castle, Su Tian felt the changes taking place on the island. Eternal Iron can feel the transformation of the island, the mining efficiency has increased by 50%, and the mining speed has been obtained. Basic Furnace feels the transformation of the island, the melting speed is increased by 50%, and the refining is obtained. On the island, various psychic items began to increase their efficiency. Su Tian is in a great mood. This night's improvement is comparable to his speed in a week. In the island, except for some people who are still recovering, others have already devoted themselves to new development. Because the island has been transformed, earth-shaking changes have taken place on the island. In the lawn, some fruit vines began to condense extraordinary and bear fruit. In the mountains, some ores are also quietly changing. Common ores are now converted to rare ores. There are even some that have transformed into elemental stones. The cultivation environment on the island has also improved dozens of times. Some ordinary women live in this environment, and their qualifications have been greatly improved. Su Tian lay in the house, feeling everything on the island silently. His eyes can seep into every place on the island. On the lawn, not a single drop of dew could escape his eyes. He also knows where there are rare ores on the top of the mountains. Chapter 93. Early morning. Su Tian slowly woke up from the dream. When he woke up, he received many reminders. Through the hard work of the Eternal Iron Pickaxe, I got Purple Dragon Crystal plus 56, Green Bamboo Stone plus 26, Rare Gold plus 36. After smelting in the basic furnace, the extraordinary weapon Iron Cloud Fan has been refined, Attack plus 6, Toughness plus 5, Defense plus 10. Go through. Su Tian glanced hastily, and found that after one night, the harvest on the island was extremely huge. And this is all due to the origin of the world last night. Su Tian was in a good mood, and in one night, he found that his strength had improved a lot. Thunder appeared in his eyes. Master, it's time to eat. Outside the door, Lin Jun's gentle voice came. She was standing outside with a plate of freshly fished seafood. Su Tian opened the door and welcomed her in. Lin Jun held a huge sea lobster in his hand. Su Tian took a sip and was immediately surprised. This sea lobster actually contains extraordinary power. Is it possible? This is still an extraordinary creature. Sensing Su Tian's strange gaze, Lin Jun quickly explained. Master, Steward Lakeson said, you went through a great battle yesterday, and you need to make up for it. So he made the extraordinary lobster he caught yesterday into food to supplement your nutrition. He specifically warned that this sea lobster contains rich life substances, you must eat it up. Hearing this, Su Tian was a little dumbfounded. I see. No wonder he felt a strong extraordinary substance in it. It can only be said that this extraordinary sea shrimp is not lucky. Just in time for their post-war period. Ordinarily, he might still be left to serve on the island. Now, it can only be used to replenish consumption. Su Tian broke off a piece of meat, then stuffed it into his mouth, gobbling it hungrily. Seeing this, Lin Jun showed a pleasant smile. Eat some, too. The meat quality of extraordinary creatures is of great benefit to you. Su Tian picked up a piece of lobster meat, handed it over and said with a smile. Lin Jun didn't refuse, and took it slowly. Outside the castle, after a night of repairs, the situation on the island has stabilized. The 8 great tribes, except for some injured people, the rest can already operate normally. The elixir of the goat family is very effective. After diluting the effect of the medicine, even if it cannot recover immediately, it can still stabilize the injury. In addition, the transformation of the island occurred yesterday, and the supernatural aura has become richer, which is more beneficial for them to recover from their injuries. As for the fire elves and the others, after absorbing some supernatural fruits of healing last night, they have already recovered, and even showed some signs of breakthrough. During this period of time, the number of people absorbing extraordinary fruits was very frequent. The effect of the medicine accumulated in the body also began to be gradually stretched. It won't be long before their strength will be transformed again. And after yesterday's battle, everyone's killing intent and combat experience have also greatly improved. Recalling yesterday's battle, Su Tian can be considered to have seen a lot of good seedlings. Among the 8 major tribes and armies, there are some youths who are full of vigor. When they were fighting, these people dared to have the courage to challenge the devil alone. There were even some talented people who killed a demon king alone. This made Su Tian very satisfied. Because of their current strength, it is very difficult to kill a demon king alone. You must rely on rich combat experience and keen combat skills to win. There is no doubt that these people will be the key training targets on the island in the future. Su Tian decided to give them some discounts when liquidating points. Let them improve a lot of strength in a short period of time. Su Tian wants to tell everyone that as long as they have the strength and contribution, they can get the resources on the island. The island in the sky does not support idlers. After the comparison, everyone will feel nervous and work harder to practice. Su Tian walked in the jungle and saw a lot of mushrooms. They are all supernatural fruits that just recovered last night. Evolution is taking place under the nourishment of supernatural power. Some extraordinary seeds also gradually grew sprouts, surrounding the woodland. In the mountains and forests, the springs are gurgling, and the strange things are quietly changing. The native creatures on some islands are also evolving towards a higher level after receiving feedback. It can be said that after the baptism of the origin of the world, everything on the island is evolving, progressing to a higher level. Su Tian is in a great mood. He could feel that the sea-like strength in his body was constantly improving. This is the feedback from the core of the floating island. Rumbling. Just when Su Tian was immersed in joy, a loud noise attracted his attention. In the sky, the golden light appeared again, and the regional leaderboard quietly appeared. On the ranking list, a new name is constantly improving at an extremely fast speed. Huangchuan Island. An island that called itself Huangchuan Island suddenly appeared, and then directly squeezed out the second place. Leaderboards generally don't appear. Only appears when the ranking has been changed. On the leaderboard, only the top 50 islands appear. Islands on the list can get some rewards. At this moment, Huangchuan Island suddenly appeared, squeezing out the original second place. This made the original island owner very depressed. Where did this person come from? Why did he suddenly appear? In the first area, many island owners couldn't help being a little puzzled when they saw the ranking changes. Logically, even if the ranking changes, the difference will not be too big. Usually third or fourth promotion. But at this time, this island known as Huangchuan Island has never appeared on the ranking list of the first area. And as soon as she appeared, she directly squeezed out the original second place. This made many people feel suspicious. At the same time, some people speculate that this Huangchuan Island should be an island that crossed the border from the second area. Otherwise, how could someone break through so quickly? In fact, it does. The southeast of the first domain area. At this time, Lin Chen, who had just crossed the border, had some doubts. He was originally an island owner in the second area, and he has been developing and cultivating islands for decades. It can be regarded as the number one character. However, with his strength, he didn't do well in the second district. Recently, major forces have made big moves. I don't know what I'm planning, I'm recruiting soldiers and fighting for territory. And the battle between them will definitely affect a lone wolf like Lin Chen. In order to ensure that his own interests would not be damaged, he lowered his identity and spent tens of thousands of gold coins to come here across regions. He came here for two purposes. The first is to protect himself, lest the battles of other forces affect him. And the second purpose is to come here to pick some good seedlings while the current strength is strong. In the first area, there are all new island owners. Although the current strength is not very good, but if he can conquer this place and gather their strength together, then his strength will be greatly improved. When the time comes to return to the second area, not only will it not be swallowed by other forces, but it will also occupy a place and become a major force. Lin Chen originally had a good plan, but when he saw the leaderboard, he was stunned. It never occurred to him that he came to the first area by himself, and only got a second place. Could it be that the island in the sky, which ranks first in the ranking, also came from other regions? At this moment, Lin Chen had no choice but to think this way. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of tension in his heart. It seems that the plan to recruit the alliance will be implemented sooner. Now here, he is not the only strong one. He must hurry up and unite with other islands. Once his alliance took shape, he wouldn't be afraid even if Sky Island came over. Therefore, the most urgent task is to unite with other islands. Lin Chen thought for a while, and then the island he manipulated moved towards the distance. At this moment, he must quickly unite with other islands. On the other hand, Su Tian doesn't know about these things yet. But he could vaguely feel that things were not simple. The huge change in the leaderboard is definitely more than that simple. Su Tian is not stupid. Of course he knows that the present Huangchuan Island came across borders from other districts. But thinking that the other party was ranked second, he did not surpass himself. The uneasiness in his heart dissipated quite a bit immediately. It seems that things are still under control at present. As long as the opponent's strength does not exceed him, then everything is easy to say. Who is stronger in this world? Whoever has it all. So Su Tian thought for a while, turned around and continued to improve the development of the island. For him, the immediate priority is to improve the development of the island. The faster the island develops, the higher its own strength will be. With strength, Su Tian has greater confidence. In order to ensure that the future is still under his control, Su Tian can only continuously improve his strength. Chapter 94. The first area. 5 days have passed since the end of the floating island assessment. In the past 5 days, the first area has undergone tremendous changes. Lin Chen crossed the border, and in the past 5 days, he has already captured more than a dozen islands. After seeing Lin Chen's strength, many island owners did not dare to resist, and immediately allied with him. 4 island owners like them who have just been promoted. Lin Chen's strength is simply one in the sky and one in the ground. Most of them today are just extraordinary novices who have just reached the 5th or 6th level. Compared with Lin Chen, it is simply far behind. With the joining of more than a dozen islands, Lin Chen's power is rapidly expanding. In the past few days, he has established a Huangchuan alliance. Specially call on other island owners to join in. In the chat channel, many island owners saw the appearance of the Underworld Alliance, and they all had some intentions to join. After all, if such a large organization can be joined, then, for novices like them, they will have a backing. All of a sudden, many people have intentions and want to join. However, some island owners didn't realize that they were a sheep in the mouth of a tiger until they actually joined the alliance. The so-called Underworld Alliance is not as simple as they say. After joining the alliance, he must contribute half of the island's resources to Lin Chen. They would have been in the initial stages and looked inefficient. There are only so many resources mined in a day. Now, after joining the Underworld Alliance, they will be split in half. This was a devastating blow to them. Quite a few people complained endlessly and wanted to withdraw from the Underworld Alliance, but it was too late. Lin Chen is powerful and has reached level 16. Compared with them, it is a world of difference. Anyone who wants to go out will be threatened by Lin Chen. Even some weak people were killed by him on the spot. There is only one reason for him to do this, and that is to make an example of others. After seeing someone fall, no one else dared to act rashly. Frightened by Lin Chen's strength, he dared not quit. On the other hand, Sky Island has undergone tremendous changes in these 5 days. In the past few days, Su Tian has thoroughly understood the power of the origin of the world. He originally thought that transforming my island back then was already the best effect. Unexpectedly, in the next few days, she would be pleasantly surprised. After the origin of the world merged with the island, many transformations took place. Among them, the most obvious is the growth of extraordinary aura. Many extraordinary substances have undergone tremendous changes in the past few days. Not only that, but many semi-supernatural creatures appeared on the island. All kinds of supernatural creatures have begun to emerge. Not only that, but many basic tasks have been refreshed on the island. This is the first time Su Tian has seen such a situation. The basic tasks that come out of the refresh are very simple. After Su Tian learned about it, he handed over these basic tasks to the residents on the island to complete. And the rewards for completing the missions also belong to them. Su Tian feels that the emergence of these basic tasks is to enhance the strength of ordinary residents. In addition, some strange things often appear on the island. Su Tian met the mysterious businessman twice, and both bought some good items from the other party. And after 5 days of development, Su Tian's strength has also been raised to level 14. In the castle, Su Tian is studying the mysterious blueprint that was exchanged in the past few days. When he traded with the mysterious man before, he exchanged 3 mysterious blueprints. The effect of the mysterious drawing can create the building you need. Although the effect is against the sky, it is also extremely difficult to operate. After all, it needs to be done by someone who is proficient in architecture. These days, Su Tian is thinking whether this mysterious blueprint can be used to create a warship. Su Tian thinks far. If it is really possible, it will undoubtedly not open up a new path. The ocean occupies 70% of the world. It can be said that there is a huge treasure house under the ocean. If you play well, you can definitely make a lot of money. And Sasha also said before that the underwater world has its own civilized country. Under the ocean, there is also a civilization composed of various extraordinary creatures. If possible, Su Tian would be happy to deal with them. So, once this mysterious rabbit can create the warship used by Wahasi, then, they are equivalent to one more place to explore the treasure. However, it is extremely difficult to build a warship, and it is impossible for ordinary people to complete it. After thinking about it, Su Tian felt that only the Tauran tribe could take on this important task. The Tauran tribe has a high degree of civilization. They have an innate talent for things like architecture. Even if it is something they have never touched before, as long as Su Tian can dial a few words, they can quickly understand it. Therefore, Su Tian decided to let the Tauran tribe build warships. After making up his mind, Su Tian immediately came to the Tauran tribe. At the moment, Kata is studying new buildings in the residence. During this period of time, he discovered a lot of details by studying the Lianu. He kept enlarging these details, and then began to deliberate and polish, trying to research them out. Seeing this, Su Tian had to sigh, their spirit of breaking the casserole and asking the end. After seeing Su Tian, Kata immediately put down his research. For them, Su Tian is the high island owner and their belief. Kata respects Su Tian very much. Su Tian didn't waste too much nonsense when he came here. He said straight to the point, Kata, I recently obtained 3 mysterious blueprints here, which can be used to create any item. I thought about it and wanted to create an undersea warship through these 3 mysterious blueprints. Once the submarine warship is successfully developed, we will be able to swim freely on the bottom of the sea in the future. At that time, we will have another path of development. Undersea battleship. Hearing this, Kata immediately became interested. He is an architectural madman, and he is very curious about this kind of architecture that he has never heard of. Su Tian briefly described the function of the submarine warship, and Kata was fascinated by it. Quite a while. Kata couldn't calm down for a long time. He clapped his hands and said in shock. I didn't expect that the island owner would have such unique insights in architecture. Before we didn't expect that such a thing could be developed to go deep into the seabed. Now, after listening to the island owner's words, I suddenly have some ideas. I think I can try it. Although there is no clue about the specific development of submarine warships, I believe that as long as the island master leads them, these items will be successfully developed. Su Tian was a little embarrassed when he heard that. In fact, he is not clear about the specific understanding of submarine warships. What he said just now is just the superficial knowledge that he has learned before. If he wanted to say something specific, I'm afraid he really couldn't say it. But now, she can only bite the bullet and give it a try. Kata, after listening to Su Tian's words, has already started preliminary research. It has to be said that their family is indeed a construction madman. After discovering a new building, they can immerse themselves in it all day long, constantly deliberating. When Kata studied it, it was like being possessed by a demon, and no one could influence him except Su Tian. At night, some talented Tauren in the tribe were called into the residence. Kata selected the most outstanding Tauren in the tribe, and then participated in the research of submarine warships with him. After hearing Kata's introduction, the other Tauren were shocked. I didn't expect that there are such exquisite buildings in this world. Great, if I can really develop a submarine warship, then I will have no regrets in this life. Patriarch, don't worry. We will definitely do our best to build a submarine warship. The few Tauren who were called were very excited. It is a great honor for them to participate in the study of such a profound building. Su Tian saw that he couldn't do anything, so he quietly withdrew from the Tauren tribe. After he shared some outlines of the submarine warship with the structure, he left the rest to them. Su Tian told everything he knew. Will it succeed next time? It also depends on Kata and the others. Outside the island of Sky. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests are quietly approaching. The mighty Huangchuan alliance unexpectedly appeared not far from the Sky Island. At this moment, they are constantly approaching towards their east. Su Tian didn't know about this. Chapter 95. Huangchuan Island. Lin Chen looked at the Nuda Island in the distance and fell into deep thought. How come? Is it possible that such a large island has already completed its second expansion? At this moment, standing on Huangchuan Island, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable pressure. The island in the sky is too huge. The island in the sky, which has been expanded twice, is now 5 or 6 times larger than his island. Lin Chen was shocked. According to normal calculations, the second expansion can only be done after the level reaches level 50. Is it possible? The owner of this island has reached level 50. If that's the case, then you're in trouble. The current Lin Chen has only reached level 15, reaching the middle stage of the alchemy realm. And if the opponent is a big boss who is undergoing a second expansion, then now, his level is at least a fairyland. What is the concept of a fairyland? That is a real breakthrough to the limit of human beings. The land gods are talking about this kind of people. They have great strength and have broken through the limits of human beings. At this moment, Lin Chen is only a few dozen kilometers away from the Sky Island. Now they have completely invaded each other's territory. A big man like this is their territory within 100 miles. Lin Chen came in rashly without saying hello. If the other party has a bad temper, I am afraid that with a slap, their so-called underworld alliance will completely fall apart. At that time, there will be no one on this island who can withstand the wrath of a great power in the fairyland. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get chills down his spine. At this time, He Mo of Sky Island also discovered the traces of the Huangchuan alliance. It soars in the sky and discovers the distant islands early on. For the intruder, he did not take rash attacks. Seeing that the other party was approaching the island in the sky, He Mo notified Huo Feng Huang, and then went alone. The Fire Phoenix rushed towards the inner island. Sky Island was invaded by outsiders for the first time, and they had to report the matter to Su Tian. The other side. The black ink tore through the air and struck towards Huangchuan Island. Rumbling. Sensing the loud sound in the distance, Lin Chen couldn't help feeling nervous. After a while, a huge black dragon body appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart sank to the bottom of the ice. Extraordinary creature, it's actually a real dragon that has disappeared. Lin Chen was shocked, and his guess about the island in the sky became more certain. It seems that we have really invaded the territory of an earth immortal. If this matter is not handled well, I'm afraid they will all be buried here today. Thinking of this, Lin Chen hurriedly lowered his posture, waiting for He Mo's arrival. Roar! In the distance, He Mo frowned slightly when he saw the mighty island. A dozen islands marched head-on, forming a giant alliance. If any one of these islands was at the beginning, I am afraid it would not be enough to fight against the island of the sky. But if more than a dozen island owners unite together, the island in the sky will be too much to bear. He Mo thought deeply, and slowly landed on Huangchuan Island. Welcome to Master Zhenlong. As soon as he came up, Lin Chen immediately led everyone to bow down. For this one, Lin Chen dare not slack off in the slightest. The true dragon, the king of beasts, is an extraordinary beast with a high status no matter in ancient times or now. No matter where it is, it has the power to call on all things. Seeing this, He Mo was a little surprised. This group of people came aggressively, but they didn't expect to put their posture so low. This made him feel a little surprised. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to the island of the sky? Island in the sky. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately remembered the number 1 island in the sky on the ranking list. It turned out that the island in front of him was the island in the sky that overwhelmed him. He had guessed before, could the island in the sky be the big boss who descended from other regions? I didn't expect to see it now, it really is. And he is a respected boss. The power of the earth immortal like this cannot be seen in the second area at all. Only in the third area is it possible to get a glimpse of it. Unexpectedly, I met here today. Return to your lord, we are just passing through here, I don't know that this is your lord's territory. My lord, calm down, we will leave now. Lin Chen's tone was respectful, and he didn't dare to slack off. Hearing this, He Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party is so knowledgeable, he won't be too embarrassed. Row. Since you are passing by unintentionally, then leave quickly. Yes. I'll just wait and leave. Seeing that the other party didn't embarrass him, Lin Chen felt slightly relieved. Ever since he saw He Mo coming, he had been on tenterhooks for fear of offending him. Now that the other party was willing to let him go, he didn't dare to stay too long, so he hurriedly sent an order to let everyone retreat. rumbling. At this moment, a group of people were rushing towards Huangchuan Island in the distant sky. After Su Tian heard Huo Fengguang's report, he hurriedly led the people on the island towards this side. Not long after, Su Tian led the army and landed on Huangchuan Island. At this moment, looking at the group of people in front of him, Lin Chen was too scared to take a breath. No way, just now I said to let myself go, so it's possible that I'm going back on my word. Seeing that the other party brought so many people over, Lin Chen suddenly felt a pressure in his heart. At this moment, she immediately felt the disparity in strength between the two sides. Terrible! The island in the sky has such a strong combat power. At this moment, Su Tian dispatched the strongest combat force on the island. 2 extraordinary elves, 2 holy angels, and high-ranking extraordinary creatures gathered here. A lineup of this level put Lin Chen under a lot of pressure. He had never met an extraordinary elf in his life, but he didn't expect to meet 2 this time. And by the looks of it, he was still a mature extraordinary elf. Not only that, but there are also 2 holy angels who only exist in legends. He couldn't believe that the holy angel actually existed. For nearly 1,000 years, no one has seen a holy angel. I didn't expect him to be lucky enough to meet him today. But at this moment, her heart was not a little bit excited, but extremely nervous. Because now he came here as an intruder. Once the opponent is angered, they are afraid that they will be powerless to fight back. Such terrifying combat power directly made Lin Chen not have the slightest thought of resisting. The villain greets the adults. I don't know that this is the territory of adults, please forgive me. Lin Chen faced Su Tian, not even daring to take a breath. Behind him, the dozen or so island owners who followed him have not spoken a word of respect so far. They have been kneeling since they came here from Hamo and never got up. For fear of having a bad attitude and causing the other party's resentment. Seeing this situation, Su Tian was surprised. When he heard Huo Fengguang's report before, he thought he had encountered a strong enemy. Unexpectedly, the other party was so devout. From the looks of it, they didn't seem to be here to invade the island. Su Tian was puzzled in his heart, but his face was expressionless. Get up! He opened his mouth lightly and said something indifferently. Now, he still doesn't understand their purpose of coming here, so he doesn't have too many good words for them. Lin Chen got up, lowered his head and said, My lord, we are so ignorant that we have strayed into your lord's territory by mistake. Please don't forgive me, my lord. Since we are first-time offenders, sir, please show me your hand and let me go. Su Tian looked around, feeling puzzled. In these 4 weeks, more than a dozen islands have gathered. From the looks of it, it seems that an alliance headed by the man in front of him has been formed. It stands to reason that a force like them is already considered to be the strongest in the first region. But why was she so scared when she saw herself? Su Tian thought for a while, and immediately figured out the ins and outs. Seeing a group of island lords crawling behind her, she immediately understood the reason. The army descending at this moment can be said to be an invincible existence. This group of people probably misunderstood them and thought they were a big force, so they lowered their stance so low. At this moment, Su Tian couldn't help but feel like laughing. He has been invincible for a long time, and he has taken this kind of thing as a habit. Now, from the perspective of other people, it is indeed a little funny. Where are you going when you gather so many people? Su Tian looked at the crowd and asked calmly. My lord, we are just a group of small shrimps. In order to protect ourselves, we joined together and formed an alliance. We traveled far away just to find more like-minded allies, but we never thought that today we accidentally broke into the territory of the adults. I see. Su Tian understood that this group of people should be looking for allies everywhere, and then met them by mistake. From the looks of it, they really didn't seem to have any malicious intentions. If so, then follow me from now on. Su Tian thought for a while and decided to take them under his command. Uniting with other people can indeed increase power in a short period of time. This will be of great help to their future development. Lin Chen. At this moment, everyone who heard this was stunned. Did I hear you right? A great power in the fairyland wants to recruit them? Why didn't they think of it? One day, it would be possible to find such a powerful backer. At this moment, everyone also reacted, and they were extremely happy. For them, this is absolutely harmless. Land gods are rare in the whole world. Lin Chen was excited. If they can join Sky Island, not only will they be able to dominate the first area, but they will also be invincible in the second area. And as the first batch of people to join, they will naturally be able to pick up a lot of benefits in the future. At that time, Su Tian will eat meat, and they will benefit a lot if they eat any bones. Great! It's our honor that adults see us. From now on, we will only follow the lead of the adults, and we are willing to swear allegiance to the death. I swear allegiance to my lord. Behind them, more than a dozen island owners spoke together, very excited. Seeing this, Su Tian was very satisfied. With the addition of this group of people, the power of Sky Island has increased a lot. It won't be long before that time, when he has compiled the first area, he can move towards the second area. At that time, such a huge force will appear, even other people in the second area will not dare to attack him easily. Leia, they will be arranged by you. Yes. Let's go. Su Tian greeted and brought the others back to Sky Island. Chapter 96. Huangchuan Island. Looking at the prostrate crowd, Leia raised her hand and said, "Since you have joined Sky Island, from now on, you are the peripheral forces of Sky Island. You just joined, don't know yet? So let me first tell you about the power plan of Sky Island. The island in the sky is divided into two areas. One inner island, one outer island. In the inner island, the people living are the masters, the servants recruited from the world. The outer island is made up of 8 tribes subdued by the master. Now, although you have joined Sky Island, your qualifications are not enough to enter the island. So you can only be scattered around the periphery of Sky Island." Yes. Lin Chen heard that there was no surprise. Small shrimp like them are indeed not eligible to enter the island. You know, that's a powerful island of Earth Immortal. If you want to be eligible to set foot, you must have a certain weight. Then, Leia continued. After joining Sky Island, you must make contributions to the master. Starting today, half of the resources on your island will be contributed. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone hesitated in their hearts. Their mining efficiency was not very high. They were squeezed by Lin Chen before, but now another Su Tian came. This leaves them no room for development at all. What? Do you have any opinions? Leia frowned slightly, and a chilling aura emerged from her body. Lin Chen shrank his neck, felt a stinging chill, and said immediately, "Don't dare. From today onwards, we must listen carefully to the words of adults." That's good. Although we know that their current exploitation of resources is inefficient, it is every island owner's right to contribute resources. Leia looked at everyone, and everyone's face showed bitterness. Seeing this, he spoke again. Of course, joining Sky Island also has your relative benefits. Sky Island implements a points system. It means that as long as you complete the tasks and contribute to the island, you can get corresponding points. And the points can be exchanged for any items on Sky Island. And this includes extraordinary items, extraordinary fruits, and everything. What? As soon as these words came out, there were some exclamations in the crowd. They couldn't believe that there was an island owner who would reward the extraordinary items in his hands to his servants. You know, extraordinary items are hard to come by. Lin Chen was a little shocked, but at the same time, he was a little convinced in his heart. Is this the island of Lord Earth Immortal? Even things like supernatural items can be used to reward them. This is simply rich and powerful. Before everyone could react, Leia threw another depth bomb. I saw his palm spread out, and then, a 10th level extraordinary weapon slowly emerged. Because you are the first islands to join the Master, you are eligible to receive the Master's benefits. There are a total of 13 island owners present, each of whom can receive an extraordinary weapon. Did I hear you right? My lord wants to reward us with extraordinary weapons. No way. I didn't expect the benefits of Sky Island to be so good. When you join, you will have extraordinary weapons. Hiss. At this moment, the pupils of the dozen or so island owners present all widened. Why didn't they think of it? They just joined, since they will be rewarded with extraordinary weapons. In fact, what they didn't expect was that such extraordinary weapons are available in the Sky Island. Su Tian is rich in resources, and has accumulated a group of abundant resources long ago. She couldn't even look down on such an extraordinary weapon. Nowadays, only people like Lin Chen are excited about this. Seeing everyone's reaction, Leia was very satisfied. Since you want them to work for you, you must give them enough benefits so that they have the motivation to work for them. And as a smart island owner, he will not oppress his subordinates blindly. If a dynasty wants to continue to operate for a long time, it must have the support of countless people. Call out. Leia raised her hand lightly, and 13 extraordinary weapons broke free immediately. The next moment, each island owner got an extraordinary weapon in their hands. Seeing the extraordinary power in their hands, everyone's faces were filled with joy. For them, if they want to obtain an extraordinary weapon, it may take 3 or 4 years to obtain it, or even longer. But now, Su Tian directly reduced their efforts for 3 or 4 years. At this moment, everyone present was full of energy. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh that Su Tian is rich and powerful. He has been struggling in the second area for decades, and he has only saved 2 extraordinary weapons since now. I didn't expect to get an extraordinary weapon so easily now. Moreover, they will have more opportunities to obtain in the future. According to Leia's words just now, as long as they contribute to the island and earn points, they can get all items in the points store. Although I don't know what the points store has, it's not hard to imagine how profound the background of an Earth Immortal realm is. It seems that taking refuge this time is a clear choice. All right. You also understand some basic matters, and now you settle down here. I will go back and ask the master for instructions, and then I will arrange tasks for you. Yes. Everyone nodded and respectfully sent Leia away. At this moment, their hearts were extremely excited. Looking at the back of Leia going away, all the people are full of infinite longing for the future. Lin Chen turned his head, looked at the other island owners, and left silently. If it was before, he might have squeezed half of these people's resources, or even more. But at this moment, he couldn't do that. Because now they have joined Su Tian's Sky Island. So now he is not qualified to collect other people's resources. If this kind of thing is discovered, it is crossing the line. At that time, I'm afraid it will cause Su Tian's dissatisfaction. Lin Chen is not stupid, so he wouldn't offend Su Tian for such a small profit. Now, Su Tian is their real backer and their real financial backer. Seeing Lin Chen leaving silently, the island owners were slightly relieved. Just now they wondered in their hearts whether Lin Chen would squeeze their resources. If Lin Chen really wanted it, then they would be at a loss. Because this is an extraordinary weapon, it is of great value. No one wants their interests to be divided. Fortunately, Lin Chen did not do that. At this moment, the island owners present did not hesitate, turned around and returned to their own islands, and began to mine resources. Now that they have just joined Sky Island, in order to show their role, they must show their value. Now, everyone is scrambling to please Su Tian. On the other side, Leia, who returned to the island, found Su Tian. Master, I have already arranged for those people. They were placed outside the Sky Island, waiting to be notified at any time. Su Tian nodded, very satisfied with Leia's arrangement. Then, Su Tian asked. After this period of precipitation, the development of the island has stabilized. Just now I was thinking, should we expand outside? The arrival of Lin Chen and others made me firm in this belief. Now, with their joining, we are already the biggest force in the first region. I believe that as long as we continue to expand outward, no one will refuse our request. Leia nodded in agreement. Master, we can indeed consider external expansion. Now our strength is already the strongest in this area. As long as we create our own forces, we can advance into the second area. Good. Now the island is developing extremely rapidly, and the mysterious substances here are no longer enough to replenish the resources on the island. Su Tian looked into the distance and said seriously. Recently, the speed of mining on the island has been extremely rapid. The speed of refreshing the mysterious substances in this area can no longer keep up with the efficiency of their mining. This slowed down their progress considerably. Leia, you've been in contact with those guys recently. After 2 days, we will set sail to expand our recruitment. Yes. Leia nodded, turned around and flew towards the periphery. At this moment, Su Tian is thinking about the submarine warship. If it weren't for the undersea warships, I'm afraid he would have assembled an army to expand outwards now. Now, the top priority is to develop the submarine warship. Once developed, they communicate, a bridge to the sea. At that time, they will be equivalent to having another road to the new world. The sea has countless rare treasures. It is equivalent to a dusty underwater treasure. The submarine warship is the key to unlocking this treasure. But Su Tian knew that all he could do now was wait. Although he was the one who put forward the proposal of the submarine warship, she knew nothing about how to develop the specific plan. If you want to really develop it, you have to rely on the Tauran tribe. And now Su Tian can only provide them with all the resources to conduct experiments. Chapter 97. A few days later. Tauran tribe. At this moment, in a tent, the prototype of a golden warship has been built. Looking at the dazzling warship, Su Tian was not only a little emotional. Unexpectedly, the submarine warship was actually developed by them. It seems that the research and development talent of the Tauran tribe is really superb. Su Tian just provided them with some directions, and they were able to deduce everything that followed. Today, a submarine warship with a length of more than 10 meters has been built. Looking at this warship, everyone present was all excited. For the Tauran, being able to create such a luxurious building is the glory of their life. Kata is excited. However, there are some melancholy. Master, after our hard work in the past few days, the structural diagram of the submarine warship has been constructed. However, if you want a submarine warship to dive thousands or even tens of thousands of meters below the sea, it must be made of hard enough materials. After several days of experiments, we found that, except for elemental stones, other ores cannot withstand the pressure of the seabed. At that time, as long as the elemental ore is cast on the surface of the submarine warship, its hull can be guaranteed not to be corroded by seawater. With such materials, the idea is that he conducts activities under tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meters of the seabed. Elemental stone. Hearing this, Su Tian immediately understood the difficulty. Elemental stones are rare in the first place, and now, only the Centaur tribe has a few mines to produce them. The refresh efficiency of elemental stones is very slow, and it often takes a week or even 10 days to refresh. A large object like a submarine warship would need a large amount of elemental stones to support it. It seems that we must hurry up. At this moment, Su Tian feels that the first area is no longer suitable for their development. The mysterious substances here are too scarce, not enough for their resources to refresh. Su Tian thought for a while, and then said, Kata, you are continuing the experiment on the submarine warship. I will solve the problem of the elemental stone for you. Later, I will let the horse tribe bring all the elemental stones over. You only need to be responsible for casting the submarine warship, and you don't need to worry about all other issues. It is good. With the master's words, then we can rest assured. Kata smiled lightly. He believes that as long as there are enough materials to support them, they will be able to cast submarine warships. Now, the basic composition has been completed. As long as the materials are in place, the real submarine warship will be ready in a few days. Su Tian walked out of the camp and immediately called for Zhao Hao. Old Zhao, these days the Tauran tribe has everything that needs you to do as much as possible. Any item they need, you can call it from the warehouse at will. If the warehouse is not enough, you can advance some from other tribes. Yes. Zhao Hao nodded and answered. To him, Su Tian's order only needs unconditional obedience. Next, he ordered some more things. The day of expansion is fast approaching. Now that mysterious substances are scarce, the efficiency of refreshing on the island is getting slower and slower. Su Tian decided to set off from today to build his own alliance. Although they are powerful, they can sweep everything here. However, just in case, Su Tian still gave instructions. Ask him to send some troops to the outer islands to wait. When the time comes, once there is a need, support can be provided immediately. Night. Under Zhao Hao's arrangement, 3 centurions were sent outside to wait. On Huangchuan Island, seeing the well-trained army armed with extraordinary weapons, all the island owners were dumbfounded. Even Lin Chen felt a huge pressure at this moment. What's the situation? Although it is said that the power of the earth immortal is really against the sky. But why didn't she think of it? It can go against the sky to this extent. 3 centurions sent out an army of more than 300 people. And each of these people is equipped with an extraordinary weapon. What kind of concept is this? At this moment, Lin Chen was completely convinced. Such a scene is really against the sky. A single inner island army has such power. Among other things, the 300 of them alone are enough to seldom have all the people in the first area. Extraordinary weapon effects are against the sky, and can communicate with the extraordinary power of the world. Even if ordinary people have extraordinary weapons, they can also exert terrifying effects, let alone a group of well-trained troops. At this moment, Lin Chen felt that as long as these people were willing, no one would be able to resist. In the sky, Leia landed slowly, and the cold words spread around. You are obedient, the master has decided to expand outward tonight. As the peripheral force of the island of sky, you bear the brunt. Now, all the troops are moving forward at full speed, heading east. Our goal this time is to gather 100 island owners to form an alliance of 100 people. Yes. The people who received the order no longer hesitated, and immediately controlled their respective floating island cores and marched towards the distance. Boom! One Setsuna, a dozen islands began to march into the distance. In the dark night, they are like bright stars, wandering in the dark night mightily. The island in the sky, in the castle. Su Tian returned to the room and opened the core of the floating island. The chat channel opened, and countless messages emerged. Su Tian glanced over and clicked on the private channel. Afterwards, he spent a gold coin to open a private chat invitation. Come here for a while. After the chat was connected, a graceful figure slowly appeared on the opposite side. Wu Jian was a little surprised when she connected to the chat. There was a hint of surprise on her delicate face. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to call me. Wu Jian's voice was shy, with a hint of joy. Su Tian went straight to the point and immediately expressed his intention. Wu Jian, my side is expanding outward. At that time, hundreds of island owners will be recruited to form a 100-member alliance. It won't be long before I cross over to the second area. The main reason I'm looking for you today is that I hope you can join our alliance. We are all old classmates, so I hope you can think about it. Wu Jian was surprised. It's only been a few days since the floating island assessment, and you've already considered crossing over to the second area. Sure enough, people like you just can't be viewed with ordinary people's eyes. After Wu Jian slandered for a while, she nodded in agreement. For him, there was no reason to refuse such a good offer. He knew that Su Tian came to him this time to help him. In the extraordinary world, she knew that Su Tian possessed terrifying strength. And treat them old classmates very friendly. When he was in the extraordinary world, he didn't treat them badly. And without Su Tian, they probably wouldn't be able to step into transcendence so early. Therefore, Wu Jian readily agreed. Su Tian told her a direction and asked her to find herself there. Wu Jian nodded, and then started heading east. In the following time, Su Tian started to initiate private chats with more people. Among them, including Qin Shan, Fang Ping, and others. The alliance of hundreds is also beneficial to them. At night, everyone who received Su Tian's call was very happy. Some time ago, they already understood. Su Tian has extraordinary strength and has helped a group of people become extraordinary. Let their old classmates be jealous again. For a while, they regretted why they didn't meet Su Tian in the extraordinary world. At this moment, others have personally come to help him, so what reason do they have to refuse? In the middle of the night, in the first area, many islands began to move towards a direction to the east. After finishing these matters, Su Tian lay down on the bed relaxedly. Seeing this, Lin Jun tactfully came up and started serving. Su Tian rolled over and lay directly on her white jade legs. What? Su Tian yawned, feeling sleepy. Lin Jun dragged his body and comforted him to sleep. Su Tian notified everyone who should be notified, and for the next time, he just had to wait silently. For the matter of expansion, I have to come to you to solve it. Su Tian looked at Lin Jun's pretty face, and his eyelids slowly dropped. Chapter 98. October 6th. Sky Island ushered in a long-lost heavy rain. In the sky, the rain is slowly falling. Falling down to the island, it looks hazy. Around the land, wisps of white fog lingered, enveloping the floating island. A few days passed, Su Tian's alliance has expanded to more than 50 people. Wu Jian also arrived at the island of Sky this morning. After coming to the castle, Wu Jian couldn't calm down for a long time. I didn't expect that your island has developed to such a degree. Seeing Su Tian, Wu Jian said in shock. Hey. Average. Su Tian smiled slightly, and took out a waist card. This is the East Command Order. From now on, your island will be stationed on the east side of the Sky Island. With this token, the more than 20 islands in the east will be under your command in the future. Are you serious? Wu Jian was a little surprised. She had just arrived, and she was assigned such a big official. Certainly. Su Tian nodded and handed over the token. I can trust your character and ability. Leave the eastern region to you, I believe you can do well. Hiss. Wu Jian took a deep breath and felt a heavy burden. Looking at Su Tian's sincere eyes, he thought for a while, and finally said. Okay. I will definitely take charge of the eastern region. Next, Su Tian took Wu Jian to explore around the Sky Island. Because of being an old classmate, Wu Jian is qualified to set foot on the island in the sky. Not only that, Su Tian also presented him with many extraordinary weapons and extraordinary fruits. This increased her strength by a large margin. Now, Wu Jian can be regarded as one of his subordinates. Therefore, Su Tian is also extremely proud. Seeing this, Wu Jian did not refuse. After all, she is now in charge of the eastern region. If she doesn't have enough strength, it may be difficult to convince the public. After a while, Wu Jian obtained several Xian-level extraordinary weapons and 3 gold-type extraordinary fruits. In the evening, Qin Shan and Wang Ping also arrived here. Seeing the scale of Sky Island, the two were also shocked. Why didn't they think of it? Su Tian has developed into this unexpectedly. The island underwent a second expansion, and the residents on the island developed rapidly. Not only a towering city wall was cast, but houses rose from the ground. It is as prosperous as a kingdom in the sky. In such a comparison, the islands of the two of them are simply impoverished mountainous areas. Not even the 8 major tribes outside Sky Island. The two were downcast. Tianer, are you still human? In just 1 month, you have already developed into this. Yet, you've set a new record. Su Tian smiled slightly, humbly. Then, he also arranged different positions for the two. He gave Qin Shan a piece of Western Holding Order and Wang Ping a piece of Northern Holding Order. These two people had met him before in the extraordinary world. Su Tian naturally understands their character and strength. With them in charge of both sides, Su Tian can rest assured. The two looked at each other, and solemnly took the token. They knew that Su Tian would be under a lot more pressure now that he founded the 100 People Alliance. Su Tian naturally has no time to deal with some trivial matters. That being the case, neither of them suggested sharing Su Tian's worries. Night. Qin Shan and Wang Ping were also given some treasures. Su Tian gave them some extraordinary fruits to go back and improve their strength. So far, the basic structure of the League of Hundreds has been dealt with /o/. Today, the League of Hundreds is divided into 4 major managers. Wu Jian is in charge of the East, Wang Ping is in charge of the North, Emotional Intelligence is in charge of the West, and Lin Chen is in charge of the South. Lin Chen is powerful, he is the most powerful island besides Su Tian. So just in case, Su Tian didn't give him any items. In order to prevent Lin Chen from being powerful and being backlashed. In the next few days, some scattered islands were recruited by them one after another. And some of Su Tian's former classmates also came one after another. October 10th. The League of Hundreds is officially established. Hundreds of islands, with Sky Island as the center, formed a huge kingdom. There is a ruler in each of the 4 sides of the southeast, north and west. Seeing this, Su Tian established a union. The meaning of the association is to monitor all information from all parties. The Federation is located on the island of the sky, and Su Tian used the supernatural material breath soil to build a suspended mountain on the island. The suspended mountain has a radius of more than 10 miles, and it has been built into a magnificent palace. Around the treasure hall, there are various rare ores inlaid. The long ladder, soaring into the sky. When the rulers of the 4 directions came here, they were all shocked. At the meeting, Su Tian convened the leaders of all parties. Among them, there are not only the quartet supervisors, but also Zhao Haoleya and others. And their meeting this time has only one content. That is to proceed like the second area. Sitting on the treasure hall, Su Tian proposed the content of the meeting. As soon as these words came out, everyone below was a little surprised. Qin Shan said, "Tianer, is it too early to go to the second area? The alliance has just been established, and it will take a while for everyone to get in. What's more, everyone has just joined and hasn't gained a firm foothold yet. If we go now, will it be too early?" Yes. All recruits in the alliance are newcomers, and everyone's strength is not enough to set foot in the second field. Wu Jian stood up and made a proposal. Su Tian fell into deep thought when he heard this. What Qin Shan and others said is not without reason. The League of Hundreds is indeed a rookie. What I am doing, I am afraid that apart from the island of the sky, only the island of the underworld has the strength. Others, if they don't develop for a decade or 2, are not qualified to go to the second region at all. But now that they have established a 100-member alliance, as long as they are not too Zhongyang, there will generally be no problems. Su Tian thought for a while and said, "Since that's the case, let's use 1 month as the deadline." Go back and step up the development of the island. Nowadays, you're all in one league and there's a lot of things you can do to help each other out, which is great for your development. 1 month later, we set off for the second area. Yes. All in unison. Although 1 month's time is still too tight, but if it is allocated reasonably, it is enough. Everyone knows, if it wasn't for them, I'm afraid Su Tian wouldn't even wait for a month. In the past 2 days, Wu Jian and the others also understood something. The development of Su Tian's island is too fast, and the refreshment of resources on the island can't keep up with the speed of his mining. This greatly reduced his development speed by a large amount. Wu Jian knew that waiting a month was probably Su Tian's limit. And what they can do now is to quickly adjust their position on the island and try to improve their strength within a month. The meeting is over, everyone disperses. Everyone hastened to go back and adjust to their position as the island owner. Su Tian walked out of the union with a lot of worries. Recently, due to the problem of refreshing resources, the development of the island has fallen into a period of stagnation. Su Tian's strength is improving extremely slowly. He was thinking about whether to go to the dark world to improve. Although the dark world is full of dangers, the opportunities are also directly proportional. He felt that as long as he was careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. Noon. Su Tian came to the Tauran tribe and checked the development of submarine warships. Kata informed that the development of submarine warships is going well, the only problem is that there are not enough materials. The scarcity of elemental stones, coupled with the slow refresh rate, delayed their research a lot. Su Tian nodded and told Kata that the elemental stone will attack this side to the greatest extent. Next, Su Tian went to the goat tribe. During this period of time, due to the evolution of the origin of the world, the medicinal herbs in this area underwent a second upgrade. Greatly increased the efficacy of many herbs. Goat clan showed Su Tian some new results. Thunder pill, after taking it, a terrifying thunder will erupt instantly. After using it, the Superman of the Thunder department can store the power of Thunder attribute. Diamond pill, it can enhance the defense of the physical body within 1 hour. After using it, a faint golden light will appear on the surface of the body. Super recovery pill, it is made of Ganodermalocidum, which has strong mysterious power, and can instantly recover all injuries on the body within 2 breaths. Su Tian took a look and was very satisfied. These newly developed pills all have powerful effects. Especially the super recovery pill, even when you are on the verge of death, can also bring you back from the gate of hell. Such a pill is equivalent to having a second life. It's just that because the medicinal materials are precious, it's extremely difficult to refine them, otherwise, Su Tian would spread them. Late at night, Su Tian took several newly developed pills and left the goat tribe. Back to the castle. Leia and Laxin have been waiting here for a long time. Su Tian decided to take the 2 of them to the dark world together. Because the strength of the 2 of them is the light department, they have a restraining effect on dark monsters. Bringing the 2 of them along reduces the risk a bit. Others were left to watch over the island. Now that the alliance has just been established, Sky Island can't all leave, and some people must be left to deter them. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, Su Tian can't arrive in time. Chapter 99. Inside the castle. Su Tian took out a scroll with serious eyes. Before setting off, he planned to improve his strength and reduce the risk. A mysterious scroll appeared in the hand. This is what he redeemed from the random transaction. This mysterious scroll has a magical effect. That is what manifests visualization. The things visualized are condensed by mysterious power. It can't be done without the great power of Xiao Aijin. Now, this mysterious scroll can help people realize it in advance. Its effect is powerful and obvious. After much deliberation, Su Tian decided to visualize Xiangtai to appear. He originally wanted to visualize the thunder, to manifest the real thunder. It's a pity that Tianli is generally difficult to appear. Unless there is a magic medicine, otherwise, it will not be able to trigger the sky thunder. But the extraordinary attribute in Su Tian's body is the great sun thunder. The power of the sun is also one with her. And the power of the sun is not weaker than the sky thunder, so Su Tian decided to visualize the sun. Morning. Su Tian came to a hillside alone and waited quietly. Before Chao Yang showed up, he was ready. As time goes by, a big sun is slowly hanging high in the sky. As soon as he appeared, the entire sky was immediately dyed red. Seeing this, Su Tian no longer hesitated, and immediately used the mysterious scroll in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the mysterious scroll burst into light, covering Su Tian in a strange state. In this state, Su Tian felt that the surrounding scenery was so illusory. He reached out to touch it, and everything around him turned into mysterious power. He knew that by condensing these forces, these desired items could be realized. Su Tian no longer hesitated, looked up. A scorching light burst out from the pupils. Inside the body, the bright sun and thunder are constantly revolving. Wisps of golden thunder flickered, appearing on the periphery of his body. At this moment, he felt the power from the great Sunday. In his heart veins, golden blood was boiling, flowing in her body. Su Tian began to manifest, and the vein power around him began to condense. Under his mobilization, all she could think about in her mind was that the big day was slowly emerging. All around, countless mysterious forces are rushing towards him, forming a huge sun. At this moment, she seems to be one with the sun. The sun burst into light and echoed with his heart. Boom! 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 His heart was beating violently, pulling the big sun behind him. Su Tian got up abruptly, and the power around him turned into a big sun and appeared behind him. At this moment, he seemed to be one with the sun. He had a feeling in his heart, as if he was the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, bringing warmth to everyone. The golden sun is flowing, warm all around. Under the influence of his embodied sun, everything around him was revived. Green grasses are growing and fragrant flowers are blooming. The light shrouded the surroundings, bringing life to this land. Su Tian felt it silently. He discovered two characteristics of the great sun. His manifestation has two characteristics. One is the recovery effect, which can cover all the vitality within a 10-meter radius, making the vitality in their bodies flow continuously. Anyone who is shrouded in this halo has the characteristics of rapid recovery. The second role of the great sun is to have a terrifying attack effect. It can burst out with hot light in an instant, devouring all the enemies around it. The power of the sun is holy and clean, and has a restraining effect on dark creatures. Not only that, her great day also spawned a terrifying flame. That is the sun, a trace of terrifying yang energy accumulated over millions of years. This ray of yang yi turned into a ray of ground fire, hidden in the sun. At critical moments, terrifying power can burst forth. On the hillside, Su Tian slowly retracted the big sun behind him. He exhaled lightly, his body feeling extremely relaxed. At this moment, Su Tian's body is extremely dazzling because of the manifestation. Like a star, dazzling. In the distance, the two holy angels waiting could not help squinting slightly. As the incarnation of light, they all felt a little ashamed at this moment. Su Tian's great sun is more holy, one level higher than their light power. The power of the master has become terrifying again. Seeing this, Laixin said softly. Leia nodded and secretly decided that she must work hard to improve her strength. Otherwise, Su Tian improved too fast, and he was afraid that he would not be able to keep up with his pace. On the other side, after the big day was manifested, Su Tian returned here. He looked at the two of them and smiled. All ready? The two nodded slightly and stood behind her. Su Tian didn't procrastinate, and directly summoned the void gate. Boom! In front of everyone, a huge void gate appeared. Rich space power spreads here. On the other side of the gate, there was a boundless and endless dead air. That is the dark world, the origin of all dark creatures. Su Tian's eyes were serious, and he ordered, "Be careful after entering." Immediately, he stepped out and entered the dark world. Behind, 2 holy angels followed silently. "Call out!" Everyone stepped into the void gate and came to the dark world. As soon as they stepped into this place, they immediately felt the boundless oppressive atmosphere. The whole world is shrouded in terrifying dark power. Oh! The sky is hazy, and dark clouds hang over the sky all the year round. Surroundings, I can't feel a trace of life. The big tree was lifeless, and Kuros was only the trunk, not a single leaf could be seen. At a glance, the distance is full of wasteland like the end of the world. This is the dark world? Su Tian came to the dark world for the first time, and was a little depressed by the oppressive atmosphere here. This world, like the end of the world, can't see any hope. Be careful. Su Tian opened his mouth and walked forward silently. Behind them, Leia and Laxin looked around vigilantly. There are dangers here and there is a possibility of encountering great danger at any time. So everyone dare not take it lightly. Su Tian took the lead and walked towards a dead bush. Been walking for a while. Everyone met a dark quay ox. The whole body of this quay niu was black, and it exuded a rotten aura. Its eyes are white, and it looks like a monster that has lost its mind. Su Tian didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he walked around the quay ox. But just when the 3 of them left, the quay niu seemed to have a feeling. Suddenly roared. Afterwards, he suddenly turned his head and attacked towards the direction of Su Tian and the others. His huge hoof stepped on the ground, causing the entire mountain forest to shake violently. Su Tian frowned, feeling a lot of pressure. Fight! Before he could think too much, Kuei Niu had already charged in front of him. Su Tian immediately broke out into full-strength combat. In this place, he dared not hold back. In just a short moment, its blackout thunder power bloomed instantly, and the thunder field shrouded under his feet, increasing her strength. Behind them, a round of great sun manifested directly, enveloping them. Boom! Su Tian broke out with all his strength, and slammed his fist on the opponent's bull's head. A bang! Kuei Niu was repelled more than 10 meters, and a blood pit appeared on his head. But even so, she still came to kill here. Su Tian was shocked. Why didn't he expect it? With all his strength, he couldn't even seriously injure Kuei Niu. In the rear, 2 holy angels erupted with light power at the same time. The pure white light power appeared and immediately suppressed Kuei Niu's movements. One Setsuna, whose hooves are a little heavy, seemed to be unable to lift them. The power of light is like a mountain, pressing on her body, making it move slowly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Tian broke out again and charged at him with all his strength. This time, she went for the weak point of Kuei Niu. Bang bang bang! Su Tian's firepower was fully fired, and he threw thousands of punches in just 10 seconds. The fist in his hand was too fast to move, like an afterimage. Roar! Kuei Niu was so suppressed that he couldn't move and roared helplessly. On its body, the lifelessness of being beaten dissipated. Countless dark breaths gradually disappeared under Su Tian's thunder. Gradually, Kuei Niu gradually lost the ability to resist. His heavy body fell slowly, with a bang. Su Tian took a look, and after Kuei Niu died, a horn appeared on his body. Black ox horn, the essence of the quay ox has indestructible properties. It can be used as a material to make an extraordinary weapon. There is a 50% chance to trigger the effect, the power of the earth. Su Tian glanced around, and immediately put the black horn into the core of the floating island. Then he didn't even think about it, and hurriedly fled here with everyone. The momentum of the battle just now should have attracted other creatures around. If you don't leave quickly, I'm afraid it will be a little tricky. In the dark world, a random dark creature would give them some headaches. The Quaox just now made them overwhelmed to kill people. If there are more, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. And here is the source of darkness, and there must be more terrifying dark creatures in it. Su Tian didn't dare to take any risks, and quickly fled from this place. In the distance, a middle-aged man in blue clothes slowly looked towards the place where Su Tian fought just now. He raised his head with a puzzled look on his face. There are people from the light department coming here. The middle-aged man was a little surprised, with a smile on his face. Then he waved his hands, and the dark monster he was holding slowly fell down. He casually poked around and collected the spoils directly. Then he headed for that place.